I do. Yesterday was pretty cool. Mm-hmm.
I tried so hard to skip, but people kept running early. Like, bruh. And I just got lost in where I was in the cycle.
Let's see here. Okay.
Enable game chat. It's actually one of my greatest pleasures that I get to die never having.
Alrighty. And now the last thing. With the chromium.
What's on the agenda today? I'm trying to
Well.
CM at some point.
I'll be having another late night.
Wow, I'll try to stay up later.
You really don't have to, man.
Kitty, fucking butthole.
I was just letting you know that I am gonna be around.
Stabbed my hand. You're gonna what?
I was saying you don't have to stay up late. I'm just letting you know that I am gonna be around today. I got in trouble for your. You got in trouble for your outfit. Yeah, understandable.
Fuck, you want to go right now? I'll go live right now. I'll send some more job apps later.
No, you can keep doing what you're doing, man. I'm gearing up for Zilyana CAs right now.
I just want to duo stream together, man. I like it. I feel like.
Well, then turn that fucking stream on, bud.
I feel like our balls are intertwined.
Hell yeah.
We need to go to the hospital because
no. We don't need to go to the hospital, dude. We need to go.
Well, you see, it's so intertwined that we're in actual physical pain because we're getting blue balled by Olm. You know. Well, you gotta drop, I guess. It's whatever. My balls are swollen still. Dude, why does it still say Tyrex emotes?
I didn't change anything from yesterday.
Dude! I thought we would share emotes, man.
What, like they're just not working in my chat or what?
Well, it's your emotes now.
Don't worry.
You have yours. Like, I see this one.
I'll fix it. How do I fucking go and find your set again? Oh, I know how, actually. First, I'm gonna go to my profile. Account. Editors. Editing 4. Okay, so let's look at your emote sets. I think I can just download your emote set.
Jimmy's on. We could probably send some trios.
Oh, my non-boyfriend like the outfit. I want abs. Go get him, soldier. What? You're like a 17-year-old in fishnets. Sus? No, I'm kidding.
Okay, I lost the context, okay?
I'm fucking with you.
You gotta frame me, man. I just got here in your stream.
Blase, can you tell I'm on my prescribed amount of Adderall today? Fucking ADHD is actually gone. Dude, I cannot figure out how, because I can look at your email. I did wear an inflatable dino costume recently. See, that definitely seems like a fetish thing. Who were you servicing? What the fuck? Dude, I don't get it. So I'm editing for you, and I can see your emote set. You know what? How about edit? No, I don't want to edit.
Are you editing mine or
I'm
yours?
I'm not editing any of them. I'm looking at. Hold on, I'm just gonna look it up. How to use someone else's emote set 7TV.
Maybe I can share it, possibly. Because how did you set my emotes as yours?
Well, that's because I'm an editor for your channel, so.
So maybe put me as an editor.
Twitch allows users to join emote sets. Hold on.
Put me as an editor then.
I'm going
and
to.
I'll just do
what
you did to me with you.
Okay. Never mind. I don't need to do that, but I'm still gonna do it anyway. Just out of courtesy and respect, we'll add you.
Strema. Yeah.
No music yet, Demon, but welcome to the stream.
No, it doesn't pop up on the little chat window.
It definitely should. Give me a second.
Maybe you have to refresh.
I am about to refresh it. Okay. It should now work. Okay, Jorkin shows, but does all your other shit should also be showing now? Yeah, it does. All right. How we feeling? Feeling pretty good. About to go do a long Zilyana trip.
What do you mean? We're gonna do some CMs, bruh.
Well, I already sold my tormented for this Ring of Suffering, so I've gotta make use of it before I get fucked by tax.
You don't need a Ring of Suffering.
Oh. Well,
I promise.
I may as well use it before I get taxed.
Missouri and Tebow.
Forget that I'm a learner at this game.
Bro, it's God Wars.
Yeah, dude. God. I'm kidding. But I already have it, so I'm just gonna use it anyway. Trying to figure out what Papa Meat video. Oh yeah, I have some in my watch later. Papa Meat. Oh shit. I didn't check if they're using the afternoon meeting. They're probably not, because they would have messaged me. Okay.
Guys, let me tell you something. I just recently
pretty much gonna be shutting the fuck up now.
One of the cringiest things I've ever
Hope
seen
you're having a good day, my dude. Don't keep you tab. Appreciate that, my guy. Hope you have a great day yourself, man.
For certain things that I feel necessary to ham
Thank
up.
you.
But I gotta say,
you're welcome.
The lore of Jennifer Lopez has spiraled me down into looking for random clips.
Until Rita follow you on Twitch.
I mean, she just released a documentary called This Is Me Now, which is supposed to be a sequel based off of her album This Is Me Then. There's been a lot of heat for Jennifer Lopez because...
Who's Jennifer Lopez?
Enjoy your cycling, Blase. Peace out.
The worst celebrity interview show I've ever seen in my entire life. Vogue's 73 question series.
Taylor.
Hey.
Hi.
If you're not cultured, if you don't like high fashion, right? Vogue's a high fashion magazine. It's all about celebrity gossip, and it's about basically taking celebrities and just doing that's pretty much what they're doing the entire time. 73 questions. They go into somebody's house and they kind of awkwardly follow them around, but it's obvious that the whole thing is scripted.
Okay, random question. What was the last Kimoji that you used?
My daughter Nora.
I found out
the
that
Kim
Ultra
blowing
Ring
the bubble
is
gum.
no
They definitely
longer the
give
best
questions
ring to
before so they
use
can
in
think of
CMs.
quirky answers and they kind of walk around
If
and try
you
to
have a
act
scythe
relevant.
and
The
full
only
oath
people
plate,
who like these
you're
73
supposed to run
questions
Bellator
are people
ring.
who are like celebrity obsessed. I don't get the celebrity obsession thing. Maybe, and you know what, and this is a reflection of me a bit because I'm just a jealous, petty bitch. I see these celebrities and I'm just like, what the did you actually do? Celebrity obsession with people being like, oh my God, did you see their hair? Did you see what they're doing? The new song just dropped. The only people I feel like I would truly be absolutely stunned by is I feel like if I saw James Hetfield, the lead singer and rhythm guitarist of Metallica, I think I'd cry. And
Yeah,
that's
that
it.
information's
I
not
think
that great
that's about
for
it
you,
for
huh?
me.
You didn't sound
Without
amused.
further ado, I just want to get into this.
Wait, you said what's not that great for me?
That information. I'm sorry.
So we're going to
Oh.
be looking at 73
It'll be
questions
relevant eventually.
with celebrities today. This is filmed as if it's a POV. It reminds me of the 1970s
I think it's funny
Maniac.
that
Elijah Wood also remade
she
it.
typed
And it's
the
in the
email,
POV
but she
of a
doesn't see
serial
it, I'm
killer,
pretty
but
sure.
he tries to act really casual and quirky. It's going to be some nice grade A credit.
That's pretty funny.
Great to see you, Jennifer Lopez.
Hey.
What a dream. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you to answer 73 questions today?
10.
I knew it.
Okay, this is cute. If I walked into somebody's house with these fucking fancy ass floors and there was a Hobby Lobby cutout of the word thankful on the floor, dude, you would not get me in that fucking house. Thankful? A $3 thankful sign from Hobby Lobby on the floor in your fucking $40 million mansion. Come on, dude.
What would you say is the biggest difference between here and the Bronx?
The size of my closet.
Oh, remember that song? Jenny from the Block? Because she's from the Bronx? That's been a big controversy as people from the Bronx are boycotting J-Lo. She says she's no longer from the Bronx.
Give it up, J-Lo. You've been rich your whole life now. And she's holding on to being this girl in the Bronx. I'm like, dude, you J-Lo.
Have you ever been back to the block?
Dude, doesn't seem like it. And I've heard bad stories about J-Lo.
What would you say is the biggest difference between here and the Bronx?
The size of my closet.
My closet?
Okay, J-Lo, that's true. That's epic. One hell of a smile. She's got that politician smile, dude.
Quiver's
Looks like,
nice for God
literally Joe
Wars
Biden's
now
smile
because you could
compared
put
to him. I think if you
arrows
photoshopped
and then wear
that
a
mouth
blessing.
over each other, I don't think you'd be able to know the
Fuck
difference.
yeah,
And
dude.
what's one word to describe the Bronx?
Cool.
Oh, I need to stop
Very
sharing
cool.
my
Cool.
screen now that I'm streaming. for
It's
real.
cool as hell. That's why I live in LA. The goddamn bitch is wearing a stray jacket. Before this, she was tied up in her own closet, and she was tussling around in her stray jacket, and she was actually set free to let this man inside.
And what was your go-to order at the bodega?
Ham and cheese on a roll with an orange drink, if you know, you know, and a small bag of chips.
This has been the #1 clip I've seen over and over and over again. I swear to God.
With an orange drink, if you know, you know,
Is it a Fanta? You know she thinks that she just absolutely railed that shit.
a small bag of chips.
A small bag of chips. Oh, the hood's gonna go wild for that one.
That sounds like the J-Lo special to me.
You want some tea?
I'd love some.
Sounds like the J-Lo special to me. A ham sandwich, a Fanta, and a bag of chips. The J-Lo special.
So everyone knows I'm walking here. What's something else that real New Yorkers say?
You.
The cringe! Oh, the cringe!
So J-Lo, everybody knows we're walking here. What's something else they say?
Go!
You.
Oh, that was cute. He's like, and she's like, okay, I'm laughing, baby. I'm laughing. Just easy.
And do you think we'll ever see you in a musical on Broadway?
I hope so.
Oh, God. Oh, God, I hope. J-Lo needs it, Daddy. J-Lo needs it.
Which of your movies would you most want to make a sequel of?
Oh, please say Made in Manhattan. Oh, J-Lo, please say Made in Manhattan. Oh, God, you're so pretty in that movie. Please.
Gilly.
I'm actually bummed about that, dude.
Who has made you laugh the most in between takes?
P. Diddy. He's a great character.
My husband, Ben.
Yeah, my husband, Ben. Bitch dated him for 10 months and then 20 years later married him again. I bet Ben Affleck in the year 2000, I bet he was a good rug muncher, wasn't he, J-Lo? She was cutting up the dance floor. She was laughing so hard. This cannot be her home. What kind of IKEA set is this, dude? Has anyone actually been in the kitchen before?
Your tea.
Thank you.
Oh, that's mine.
Did anyone actually see her put anything in the drink? I was focusing on her talking, and I didn't actually see her pour anything in any glasses. How do we know this isn't drug, dude?
Oh, yeah. So, Jennifer, why was it important for you to name your company New Yorican Productions?
Because I'm a Puerto Rican from New York.
New Yorican Productions? Oh! What? I got lightheaded. Look at her face there again, too. She's like, yeah, I went there.
And who do you think should portray you in a movie about the story of your life?
She hasn't been born yet.
God. Jesus Christ. Well, J-Lo, he is a man. What the did you actually just say to me?
Well, how often do you actually get to relax?
Once a week.
Dude, honestly, I bet being J-Lo is a fucking busy job.
What is going on with the
There was a
clan
whole bit in
Discord?
her documentary about which mud to use. And she says,
What are they
no, I
arguing
don't
in
want the
there?
wet one. I want the dry one with water on top.
No, I think they're revamping everything. I can't see anything.
capacity with that drier mud to add water as we make, which is not
Bring those muds, please, one more
No,
time.
What would you say
Do you
is
see
your pre-show
channels?
ritual?
The general chat's gone.
I like to
see.
go to a hospital, steal a child, and I like to cut off its fingers.
Yeah, I
It's
see
just kind of what I
stuff
do. It's
still.
what we did in the Bronx.
Cause, yo!
And what do you hope your kids learn from you being
Oh,
relentless?
stuff's popping back up slowly.
That if you work hard, you can accomplish anything.
She has just like these briefcases full of gold. Did you
A
know
voice
that if you
chat
work
just
hard? She's
reappeared.
giving him. She's like, well, you can take this one. You can actually do anything you want in life. Did you know that? This one's kind of heavy. There you go. There's a lot of pirate gold in there. If I have any advice to give, it's just be relentless with your work ethic. You're gonna want to put this in your Mercedes. I know you're 9, but you're gonna want to put that in your Mercedes. Go ahead.
And what is your most surprising beauty secret?
Bleach asshole.
Sleep.
Now, why did you name the new album This Is Me Now? Dude, no!
J-Lo, I have been very lenient, I feel like, so far. Do not... Oh, my God. Do not give me the fucking, like, deep existential breath... Wow, I didn't know we were going there today. I'm in hell. This is the 7th layer of hell. I'm chained up with Lucifer. We're watching Jennifer Lopez be inquisitive over why the new title is This Is Me Now. Dude, kill me, God.
The same way This Is Me Then captured a moment in time, a very special moment in time. This album also did the same thing, captured a very special moment in time.
That would have been, yeah. You needed that second to really collect those thoughts for sure.
What do you think your fans' favorite song of yours is?
Jenny from the Block. Jenny from the Block. Jenny from...
On the floor?
Jenny from the fucking Block, hello? What the fuck ever? What song did you even say? What fucking song did you even just say? Goddamn.
On the floor?
Is it on the floor? Could it be on the floor? Well, let's look at Spotify. Let me look this up here. Jennifer Lopez, wow, 25 million listeners after all these years, right? Anyways, on the floor. Oh, no, she was right. Wow. I got absolutely served. That was me. I was coming for blood. I'm sorry. I'll take that. I'll take that loss. I will take that loss. I'm sorry, Jennifer.
Jenny from the Block?
And then she did. I've been pausing too much. I'm sorry, Jennifer. Oh my God, baby, I'm so sorry, baby. Please come back to me, baby. Please.
We are at question number 73. What are you most excited about for next year?
For people to hear the music.
God damn. She really should have waited on that answer, I tell you. Well, that was J-Lo.
You.
Wait, we want to thank today's beautiful, beautiful sponsor, and that is Bad Dragon. If you're looking to spice things up in the bedroom with your partner, or maybe even yourself, shove some stuff up your then I'd highly, highly recommend Bad Dragon. With their top-of-the-line products, excellent quality control, and, dare I say, unbelievable designs, you will be satisfying yourself
Need to
or
get,
your loved ones very soon.
Wise
Your
old
partners,
man
not your-
bot in my server.
Don't want to say it's your mom or something. I don't know how you swing, so I'm not going to go about that. But anyways, Bad Dragon has been a long-time sponsor on this channel, and we love them dearly. And we've been to the warehouse, as I've said many times before, and it's like almost going to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. It is that happy and whimsical there. It is a product we stand by through and through again, and we thank them so much for being such long-standing partners with us. So please, if you're in the market to spice things up for yourself or a loved one, consider going to Bad Dragon and checking them out, because they fucking rule. Thank you, Bad Dragon, for being such a loyal and awesome sponsor for the channel. And back to the video. And we got one more coming up here, which this is this is 73 questions with Sean Diddy Combs. I have a feeling this is going to be the best aged one.
Diddy? P. Diddy?
How many times do you think people have walked through Diddy's house saying that? Diddy? P. Diddy, where are you?
Diddy? P. Diddy?
Welcome to my home.
There he is.
Ah! Oh, God! Run for your lives!
How do I address you?
You can call me Love.
You can call him Love? Did I hear that right?
You can call me Love.
That can't be good.
So I gotta ask you, why so many name changes?
It depends on my mood, my vibe.
And Puff, where did that come from?
I can't tell you that.
Yeah, they call me Puff because I got my asshole blown out by a rapper who I paid to have sex with my asshole. Made my asshole look like blown out cottage cheese. Call me Puff.
Why'd you move to LA?
Oh, for the kids, the family.
Oh, God. Oh, this is dude. Oh, go. Okay. All right.
Love, how do you describe
Will I get a
yourself?
twisted kid today?
I'm vivacious, eccentric, and I'm a Scorpio.
Oh,
Maybe.
oh,
Perhaps
dude.
maybe.
This is some eyes
Hopefully.
wide shut shit. I'm vivacious, and he puts in his fucking his astrology sign.
I'm a Scorpio.
I'm a Scorpio.
What's one misconception about you?
There are no misconceptions about me.
Oh, God. Everything you hear about me is true. If you've read it or you heard it, you better believe it.
What's one thing you need every morning?
I need a hug.
A hug? From who? Who's the hug from?
Who's your biggest inspiration?
My biggest inspiration is my mother.
What was she doing, dude? Taking to some weird ass parties, probably. Goddamn.
So what's your favorite cocktail?
My favorite cocktail is the new French vanilla Ciroc.
What the fuck is going on back? Is this Van Helsing? I want to know who Van Helsing is back here, dude. I bet that motherfucker's got some stories too, for real. I can't even. I would love to read a book about Diddy's personal cocktail maker. Are you fucking kidding me? I'll tell you what, that motherfucker knows he's on camera though. He's not making any eye contact. That old boy's fluid with it back there. I'll tell you what. Put the crossbow down and put the shakers up. Dude, I want a cocktail from this motherfucker for real.
Where do you go to relax in the world?
I like the Caribbean.
He likes the Caribbean. I don't know if you guys know this. P. Diddy tried to flee the country to go to the Caribbean, where he would have stayed forever, but the plane was forcibly landed by the U.S. government.
Now, you've gone on the record saying that your white party is up there with the top 3 that you've ever thrown for people. What are the other 2?
I would say when I got my star in Hollywood, I had a party. And this year at Burning Man at an undisclosed location.
The party he threw at Burning Man at an undisclosed location? Wonder what could have happened there, dude. It'd be so funny if you saw the cocktail guy. He was just like...
If you've had to recall the most lavish, over-the-top, outrageously extravagant decoration on display, what would it be?
One time I had the Declaration of Independence at one of the 4th of July parties. It was a 4th of July white party.
That's a fucking lie. There's no way the U.S. government would give P. Diddy the legitimate Declaration of Independence for his 4th of July party.
Yeah, it's great to hear, and I'm sure that's probably not public information yet, but who's the person that's number 1 on that invitation list?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Uh-oh. Leo, what you do, dude? What did Leo do, dude? Why is he so comfortable with Leo?
And who are your style icons out of all the icons in the world?
Dapper Dan, and this kid right here,
What
my
up,
son.
Pops? Christian,
How you?
the 3rd son.
Oh, good to see you.
Christian, the 3rd son. He's like, yep, it's me. Puff Daddy's 3rd son. I like how he was just awkwardly sitting in this empty room, like, looking out, waiting for these guys to come in. Dad, did you bring me a cocktail? Your third boy? Oh, look at that shot, dude. By the way, did you see my Grammys? Hey, Puff, I heard a bunch of banging around upstairs. Do you got, like, some dogs or something? He's like, no. He's like, you don't have any dogs upstairs at all? None. I don't like animals.
What fashion shoot sticks out in your mind?
Annie Leibovitz, the Vogue shoot that I did, it was called Puffy Does Paris.
His cocktail thing, they look like anal beads.
How does fashion influence you when you're recording?
If I'm not fresh, I can't make a hit.
If I don't look fresh, he has his anal bead drink, he's just like, then I can't make a hit.
All right, notice your Grammys. Tell me, what's your favorite Grammy that you've won?
My favorite Grammy would have to be
Bad Boys 2 soundtrack, Shake Your Tail Feather. Here we go, calling it right now.
Hip Hop Album of the Year for No Way Out.
Who's the one artist, living or dead, that you wish you can collaborate with?
Michael Jackson.
It couldn't write itself any better.
Why?
It's Michael Jackson, man. Come on. Who wouldn't?
Yeah, who wouldn't want to collab with Mike, with MJ? No particular reason, it's just MJ, come on.
All right, in all the TV that you've done, what is your most memorable moment?
I would have to say when I performed at the MTV Awards with Sting doing I'll Be Missing You. Life-changing.
That dude, honestly, that collab has nothing on f***ing Nelly and Tim McGraw. But it's all in my head, I think about it over and over again. I love that part. Tim McGraw only has like one line in it. He's like, every time I close my eyes, it's like a home. Oh, remember that one? I can't go on not loving you.
And now you're coming back?
Yes, I'm coming back. I have a new show on Fox called The Four. It's going to revolutionize vocal competition shows. It's me, DJ Khaled, Fergie, Megan Trainor, Charlie Wall.
Holy shit, what a fucking nightmare show. Trying to just picture that too. What is Megan Trainor, the girl's like,
It's all about that bitch, about that bitch, no trouble.
then Fergie's doing goddamn somersaults on stage and DJ Khaled is
Another one.
he's awesome.
Do you think you will ever be done with music?
I will never be done with music.
You are now, buddy. You are now, unfortunately. No, not unfortunately. Fortunately.
So it's 2020. Will we see a President Love?
You will not see a President Love in 2020, but you will see some change. Love is going to help you get some change. We don't want to be the president, though. I want to have too much fun.
Wants to have too much fun. Did you get all the fun you could get there, Puff Daddy? There's a thing is too much fun. I'd say so.
I'm going to round it out with some old-fashioned true or false. Is that all right?
Sure, let's go.
Okay, true or false? You go to sleep at 5 a.m.
False.
True or false? You take a bath every night.
True.
True or false? You love candles.
True.
True or false? There's a toddler upstairs locked up in your room. Did he true or false? Dude, all I know is I couldn't believe that this is even a real fucking thing. All I gotta say is, dude, celebrity obsession and this kind of stuff is fucking odd. That anybody would even care to watch these fabricated answers is a blur to me. It's that cringy goodness, dude. You know what I mean? Stop celebrating celebrities. They fucking suck. Everybody's fucking terrible. And start loving yourselves and loving your family and some of the close friends you have in your life, because these celebrities don't give a fuck about you. They never will. And they're only there to get money and drain you out of your time and energy. I love you guys so much. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Congratulations on your cool coffee machine. Aren't you supposed to be biking, though?
Huh?
Not you. I'm talking to chat.
We just like you too much.
Wow, you sound like me.
Okay, we're good, Jello.
Wow.
All right, have a good one. Thank you for being nice with us.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we're talking about YouTube. More importantly, the king of YouTube, Mr. Beast.
Now you see, when I was younger, there was a little fella named PewDiePie.
Is that all I am to you now?
Indian music company.
It's all you ever were. It's all you're ever gonna be.
Mr. Beast has basically lapped him. He's this generation's Ronald McDonald. See, back in the day, people used to always know what Ronald McDonald was. I don't think kids really know now. They don't really use Ronald, do they? Or
Whoa.
Jared.
1 out
YouTube
of 2
itself is an
completed for
interesting place. It's a
VIP
second
badge.
copycat right? People like to copy this. People copy
Oh
that.
shit!
Thumbnails
I need
here,
the hard one.
video ideas there.
50
and more
followers.
importantly, people like to
Fuck
copy
that.
the head
I'll
hog.
get 50
Mr.
followers
Beast.
in no
There's tons of
time, dude.
copycats out there. You might have seen people. A lot of pranksters like Morgs. Remember Morgs?
Yeah, cause my other, remember the other account I used to stream on?
I just remember seeing Power Cynical
RS3. That one got 50 followers.
It's actually a pretty good.
Well, I think it's because that one time you
But
hosted me.
pranksters like Morgs and other people basically
That'll happen
saw
even
how
without a
popular
host server raid.
challenges were becoming from Mr.
No, you
Beast's
carried me
success
back
to
then.
the
Okay,
Morgs
whatever,
copying
bye.
Challenges, and then vice versa. The person at top does the fun.
Enjoy your
thing,
biking
everyone
session.
comes up and eats
Bye.
the scraps. It makes me think. You have people like
You know, she
Morgan,
probably
all
was
these other
like
channels,
so
right?
excited to tell you about a coffee machine that she was mid-bike.
Trickle down from the crossbreeding.
She pulled over to the side.
We're talking about the
Listen, it's not my fault that she forgot she's my autistic munchkin.
They crossbreed with copycats, and then you
Seems
end
like
up
a her
with,
issue.
dare I say, one of the greatest anthropological studies on YouTube.
My
which is the
autistic blumpkin.
hyperclones of the Mr. Beast formula.
I don't know
And
about
this
that one.
Let me tell you this: they're gonna put 4 seconds thumbnail. They're gonna create.
You're calling somebody a blumpkin.
Listen, man,
Oh, your
I
cat. You're calling your
It's
cat a
extremely
dude,
blumpkin.
I did not
If you don't
know what that
kids
meant.
run almost all of media. Everything that is popular on this planet.
I had to go
is
look it up
dictated
in the
out
moment. I was
ages
like, what the fuck
9
are
to
you
like
talking
15,
about?
Everything. So these hyper-specific channels are garnering huge numbers, all from this exact
What a fucking
same
definition.
videos around all of them. Well, today I want to talk about 3 of these. And trust me, there's a lot of them. If you can make a secret Fortnite base under your staircase and make millions of dollars with your friend, are you not winning? Are you not winning? You know what I mean? So take everything I say with me just being a jealous little bitch, all right? That's all I gotta say. Like I said, there's a lot of them out there, but I'm gonna focus on 3. Preston and Ben Azalart and Matthew
What song is that?
Beam. I thought his name was Matthew Bean for a second. I thought that was kind of cool. Imagine
What
last name
city am I
Bean.
singing?
Mr. Bean. Today's video is brought to our partners.
Wait, what? Say it again? I mean, do it again?
It is officially summer, which means you're going to be spending a lot of
Hold on, I don't even know what it is. I'm trying to find the song under
in
the
0
tape.
time standing in the store. Am I right or am I right? Have you ever turned
Hold
the
that-
oven on
hold
and
that
you're like,
question.
"Oh, it's hot out. I don't
Hold
wanna
that
cook."
thought.
Not anymore. There's Factor. It's gonna help you cook. Factor's a subscription service that brings nutritious meals to your door. All you need is 2 minutes to heat, eat, and enjoy restaurant quality meals like Red Robin, my favorite restaurant. There's 0 prep work, 0 cleanup, and a whole lot to love. Factor has been my go-to dinner when I'm working late at the studio. I love when it's 3 o'clock in the morning and I get to crack open a nice Factor. Oh God, thinking about it now, I get a little. Cut the camera. I can get pork chops, roasted garlic chicken, and hearty
Average
pastas,
of
all from the push of a
75
button
viewers
from
for
my microwave.
partner.
Plus,
Are you
Factor's
partner?
flexible, so I can
You're
adjust
partner,
my
right?
orders needed
Fuck,
without
no,
any
I'm not.
hassle. And with over 35 meals to choose from each week,
What?
and
I thought you
specialty
got
options
partner
like
for
keto,
every year.
calorie smart, and vegan,
Nah, I
you're
got
certified a
affiliate
dish that
when it
works
came out.
for you. Do summer right with Factor by your side. Just get the grocery store
Nah,
lines
the
with
most
Red Robin
concurrent
Company
viewers
tea,
I've
and
ever
then
had was like
Factor75.com, or click the link below
55
and
or
use code
60 or something.
50 to get 50%
Dude, if I
off
get-
your first Factor box and 20% off your next
If I stream one more day
That's code PAPA50 at
and get an average of
75
4 viewers,
to get 50%
I'll get
off
that
your
box
first
done.
plus 20% off the next
Stream on 4
box.
different days will be
Thank you
done.
to Factor for sponsoring this
Stream for
video.
4 hours is already
We're
done.
gonna start with Preston.
And I need
Preston is a 30-year-old American
8
YouTuber
more
who started the same
followers,
way as
and
everyone
I'll
else
have
on this list, by
affiliate.
making gaming
Hell
content
yeah.
and eventually transitioning into vlogs, and
You get to start doing emotes.
and basically just copies Mr. Beast stuff and everything.
Like paid ones. I
I'm gonna
mean.
put
Running the
an
gamut.
emote of my cat.
As soon as Jimmy did the fucking listen to me saying,
Let's
Jimmy, like I know him.
go.
I've talked to him twice. He's a great guy. Yeah, we've spoken.
Yeah, I
him
wanna
a
go
couple
live now.
times. I asked for his fitness tips.
Did you?
Do it.
As soon as that motherfucker did world's most dangerous escape room with those spikes, those like kind of like Mario spikes in the thumbnail.
So I do
from other people.
sending
80
CMs with
different
viewers.
times. Do you think part of the strategy
Ooh,
was
wee.
that you-
That'll definitely
people
get you
trying to
some
trick you into
traffic.
Thinking that's a Mr. Beast video.
It'll
It's a Mr.
definitely
Beast
get us
video.
0
I'm one of the crew.
kills.
'Cause a lot of these are we're building a secret room, and it's almost every time they're wearing a red shirt and they're doing this. Hey kid, this video.
Maybe I should add like a queue to join.
Okay, Preston, that's fine.
Oh, that's lame though. Only doing one. If I was a viewer, I'd be like, fuck, now I gotta rejoin the queue and
You
wait.
tell anybody where my Fortnite room's at, I will skin you alive, and I will drape it on my wall. I feel like a lot of these.
I would queue it too, to be honest. I'm not teaching 4 people at once.
Which I want to start off with.
Oh, no,
Preston.
I know.
built a gaming room
Trust
inside
me.
of my TV because does that
After
not
what
sound
I
like
saw
a
last
fucking
night with people
Willy
that do
Wonka
know how to
premise?
do it.
Building a room inside your television, and it looks cool. It looks good. I want to see this. Let me get into this.
We'll just send all the learners on melee hand together.
I can have a room inside my
Oh
You
man.
stand there.
Alcoholic breath won't be able to
You just
find
hit the
me.
hand.
My back
If
won't
you're
have
low HP,
lashes on
click
it.
the
This
yellow.
belt. I'd give anything for that,
Then
Preston.
don't worry
Preston
about the
has
rest.
almost 30 million subs. I need to
You're
take
gonna
those
infinitely
notes.
burn
I
and
need to get
poison
my
each other.
sub game up, dude. Should we do a video where we
If you're
build a
burning,
secret
run
room?
to that
Who would I
corner.
hide from, though?
Never
My wife.
leave
I built a
until you're
secret
done burning.
gooning cave inside my house.
If you're
It's a filthy
infinitely
slut.
burning,
Everywhere.
you just stay there
I
forever.
built an anti-subpoena room. She can't take half of everything if she can't find me.
And I'm gonna see if any of these 12 delivery drivers can find me.
So the objective is you're hiding from delivery drivers. Don't get me wrong, I know that they're actors, but still just the idea of just like, you're telling a kid being like, you should create a secret room and order pizzas. And they'll come in your house and try to find you. You're like, are the pizza people just gonna enter the house? They'll probably just
You think
leave
I'll
the
have a
door and get
better-
all the free pizza in the world.
Better chance of finding
Preston,
work if
they
I go
definitely
on
were not told
Indeed.
that Preston is in the TV. Don't go anywhere.
You have a,
Like, what kind of work would I find on there that I would qualify for?
You have the best chance applying on every single medium you can.
It'd be horrible.
Sucks.
Horrible. But think about
I
that.
hate doing that shit.
On Preston's
I
YouTube
wanna
channel,
play
someone was
right now, bro.
Preston as a
I
pizza
did
driver
some
got
job
trampled over
application,
$17.
I rigged this entire house with
I know I
traps
should
because
do
they dropped my
more
pizza.
though.
Preston kind of be looking like my sleep paralysis demon, dude.
We have 3 new products at Farmers right now, including this one for Valentine's Day. And we have this one too. And finally, last but not least, these beautiful joggers.
Oh, Preston, you're doing your merch plug and you're gonna ruin your swagger here, bruh.
This is for sitting brand for merch.
What do I do?
Alternate.
Do I find one more job app to do?
Alternate so you feel satisfied either way.
Or if I do one more, I won't feel bad if I do one more. But I will do more later. I'm gonna apply to Home Depot.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing?
Hello
How you
there.
doing? Come
Can
on,
I help
sit
you
on
with
down.
some
Today we're
wood?
talking about something that I've kind of gained a lot of interest in lately, which is asylums, right? They used to call them loony
That's kind
bins.
of
I
lame,
wouldn't
I'm
call them
sorry.
that anymore.
No,
right? I think that
no,
we've moved
no.
past that as a society. There's other ways to say mentally disturbed, mentally challenged. Some of these people aren't even, there's nothing even mentally wrong with them per se. Mostly women. Women were not treated
I'll make my
the best
title in my
these
stream.
situations, all right? But we're going to get to that very soon. Something that's really interesting is asylums or loony bins. It's just fun to say. It's just
God,
too
do you
fun.
have an alt
Asylums
account
in
to
the
follow
19th
me?
century were all designated for people that had some kind of mental thing. Like they were
I
trying
don't wanna
their
ask
best
that.
to have
Okay.
a place to have care for these people with mental disorders,
remember my
right? But
login.
things got carried away. You
I'm
know,
gonna
people were
cheat a little
testing on
bit.
them, just vaccines, because they're just like, fuck it, they're crazy. Just test anything on them. And then as the 20th century rolled on, it got so overpopulated and so overcrowded that funding began to drop to where these places just became literal nightmare prisons for people that had mental disabilities or epilepsy, or maybe they were a little kooky. They get, people just beat the shit out of them, did all kinds of things. And today I just kind of wanted to talk about some specific locations and some of the horrible things that happened there. Because the asylum is such a trope now, right? I think of Grave Encounters, that movie. Remember that one? Pretty sure there's one called Session 8 or Session 9, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. But without further ado,
What
let's
is
get
this?
into
Is
it. We
this
first
new?
tiptoe our way into the Letchworth Village, a 2,000-acre facility
What is
designed in
this?
1911 to
I'd like
house
you to tell me the address of
2,000
this
patients, which
current
is an
location.
acre
I'm
for every
looking at it
patient.
here.
Not a bad gig when you say it like that. It's kind of like a timeshare. You know what I mean? You get a little slice of heaven. One of their boasts was to separate epileptic from feeble-minded. You either have epilepsy,
Dude,
you know,
saying
shine a
location
flashlight too
San
much, you
Diego,
might have a seizure.
California
The
does not help
feeble-minded,
me
that's
understand
a
where
big-
this
that's a big
building
nut to
is.
catch. You know what I mean? Most of the time, patients with epilepsy were treated the same
I
as
need a
those with
fucking
diminished
address.
capabilities. If you just had epilepsy,
All right,
you were
Google
being
Maps.
put in the same area as people
Carry
who
me.
were maybe just completely mentally insane. I mean, no delineation really. They're just like, fucking throw them in. Welcome to Letchworth Village. Some guy's just like, hi, I have epilepsy. I take medication. There's a guy like eating his own shit next to him. He's like, I don't know why we're in
Okay,
the same room
okay.
together. They even had programs for able-bodied to work and provide for the community. Pretty nice. You get a nice little job on the side as well. Almost immediately upon opening in Letchworth, it was overcrowded and filled mostly with children. The facility openly admitted to experimenting on patients,
Hey,
the most famous
Al-Qaeda.
of which was the polio vaccine. The first experimental dose was given to
It's
an
a banger.
8-year-old boy in 1950. This success was a contributing factor as to why Litchworth
Al-Qaeda
was
and
allowed to
Rushdie.
stay open until
Banger.
1996, despite the
Banger.
controversy and despicable conditions. So basically, they're like, listen, we have all these little kids running around. Some of them shake when you shine big bright lights at them fast. Some of them try to eat their own face, but at least we're testing out vaccines.
What do you
right,
think
guys? And
the
it worked.
job
And I like how people are
lot
just like, okay, that's all the
associate
proof-
means? Like
that's all the
you're
proof you
fucking
need right
getting
there. Patients were separated into 3 groups of
helping
Litchworth,
people
when
take
all
stuff
3
to the
terms were
car,
used in a clinical
maybe
setting for
collecting
psychological
carts.
classifications and were defined with a well-defined
Honestly,
set of limitations
couldn't
and
tell you.
abilities. These are the 3 group of sectors that go as followed. Idiots, okay, which was the mental capacity will never exceed that of a 2-year-old. That's apparently the definition of an idiot. Imbecile, between idiot and maximum mental capacity of a 7-year-old, and a moron, somewhere above imbecile, but will not exceed the mental capacity of a 12-year-old. And these were used by doctors, dude. Well, Bryce over here, he's
Designer.
an imbecile. Well, Greg, you're not going home because you're a
cashier.
moron.
Sure.
You have like a clipboard. Let me look through the manila folder here. You're a whack job. That's the medical terms at Harvard. You will not be seeing your family ever again. Have fun. Also, someone's going to be giving a series of vaccines to you even though you're not sick. So that's going to be good for you. Many of the patients were unclothed because after a while in a lot of these places,
Law
people used to have
associates
gowns and
assist
stuff. It got
customers with
so
the loading
overpopulated
of
that
their
they were just like, "Fuck,
vehicles
we're not even
and
gonna
also
fucking
monitor
invest
and
in any more
maintain the
gowns," which I
entrance
don't
to
think
the
would cost
store.
that much, but a lot of these people were totally unclothed. They were just naked walking around, shitting themselves, just
Think I'm strong,
unbelievable.
I
The
can
board,
carry a
like many
200
facilities at
pound
the time,
brick
it was crowded, which was
to
facilitated
this
by the
person's
rapid spread
car
of disease like
for their
polio,
garden.
tuberculosis, and many other conditions. With a facility the size of Letchworth, it's necessitated having their own morgue, which in turn made a
play
need for ways
RuneScape,
to
come on.
transport the bodies. A death chute. How do you commission that? How do you have a contractor come in? So we're needing a tube for these
What is the
nutcases.
platform
Oh, you guys,
store
I thought you
support?
was only idiots here. No. We got tons of wackos and nut jobs. We're gonna need a death chute right here. And it's gonna go right into our own furnace room, which has now been deemed the morgue. About a mile from Letchworth is a cemetery with about 900 graves, mostly child-sized. Not a single name was left to inscribe them, only numbers. All of the 900 victims, like none of them had any names. It was just their file numbers at Letchworth. How fucking demented is that? Well, of course, your son. Oh, 0744. You can see him up there at the cemetery. Go dig around for a while. All the tombstones are stacked like Jenga
What was the name of your
piles.
first
Like they're not even
school?
in the
I
ground.
honestly
They're just
don't remember.
stacked up vertically like that. In the 30s and 40s, lobotomies were a very common practice throughout many asylums. Remember that? You ever see that? Take the little nail, you pop it up. People do, ooh. Or they were crazy before, and then now they're like in a vegetative state, basically. Both chemical and surgical lobotomies were performed by hammering a long metal pick, which in this case was a literal ice pick from the original surgeon's kitchen. What? They would go through an eye socket, through the bone, and into the brain. Chemical lobotomies were the use of neuroleptics that inhibited communication between the prefrontal cortex. Surgical lobotomies merely severs that connection physically. You either want to have some nice funny juice that makes you go to sleep, or you want the nice big ice pick that makes you go to sleep. I probably would want chemical, right?
I don't think he had anesthetic, so they were just like...
Yeah. They're like, can I have numbing cream? They're like, nah. Just fucking put it up right there. Fuck that. Which I guess with one hit, you'd be, you know.
There's been times where, like, they hit.
They do. And then you fall down. Yeah, fuck that. That would be terrible. Which, let's go into some of the specifics of these lobotomies. In severing the prefrontal cortex, patients often died from infection or malpractice. Remember how we said that there might be a couple hits of the hammer? That's malpractice, okay? I think I got it. I don't know. Ah, fuck, let's just restart. It's not like, it's like pretty much people where they're trying to find a stud in the wall. You're like, ah, fuck, it's just drywall again. All right, well, let's reset. The surgery initially involved drilling a hole into the side of the skull. To simplify the surgery, the Freeman-Watts prefrontal lobotomy was developed. And this guy, he developed it in 1948, and he literally used an ice pick from his own kitchen. Imagine
That's
that.
some good water.
1948 too feels weird. That feels like more of like an 1848
Some good
kind of
water.
thing. You know what I mean? Well, I'm going to use the ice pick. Why not?
That's some good
1948,
water.
The war's over. I mean, you know, just in terms of like global history, the war is done, and people are
How do I
just
see
all right.
my
I'll
phone
just
number?
take my ice
My
pick.
number.
Maybe that is why you did it. I'm feeling great because the war is done. I'm just going to use my ice pick instead of
Phone
going
number.
to the store. It was designed to be done with or without anesthesia. Oh my God. Freeman suggested using electroconvulsive therapy to render the patient unconscious before doing it, shocking the patient into a near coma. Well, I want to be humane. Can we at least put these 4 car batteries on the back
some
of this
good
chair
bong
and
water.
just give them a couple shocks? They're almost
That's
into
some
a
good
coma?
bong.
Perfect. Let's begin. The surgery had no
Bong
active benefits
water.
other than making more hostile
How much
patients
subs
that were,
for
like,
drinking the
convulsive
bong
and
water?
stuff. It just made them more quiet. It made them more
50.
still and just emotionally numb all around. It's not that it would necessarily stop
can't
them from hitting
afford
themselves.
that.
They would just be in a
I
vegetative
can't even
state.
afford
In
a
1950,
one.
the procedure was banned in the Soviet
Somebody
Union.
say,
The U.S. has
"Oh,
never
nothing
officially
for
banned
you."
them, though they were said to be rare since the 1980s. Several states have banned them, though. Russia
Jesus.
said that's a bit too much. How does
We're
the
so
world
fucking
have Russia say
disgusting.
that? And we were just like, I mean, come on. We haven't officially banned them.
Hey.
We haven't really done it since the 80s. It's still kind of crazy.
not my
Which
fault.
also makes you think,
You
are
gotta
these
clean your
practices
bong,
still in
bro.
use today?
You're right.
Which electroshock therapy? For those
See,
hysterical
actually,
women.
I haven't
That's how the
seen
photo was
it.
made. We're gonna get into
That does actually need to be cleaned.
Many female patients were abused in the facility by care persons, employees, or other patients. Many children were born and quietly adopted out. How nice is that? You have a patient who's pregnant, and all of a sudden they're just like, just take them. You think that the doctors were pocketing some of that money? There's no way it was official. They're just like, well, we got a
Please
fresh
listen
batch of
to
babies up
3
here. And
previous
just give me $30.
positions which are
Some of these
relevant
photos
to
are
working
fucking
at the
crazy.
Home
What's
Depot.
crazy too is a lot of these asylums, like some of the pictures we're looking at here, they're just still standing today.
I don't
They're
think
just kinda
fast food
boarded
would be
up, whatever,
relevant.
but you could go inside and there's still just a bunch of shit that's left over. It's pretty crazy. But that was Letchworth. On to the next happy place. The name of the hospital is Several's Hospital. There's not several hospitals. Kind of confusing, but that's just the way it is. Look at the picture here. Look at that. I love
Dude, the
to be
GM
insane
saying
here.
that Duke
Right?
is
It
so
was opened
free
in
now.
1910 in Essex,
Oh,
England.
yeah?
The 300-acre site was the second asylum
They
to be
removed
established
prep
in
time,
Essex.
like
You had
getting the
hiccups the
mushrooms.
first time around. Second times you do it right. In the
They removed
1950s,
that from
patients
the
were
timer.
used in psychiatric experiments with the common theme of the lobotomy.
Ooh,
Classic.
ooh.
The definition of psychiatric conditions at the time permitted pregnant women to be classified as unable to perform daily tasks. So having a child outside of
I'll be right
blood
back. I'm
block
gonna go
was a
use the
suitable
bathroom.
reason to be admitted as insane.
I don't even remember how long I worked at Target for. I don't know. That was when I was really, really into smoking weed all the time. All that time was a fucking blur.
I am back.
Think about that. I would say the majority of pregnancies I ever hear about are accidents, right? Just trying to have a good time. All of a sudden you have a baby, now you're insane. Which, to me, this translates to a bunch of rich people fucking around on the side with their mistresses, whatever. They get pregnant, then they're like, your kid's here, and they're just like, you're crazy! Take her up to the loony bin, and they give them like 15 quid. They give him 15 pounds and send her up fucking to the Essex stay, eh? Hey, I put some goopies in a minge. Send her up to Several's, would you? And hey, here's an ice pick along the way. I feel like that's actually it's a much darker time, but I do feel like that unironically happened probably a lot. They were noted to have been subjected to electroconvulsive
watching a
therapy and
streamer
lobotomy just
fucking
because they
play
had a pregnancy
RuneScape,
out of
but,
wedlock.
like-
That's a bit harsh to me. We don't see that in Planned Parenthood now. I feel like we've outgrown
You
that.
open up
thankfully.
another
As with most facilities of this
Oh,
nature,
man,
it
he's just
suffered
making
from
a
being
dumb
chronically
noise.
understaffed.
I just
Severals,
laugh at
however,
stupid
dealt
shit.
with this by
I'm sorry.
sedating patients with formaldehyde
How dare
in
you
order to keep them
apologize?
under control. Much like mothers in the
Like, he
80s
opened
and
the
90s
stream,
used
and he was
NyQuil
just
to
doing
get
a
little
chicken
me
noise.
time. Remember that when you were younger and
Guy
you're
in the
just like,
stream
God,
where
you
he
must be, I
opened.
think you have a
That's
fever
funny.
here. take this NyQuil, and all of a sudden you're sedated for 2 days, and mom gets to drink her red wine and watch Sex in the City. Dun, 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 dun. I'm more of a Carrie. No, I'm more of a Miranda. Said no fucking person ever. No one ever wants to be Miranda from that show. You ever watch Sex in the City? Good show. Formaldehyde is used to treat certain convulsive disorders. It also has been used in treatments of alcoholism and the treatment of nervous and mental conditions to calm and relax.
Wait, don't I need to bring a rope
just, like,
for
subdues people? A patient with what was believed to be Tourette's,
You've
who
been
made
there
clicking
before,
noises
haven't you?
with her tongue, was encouraged to have her tongue removed to discourage the behavior. Once again, I
If
look
you
at
have,
all
you
these
need
doctors
2
always
ropes.
looking at clipboards, and they're just like, okay, well, Rebecca keeps clicking. Go to my office. And
If
grab
you
a
have
pair of
0
scissors.
ropes.
I think
Wait,
we're
no, I have
going
next
to
unlocked. That should absolutely be fine.
in the Nincompoop section, next to the Neanderthals. Rebecca, are you having a good day? She's like, enjoy your snack pack. Cut that bitch's tongue out immediately. Due to lack of staff, patients were said to be lined up against the walls and hosed in a lieu of proper bathing. No more shower time. Literal just hosing. All right, they're clean. I'm pretty sure they're clean. It's all right. Depending on the hose, too. If it's like a fire hose, that shit could like peel your skin. Good God. During World War I, it was used to house soldiers who experienced shell shock. Though we now know this as PTSD. It was considered a medical condition you could be given electroshock therapy and lobotomization for. You watch your friend die in war, see somebody get cut in half, see somebody get disemboweled, maybe an ice pick up your nose, maybe a couple little bolts of lightning through your head. You feel better now? Now they're just subdued. They can't express themselves, but it's just nightmares in their head. And the doctor's just like, look how much calmer he is. And you're just like... The culture inside Severals, from the medical superintendent Russell Barton himself, was said that every patient suffered 2 conditions: their original condition and something we define institutional neurosis. Okay, big words. He described the environment itself as dangerous. So even the medical superintendent himself said this is a dangerous place to be. You're gonna come in with something and you're gonna also pick up something else because this place is so haunting. Severals kept 1 locked ward for women who were
What do I do if I
promiscuous
can't remember
by
how long
reason
I
of
worked
mental
at
illness alone.
a
They like
spot?
to have dirty sex because they were
I just-
beings to be
Just estimate,
something.
They got dirty pussies and they have dirty brains. That's what they had written on the wall. That was like a sign. It's like, take your shoes off. These
do
women
not
have
actually
dirty
give a
pussies,
fuck
therefore
about that
dirty
shit
minds.
for real.
The doctor's just like, perfect.
There's
Get a
3
light
previous
or light on that?
positions.
I want to be able to read that down the hallway. Despite the intention for this to keep promiscuous women from having sex, it did not
I
stop
really
the
only worked at
activity.
Target,
It was known
those
activity
that
for
is
male
related to
employees to
Home
obtain
Depot.
female patients after they were given electroconvulsive therapy.
Fuck.
When they were of diminished capacity, a social worker at the time defined the occurrence as a bit dirty. That's disgusting, Nick. Do we put this in the video?
That happened.
I mean, it did happen. They would say, oh, these women who like to have sex, we're going to give them electroshock therapy. And then the staff would take advantage of those people. And then social workers would come, and then a report just said, it's a bit dirty. You kind of hope that there would be a bit, I guess, a bit more. It's not even like a thing where they're just like, I don't agree with this at Severals. Instead, it's just like, it's a bit, come on, guys. The common theme among these institutions seems to be lobotomies, the use of electroconvulsive therapy, and rampant overcrowding and understaffing. This actually looks haunting. Severals Hospital looks like a fucking maze. It's like a giant castle. It's like a labyrinth. I can't even imagine some of the, there's that great scene at the end of Amadeus. So the guy tries unaliving himself in the movie. And at the end, they take him to a hospital, but they also take him to an asylum because they think he's gone mad. So as he's going around, it's just like severely overcrowded. The sounds and like the chaos. I always wondered how true that is. Because in some movies, you kind of get it both ways. You have the Amadeus thing where it's like absolute chaos. And then there's other movies where it's like hauntingly quiet. And it's like a weird juxtaposition. If it's earlier in time, it's more chaotic because they didn't know how to lobotomize or, basically just like shock people into being a vegetative state. And then if it's newer, people are all just kind of fucking brain dead from all the fucking malpractice stuff going on. Pretty horrifying. Which leads us into our third stop, the New Jersey State Lunatic Asylum. What a name, dude. No beating around the bush on that one. Hey, drop your fucking wackos off here. Thanks. It's a big appeal for these asylums, too, to have, like, government funding.
A lot of it is government funded, yeah. People would make money through families paying.
Oh, so it's almost like a retirement home thing, too, where it's like you have premiums where you're like, we have a disturbed son, drop him off, and now it's like rich families paying for whatever.
Oh yeah, do you think before I go live you can help me figure out why I can't hear my followers on my end?
That's like one of my favorite.
I don't know if it's
Anyways, the New
complicated
Jersey
or
Lunatic
something.
Asylum first opened in 1848,
But pretty much,
but has since been
I got my
closed and
follower
reopened
thing
several
from
times. In
the Twitch
1907,
website
Dr.
itself,
Henry
and
Cotton
then I
became a
copied the
medical
browser
director
source
under
and
his
then made
theory
a
that patients experience mental illness
thing
as
on
a direct
OBS,
consequence
but
of
I don't know
disease.
what I
That's
did on
actually kinda metal.
OBS
There's
made
like
it
something
so I don't
biological
hear it
attacking you, and that's what was
myself,
making you
but the
mentally
stream
disturbed.
uses it.
That's pretty brutal. Bioterrorism. See what I mean? It's kind of fucking crazy. It's like some Umbrella shit. Umbrella, Resident Evil. Have you heard of it? I just got done playing Resident Evil Biohazard, so I don't know. Dr. Cotton was a great guy. He would order staff to remove teeth and other body parts from patients to limit infection.
Yeah,
Until 1960, it was common practice to remove a patient's teeth. Why? Is it just
I
to
don't wanna
literally
take up
stop the
your
spread of
time, bro.
infection? What if Dr. Cotton was just
'Cause
like,
you're
he
also
believed that the
streaming.
tooth fairy was real, and that was his deal? I'm finding that a lot of these
Show your
crazy,
screen right now.
wacko,
Open up
insane
OBS.
patients seem to
It'll
be
take like
harboring
2
a lot of
seconds.
infection in their teeth.
I'm
You
in a
should
job
remove them and give
application,
them to
hold
me.
on.
And in his office, he just had a giant bed with a
After
huge
this
pillow
job
and just, like,
application.
mounds of teeth underneath it.
I'm
And he's
trying
like,
to finish real quick.
have the biggest payday anyone's ever had from that little fairy.
the center of the horrors all stem from Dr. Cotton and his practices. His determination to remove any and all erroneous organs made a monster that legends still linger today. His policies, while barbaric, also had some progressive standards. While he did remove people's teeth and removed organs, and he was a horror character and villain, he did have some positive and progressive
Yeah, I really
practices
hate
at the
that I've
time.
been
Which
out
one
of
of the
work
big
for
ones
so
was
long.
he eliminated most of the use of mechanical
can't
restraint.
really
You
help
know,
it.
like being strapped down, you know, any kind of things where it's like people can't move and you're just confined to a certain area all day. He said, "Fooey with it," which, you know, if you have no arms, legs, or teeth, you really don't need to be just strapped down, right? 2, he had daily meetings with staff to communicate patient charts. He actually cared. And lastly, he instituted occupational therapy. So he actually did try to have people come in and talk with these people after being traumatized, which also, I bet you anything, he like would grab them by the fucking ropes and he'd be like, "If you tell them that I took your teeth and tried getting a loan from the tooth fairy, I will fucking bash your brain in. Do you hear me, Josh?" And Josh is like, you know, because he has a fucking lobotomy and no fucking teeth. He's like, "Good boy." Kisses him and pushes him into the therapy session. Bizarrely, Dr. Cotton had an obsession with Kellogg studies, in particular, the no-nut
That's
practice.
what the Walmart
Kellogg
run up for
believed that
Walmart.
jacking it was an illness and a proper diet would stop it. I love that old-timey thinking. Well, if you just eat the cornflakes, you won't want to nut all the
I
time.
hate that
What the
job
hell is up with
title,
this country with people
stalker.
nutting all over the place?
I'm
You know what? We
stalking
need to put an
customers
end
around
to
the
this.
store,
And Dr.
watching
Cotton's
them
quest to
fucking
remove
shop
illness
and
from his
stuff.
patients. The teeth were standard procedure to remove, but what went beyond that were the tonsils, adenoids, and the sinuses. That is fucking crazy. Removing someone's sinuses? Why? Holy shit. What a fucking nut job. If removing all those things didn't cure the patient's mental illness, you go after the spleen and the gallbladder. Stomachs and colons had to go as well. Basically, you would just need to be like, okay, if I don't
Not that
pretend to
funny.
just like act
You
how he
don't have
wants
to
me to
force
act,
a laugh.
motherfucker's gonna play, you know, operation on me all day. All right, well, we took the teeth. He still seems to cry. Odd. So we took his sinuses, and he still seems to weep and feel sad. So we're going to take his big toes and intestines. I think that's where the infection probably lies. He performed these procedures himself despite not being trained to do so. The man should not be around a surgeon table at all, and yet he's plucking out these things left and right. What the hell is going on here? Experimented on patients by injecting bacteria from their own organs back into them and injecting them with horse blood serums. This is witchcraft. Dr. Cotton is because there's got to be a horror movie on this guy. And it is said he operated on thousands of people, including his own sons Adolf and Henry Jr. Come on. You can't name one kid Henry Jr. and the other kid Adolf. But let me tell you something with his sons. He had their teeth removed to protect them from mental illness. He later committed unaliving. That's gotta be a swift kick in the balls, huh? Guys, I'm doing this for your own benefit. All right? This is gonna clear you up tip top. And then like a year later, they're both gone. And he's just like, should have removed those teeth much sooner. Which also, not only did he have his son's teeth, which, you know, they're gone, it's stated here also that he had some of his own teeth removed and his wife's teeth. Just a big, toothless, gummy, fucking nightmare family portrait that would be. Which 1/3 of all of his patients died as consequences of his surgeries, which is just so tragically sad. Just one guy who was put in charge and just kind of like fucked over a ton of people. Which also, could they have made the asylums any creepier? Like looking at these pictures, they always look just devastatingly haunting. I will say the chairs in this room are fun.
No, I have to take an assessment. Are you serious?
I hate that shit.
Yeah, they do look like bumper cars, or yeah, like some kind of like pizza room at Chuck E. Cheese or something. Now the walls are haunting with everything peeling off, and I bet you anything that's lead paint, that probably didn't help either with asylum stuff. It's just tons of lead paint that they used back in the day. God, this bathroom, my God, this is just haunting. No wonder. I mean, like, asylums are such great pieces for horror movies and games and stuff. Is Outlast, is that an asylum? I think that's an asylum. I'm pretty sure I haven't played that in a while. Number 4 coming in, the Topeka State Hospital, formerly the Topeka Insane Asylum. This asylum, or this hospital, if you want to call it that, ran from 1872 to 1997, over 100 years that this place is open. Which in 1913, Kansas wrote an act to prevent the procreation of habitual criminals, idiots, epileptics, imbeciles, and insane, and providing a penalty for the violation thereof. So basically, if you fell into any of these things, any of these weird, arbitrary naming conventions, you were unfit to have children. They would be. I mean, you would go to prison if you had a kid. Which Kansas, I've seen my fair share of fucking weirdos in Kansas, and I don't think that law got held up too well. In 1913, the law had to be approved by a court on per-case basis until 1917, where the law was amended to allow forced sterilization of anyone who was institutionalized. So if you got into a loony bin, they're going to cut off your balls. Essentially, that's what it is. I'm not saying that they literally went in and cut the sack or whatever, but still, you will not be able to produce a child when you leave. Okay? And at this time, as early as 1907, states were acting upon the theory of eugenics, which admittedly had those kinds of connotations. Racist people. In Topeka, Kansas? What? Racist people in Topeka, Kansas? No. I doubt it. Topeka? Most of the state sterilization happened in Topeka State Hospital. Like Dr. Cotton in New Jersey, they were obsessed with taking certain body parts. Where Dr. Cotton wanted to remove parts for harboring a mysterious psychosis, including bacteria, the Topeka State Hospital was primarily interested in eugenics of the matter. Patients were immobilized with mechanical restraints, you know, belts and all that kind of stuff.
Relative to my peers, I believe that I am much more aggressive than most others. Why would I choose that? Yeah, I just fucking randomly punch customers
and led around like animals. It just feels like power trip type stuff. It feels like a bunch of fake doctors coming in, getting their fucking ego stroked and being able to like humiliate and like feel all powerful and stuff in these situations. Reports of SA abuse and neglect were rampant, but little was done until 1988 when they lost their funding. They didn't lose their funding until 1988? That's insane. That's a long time. I mean, they were open for around 100 years. People were just like, we should probably stop funding this. Some guy walks in and they're like, he can roll over and he can shake my hand. You know what I mean? Acting like they're fucking dogs in there. You should probably stop sending these people checks, I would imagine. The nearby cemetery where patients were buried over a 75-year period is a 2.8-acre plot with over 1,100 graves, of which only 16 were given headstones. So little oversight was present in the hospital that perfectly sane individuals were incarcerated without consent. In the 1930s, a Danish immigrant, John Crabbe, was incarcerated after a tussle with a gentleman who was flirting with his girlfriend. Gets mad that somebody's trying to pick up his girlfriend. Next day, he's in a fucking insane asylum. That's probably the right solution to that. With his limited English, he was eventually labeled as clinically insane and was held there for 20 years. So because he could not speak proper English, he was quote-unquote clinically insane and was held there for 20 years. Also, if you're there for 20 years, he probably literally went insane from that experience. Probably had tons of medication that he shouldn't have been taking. Ugh, can't even think about it. Patient care associates were questioned as to why they didn't believe he was sane, and they were quoted as to saying that he was trying too hard to prove he was sane. That's the definition of a catch-22 right there. I'm not insane. Whoa, wacko, easy. Eyewitness reports in the late 1800s detail patient abuse and even likely murder. Pretty crazy. Patients were starved to death in several noted instances. And once a child was incarcerated, they were no longer allowed to see their parents. Visitation was limited and extremely controlled. Of the 29 wards they had, only 4 allowed visitations. That's pretty demented. Even to be a child, and they're just like, you're never going to see your parents ever again. I imagine the 4 allowed visitations, I bet you that was for like high profile people. The Kennedys. Jackie Kennedy eating her sheet metal. Or John F. Kennedy walking in and being like, you look great, Jackie. She's like, eating the sheet metal. The facility was closed down in 1997 as a budget-cutting measure, leaving an abandoned building that was demolished and totaled as of June of 2010, leaving behind a haunting memory of nothing more. This is actually a really fucking creepy looking place. They always do look like castles, don't they? Just like large stone castles. I don't know. Kind of creepy. I will say some of the architecture in here and some of like the woodworking and stuff is really impressive. A lot of these asylum photos, you know what they look like? They look like fucking Titanic pictures, don't they? Like the paint peeled off. It kind of looks like there's tons of water damage and stuff. Just like a floor plan here. Yeah, but they do look like giant castles. And essentially these are just prisons.
Holy shit, these questions are so annoying. I'm not even fucking hired yet, man.
Called Bedlam after the 1940s movie. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is known to be one of the worst asylums in the world, if not the worst asylum in the world. It was established in 1247 and is Europe's oldest facility dedicated to treating mental illness. This is the oldest asylum ever, though it's not quite defined as to what they considered mental illness in the day, as other sources say they house the poor and unfortunate. All in all, this is it was an asylum. There was crazed people, but there was also probably people who were just in other unfortunate circumstances, such as homelessness and all that kind of stuff. At this time in history, patients weren't thought to be curable and no treatments happened. The concern was limited to housing and containment. Patients were referred to as inmates. There was no idea of actually helping anyone. They were just kind of like, you're just going to stay here forever. And that was the treatment at the time. And to even not even known as a patient, as an inmate, you are on the same level as a prisoner is pretty crazy as well. It wasn't until 1670 1675, hundreds of years later, that
How
Bedlam became
often will they
overcrowded with
say
patients
you are able to
ranging
give
from
bad
schizophrenia
news
to
to
basic learning
customers without making
disabilities.
them
Utilized
upset?
practices of
never
rotational
been in
therapy,
that
which is the
situation,
process
bro.
of spinning someone at high speeds to render them unconscious or make them vomit. You know how we have shots now that can make people pass out and stuff? They just put you in a big wooden crate back in the day and spin
just
you as
lying
fast
on my
as they possibly
ass
could
like
until
I'm
you
the
would just
fucking
pass out on your
perfect
own. My God.
person.
The first person to theorize that rotation might provide a therapeutic compression of the brain was Erasmus Darwin, grandfather to Francis Galton and Charles Darwin. He also thought it might prove to be useful to put patients to sleep for surgical procedures. Pretty interesting.
How often
Kind of
will
weird
they
thing,
say that
you know?
you
I
were
made a
able
spinny
to
box, and I
persuade
think it puts
customers
people
to do
sleep. I think
something
it's gonna be good
they
for
were
therapies. And his grandson's just
reluctant
like,
to
I
do?
killed God.
That sounds sus.
His grandson's like, well, that's cool, Grandpa. Yeah, I kind of just figured
Welcome
out
to
the
sales.
lineage of humans to monkeys and apes. And he's just like, well, I think that
You want this
the
bag
box is
of
a
Coke?
bit more impressive, Charles. But
You
good,
want
good
some for
try.
your
It
children?
was a good try.
I think they
Jesus.
babies in that box.
I wonder if they
children
have
look
put
like they
babies. They
can
probably definitely put kids.
enjoy
I don't
this
know if they ever
Coke here.
had babies in there because you probably
They'll
can't
be
tell a
hooked in
baby's
no time.
insane until a child is being insane. I bet you they put children in there left and right.
Ruin
Yeah,
their
definitely.
lives while
What
they're
it's most
young, yeah?
famous for was surgical remedies, notably bloodletting,
That's a
cupping,
great
leeching, and worse.
salesman.
Many patients didn't survive
Much
the
more
remedies,
often
resulting
than
in mass
others.
graves found on
That's
the
how
property.
I
During this
answer.
time period, mental illness were thought to be the result of divine punishment or possessed by the devil. That's always fucking brutal, man. When they're just like, it's God. Which also to be a doctor back then, so easy. Well, the devil has him, so I'm going to finish my book and I'm going to take a nap. The devil has him. May God have mercy on your soul. And just like throw some water on him. And he's like, goodbye. The facility was built over a sewer and would regularly have human waste and mass quantities overflow into the courtyard. Ugh. And it cannot be stressed enough how much human waste was involved in this place. The town toilets were literally built against their wall and drained by the buildings. My God, that is disgusting. The noises that were said to emanate from this place at the time were rattling chains, swearing, screaming, beatings, and cryings, filling the town, just echoing out into the fucking town and everything. That's the only sounds that were able to be heard from outside. Wouldn't that be a nice place to show up? You're gonna live here. You just like look over and it's just this. It was so bad that in 1607, when local governors paid a visit, they ordered a purchase of clothing
I'm
and feeding vessels for
60%
inmates
done,
dining in the back of them,
bro.
which is
Like,
insane to
fuck
think about.
off.
Too. 1607, people
Fucking
actually giving a
dumb
fuck about
shit.
that. They're like, God damn, give them some fucking clothes and some bread. What the hell is happening in here? Okay, fine. We'll buy some more sheets and staple them together to a dress. Sorry, my liege. In 1674, the place was noted as falling in, and they needed more room to cram more quote-unquote lunatics into. It was then rebuilt into Mooresfield. Upon being rebuilt, it allowed visitors as other facilities did not at the time. Though it is documented that the visitation was not limited to family and friends of patients, but to the
All
public
these
as well.
questions
What
start
the
with,
fuck?
when
You
we
guys wanna go
ask
see
your
the loonies
most
up at the
recent
loony
manager,
bin?
you're
Yeah,
not
fuck,
asking
we
my
have
most
those
recent
better.
manager.
Let's
She
go do
doesn't
it.
even like
Person of note
talking.
mission in 1610 paying 10 shillings
not
to be able
going
to
through
tour
all
the
these
hospital to
questions,
view its
asking her one by
deranged
one.
denizens.
Why are
This
you even
served as a
asking
form
these?
of income until visitations were cut off in 1770.
Bitch
This
ass
resulted in a
fucking
loss
Home
of 300
Depot.
pounds per year, which in today's money would be right around 80,000 pounds or $100,000 USD. This new facility offered some form of treatment with restraint and religious procedures, which also, you know what's fucked up too, is if you had that kind of thing back in the day, right, where they're like, oh, people are possessed by the devil and be up there. If you were back then, you'd be like, you guys want to see somebody possessed by a demon? You know what I mean? Why would you not pay money to see that? That'd be fucking horrifying. Moving into the second half of the 1800s, they moved on to moral treatment, which relied less on mechanical restraints. There's some old guy that worked there, he's just like, back in my day, we just would fucking put him in a belt. Sleep it off! Rather like severals, the use of formaldehyde was implemented to keep patients. The current Bethlehem holds a museum open to the public featuring the Museum of Mind. It's dedicated to art and the awareness of mental health and how far we've come as a society, from the demons of stigma of the past to the scientific approach of today. It further highlights how much further we have grown. The museum actually does look pretty interesting. It'd be cool to go there. It'd also be really scary. Just imagine any kind of place where something horrible has happened. It almost feels like those things echo. I feel like you would have that in the museum. Even though it's like, hey, we didn't do that. We've grown so much. This is where we're at now. It still feels like you're like, this is tainted land. Which, you know,
When we ask
asylums
people
have
who
become
know you
something
well,
of
you're
a
not
past
asking
atrocity.
people
I don't
that
think
know
there's
me
any
well.
practices now. I think that
You're
there's
gonna
like,
call
like
Ty
halfway
on the
houses
phone
and
with
they
me,
live
man.
together, and then they're being helped by people of trained profession
About
and
this
stuff.
guy
It's
here.
kind of just a crazy thing of human history where that was just allowed. People that had mental disabilities or women who like to have sex, whatever, were just thrown into the same place and
Bitch
were
ass
just deemed
Home Depot.
unfit for society and were treated like animals. It's just kind of crazy to think that these husks still stand and they're still a constant reminder to things that didn't happen too terribly long ago. ago in the grand scheme of things. I thought the asylum thing was kind of a cool thing to talk about. It's pretty insane, and also some of these doctors are just completely deplorable. So just wanted to have a nice little positive, optimistic upload for you all today. This channel is the new asylum. We come here to have our therapy and to rejoice in all things that is deplorable and laugh at all of the people that were fucking demonically horrible and call them pieces of shit. Thank you so much for watching, and don't go to any loony bins, you fucking idiots, you imbeciles, and you maniacs. Take care, guys.
Okay. I am done doing that shit. I will do another Home Depot application later, but I don't want to go sit through a whole bunch of questionnaires again. Fuck that.
Understandable.
You want 2 chambers?
Not
Perhaps.
just a second, no.
Okay, I'm gonna do some racks.
Good luck, good luck.
This guy says, yo, puts a scurrious kill count. Someone got logs I can fletch? Fucking retarded. Buy some, dumbass. How do these motherfuckers ask for handouts all the time?
Got some free loot, Danny?
Yeah, chambers. Let's go get it. Come on. Come on, man. Come over here. Oh. I'm gonna start muted, I think. Maybe I'll talk when we start raiding.
Understandable.
Have a excellent day.
Hey everybody, we've got a new shirt for our Black Friday sale coming up, so if you're looking for some tasty new swag, be sure to head over to meatcanyon.store and get some new merch available for this time here. It'll probably be up later too, but there's a deal going on. Whatever. Enjoy the video. Another Black Friday in the books. Did you get all the things you wanted? Did you? Did you wait hours outside of a business to open up so you can get $2 off a video game? Black Friday just isn't the same anymore, is it? It's too commercialized. It's too sterile, you know? It's too safe. Remember when there used to be riots? There's chaos. It almost seemed like no company had any plan at all. They just said, we're just gonna have crazy deals and just let our employees spin themselves off. Well, let me take you back even further to one of the first biggest crazes of the holiday shopping season. Because I bet a lot of you don't even remember or don't even know about the Cabbage Patch Kid riots.
Is it too late to get that help? It's okay if it is. What did you get? What task was
Cabbage
that?
Patch Kids are nowadays? I feel like there's no way. No, there's no way.
I think so.
Anyone really remembers
Oh, yeah,
what Cabbage
that's what
Patch
it is.
Kids are? Unless, I don't know, you're in your 50s maybe. I mean, Cabbage Patch Kids are, it's old. 80s old. Stranger Things old. The Cabbage Patch Kid
What are you
craze
whispering
was an early
exactly?
example of crazy suburban consumerism taking over a market and being broadcasted to the world by all of these news stations as if it's like some kind of crazy zoo attraction or carnival attraction. It was like one of the first times where people were just like bum rushing stores to get a product. One of the big first cases of seeing FOMO You put the words there. In action on live television. I'm sure, you know, there's things where people probably had products they liked, but this goes deeper, because with every heinous, evil thing that is to ever exist begins with a child. Children, they want something. Parents want to give them something for being good, or just so they'll shut the hell up. And that is power. That is so much power. Everything, the world is dictated by 12-year-olds. Like, literally. That's it. Everything in media, everything you do is all a byproduct to promoting towards a 12-year-old child, which is why so many family-friendly YouTubers and stuff, it's all 12-year-olds who flock to that. The hundreds of millions of children that roam the streets of the internet, and also who have parents who have credit cards and cash that they can poke at and scream and be like, I want it! I want it! So, let's dive into this little product, the Cabbage Patch Kid. Seems simple enough. Here's a picture of it. Personally, if I saw that as a kid, I'd be like, huh? Right? But maybe the 80s were a different time. Cabbage Patch Kids were originally called Little People. And were created by Xavier Roberts in 1976 when he was a 21-year-old man, which is just odd to me that a 21-year-old man in the 70s was just like,
Little dolls that you adopt, and they're bald, and they're creepy, and they all have fucking faces and heads.
oh my god, is that the first Cabbage Patch, the Little People? It was inspired by a German fabric sculpture technique from the 19th century. He started crafting dolls with unique faces. That's very unique. I think that he just doesn't know how to anatomically make a baby. No, they're just unique. Your kid isn't ugly, it's just unique looking. He initially sold these dolls at craft shows, and they gained popularity for their distinctive and individualized features. In 1982, the doll caught the eye of toy company
Coleco,
which mass-produced them under the name Cabbage Patch Kids, leading to a nationwide craze in the 1980s.
My baby has a
So, you have a hot new toy out in the market, right? Some 21-year-old fucking hunk sits there. He's like, they have unique faces when really they're just fucked. And we're creating this sense of it's a hot product, red hot. All the cool kids with Hot Wheels and other shit, they're just like, yeah, do you guys even have a Cabbage Patch at all? And all the other poor kids are like, no. They're like, you guys are fucking losers, dude, for real. But what's weird here is Xavier actually introduced a bit of lore to how these things came about. The whimsical marketing backstory is that Xavier Roberts, the 21-year-old hunk, discovered a magical cabbage patch where the Cabbage Patch Kids were born from cabbages. What an imagination. And he decided to help them find loving homes by facilitating their adoption. Which also, that's just funny as like a child thing. Just like introducing adoption and stuff. This kid isn't yours, but he could be legally. Creating fanciful narratives that added to the allure and uniqueness of these dolls. No two dolls were supposed to be exactly the same, and each one's birth certificate had a unique name. God damn, Xavier. Classic. You get the people just being like, you're adopting this little guy. You're not buying him, you're adopting him, you're raising him. He's one of your own. This is a mouth to feed now, okay? Your doll's name is Bob, and there's not another Bob out there. He's very special, and you have to buy him. Creating that weird parasocial relationship with a doll immediately through the lore and backstory, pretty genius, Xavier. Not gonna lie. I need to start doing that with my shit. Then the first run.
I hate women.
Jesus.
Imagine being like, no two are the same.
I'm sorry.
These.
I'm just looking at Twitch.
Horrifying. I mean, am I wrong?
Why can't I,
look at the
dress up in a
leg
thong and get 1,000 views?
My fucking lord. But why were they so popular?
Probably
I guess I
could.
could.
Wouldn't be viewers you want, though.
Birth certificate. Emphasizing their individuality. So you're not only buying a toy, you're buying a new friend. Is that fucked up to do to children? Yeah. The adoption theme extended to adoption centers where people could adopt a doll instead of just buying it.
Who's gonna be in my
Further enhancing
VIPs
the
though?
personal
Once I
connection
get
between the
VIP
doll
badge?
and the owner. That is actually fucked. They have
Only 2 VIP
products.
slots? Like,
Come on in and meet your new brother.
Also, cabbage. How the fuck did you get away with that? I mean, I get that, like, the cabbage that kind of looks like their heads look like the cabbage head, but still, the
probably
smelliest,
like 10 mil
fartiest
GP for VIP
vegetable out
for
there.
the
The
day.
fart kids.
For a day is
Why did I
crazy.
say that like that? The creative marketing strategy significantly
Only 2
contributed to the
slots,
doll's
man.
massive
Highly
popularity
competitive.
and set them apart from toys of that era. Since each doll was unique and the demand caused the item to become scarce, they were as good as gold during the holiday season. Hopeful shoppers would drive many miles to nearby cities and towns to stand in line to try to get one. Does it sound familiar? Black Friday? Is it all coming full circle? Did Cabbage Patch Kids create this kind of hysteria? I don't know. Maybe.
How did you manage to get a Cabbage Patch doll?
Well, it wasn't easy, I'll tell you. I was talking to one of my radio sponsors one day, and the subject of these dolls came up, and I said, that's all I need.
I think he's talked to this doll. This doll has come to life and talked to him before. I was talking to this doll. I just had to get one. He like runs off.
What do you like best about your Cabbage Patch doll, Luther?
Well, it smells good.
That's what you like best about the doll? It smells fantastic, and also it tells me things that I should be doing.
Alright, I gotta fucking close this
What is
video.
that? What does that mean? Just different things that maybe I should. Different. I need help. It smells good and it's ugly as shit. That's why I like it.
So you thought the Cabbage Patch craze was over with, right? Well, welcome to the Cabbage Patch Clinic.
The neck is broken.
What's wrong with it? My kid's neck's broken. All right. Well, sew her up.
But with this accumulation of people, all the hype building, you know, FOMO rising from the children, Mom, I have to have one! We never expected something to happen in 1983. That, of course, I'm talking about is the Cabbage Patch riots.
Potential buyers are not above elbowing, shouting, and crying so they can walk away with their coveted prize.
So the Cabbage Patch riots in the early 1980s was probably one of the first heavily documented commercial, like buying product riots ever on TV. And this is just a little glimpse of those times.
Welcome to another holiday shopping season. When the doors opened at this Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania store, the pushing and shoving began. One woman was knocked to the floor and suffered a broken leg.
What I wouldn't give to just see that guy just like take that bag and just start beating the shit out of people. You're all animals! You're all fucking animals!
This scene has been repeated in...
I like how the cops just sitting there too. Oh, fuck, am I just horrifying? Oh my god, the Native American one. They did the Native American one dirty. I'm being completely honest.
About 16 inches high. They don't walk, talk, wet their pants, or grow hair. They don't do much of anything. But they have
I think every time the adults are talking about these things, they're just like, they don't do this, they don't do that, they're ugly as shit, and they're pretty much borderline useless. We have no idea why the children want them, but god damn it if they aren't flying off the shelves like hotcakes.
But they have upset the supply and demand cycle to an astonishing degree. There has never been such a first-year demand for a new doll.
As far as I'm concerned, they're the worst looking things I've ever seen. I mean, they are pathetic looking, they're homely.
They're pathetic looking. Them like throwing the boxes to people is so fucking crazy.
Demand exceeds supply, and there is only one reason.
I like them.
Literally, children are the worst.
I like them.
You know, if I was that fucking, I'd be like, you're not getting nothing. You know what you're gonna get? You're gonna get some tube socks. That's the last Christmas gift my dad ever gave me. Tube socks, open because he needed one for work. Not even joking, and a 12-gauge shotgun. That's the last Christmas gift my dad ever got me.
How old were you? I
was 12. Children really are just, I feel so bad for all these parents too. They're just like, I have no idea. I don't know what went wrong with all of us. Like this is probably the only time in the world where every adult just came together and they're just like, But these riots turned violent. I mean, people are pushing over each other. You know, we had someone fall down, her leg got trampled and was broke. You can see people with bloody shins. I mean, it was absolute mayhem in these stores of people just trying to get Cabbage Patch Kids, man. What the fuck? The shortage of the Cabbage Patch Kids during the 1980s was primarily due to unexpected high demand with limited product capacity. All of them sold out immediately. So they couldn't print the things fast enough. It caused absolute mayhem. You started seeing that adults who were trying to please their children were now getting mad.
We've been out here since midnight last night. And the manager told us that we will be handed a doll. We will not be able to pick what we wanted. I got a boy. I wanted a girl. Now all the other ones are allowed to pick what they wanted. And he just won't pay any attention to us.
You know, where's my Cabbage Patch Kid doll? If I can't get my kid a Cabbage Patch Kid doll,
Ooh, I got a Gmail.
Is my kid supposed to
Home Depot
feel
recruiting.
like a big piece of shit because Santa didn't give him a Cabbage Patch Kid doll?
They received my application.
Yes. Oops. Yes. You're terrible. That's what I said to my kid. Most stores stock 200 to 500 of the product, but that wasn't enough to satisfy the thousands of customers surging the stores trying to obtain one. The manufacturers and retailers hadn't anticipated the overwhelming demand, which led to scarcity on the shelves, further fueling the frenzy as parents scrambled to purchase the dolls in time for the holiday season. It's actually insane to me looking back on this now too that like Jingle All the Way, the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, is like, it's so real. It was engineered mania. The month-long marketing campaign heading into the holidays, plus severe lack of products, was meant to create panic, aka fear of missing out, or as people say, not to be confused with homo, which. Never mind. Just don't say the other one.
Not on the right spell book.
Overnight outside stores,
Fooligan.
parking lots, and mob displays. All of which may sound
Fooligan.
all right, but back then, I'm sure there was people just in there just being like, I want this, Mom. And this fucking big 45-year-old man comes running through. Get the fuck out of my way. Fucking push this little kid into a rack.
Kids who got the Cabbage Patch doll and had it grabbed out of their hands by grown-ups.
Should I knock or do you want to knock when we see him?
A full-grown woman taking a doll out of a child.
Wait, knock? What?
There was grown adults.
Yeah, should I knock or should I knock when we see him?
Like kids are just, the mom's like, I know you waited in line for a long time. You're good.
You should not knock at all.
Whatever. Fucking big, burly,
Stay up.
suburban, fucking overweight mom comes trudging to the store like a truck, right? Grabs a fucking box.
No, it says knock on Twitch,
She's
bro.
just like, too bad, my
This
little
thing.
princess needs it more than you. And like runs off. Several violent outbursts occurred in such major retail stores as Sears.
You're knocking out? I'm kidding.
I guess we could knock.
AKA
Oh wait, my mic's coming through.
Remember those?
Knocking me up again?
I knocked, bro. Let me in.
Pantheons of like old dead gods.
I'll let you in.
Drive by, like, the Midwest,
I'll always let you in.
Still see a giant JCPenney kind of sitting in an empty lot. And at the
Thanks,
height
it was
of the
cold
insanity,
outside.
Here's a quote from Newsweek. It was as if an army had been turned loose on the nation's shopping malls, ravaging the ficus trees, sloshing through the fountains, searching for the legendary stockrooms said to be filled with thousands of dough-faced, chinless, engagingly homely dolls. I like how even in the Newsweek too, the guy's like, you know, the editor too was like, I mean, should we be that hard on the dolls? He's like,
I just feel like your screen looks so much clearer than
that's as nice
mine.
as I can be, honestly. I do love that he put dough.
I did mean to have you screen share so I could look at some stuff.
Compare our qualities in streams. It's like night and day, bro.
We'll look at our settings together after stream
Also
today.
like how they're like in these sarcophaguses.
Yeah.
Buy me.
You little bitch.
For Cabbage Patch Kids, it's like a fever taking hold.
Don't talk to me
Potential
like that,
buyers
Danny. I'm
are
so
not
hungry
above
right now.
elbowing,
My bad.
shouting,
I'll mute.
and crying so they can walk away with their coveted prize.
I'm sorry.
No!
Don't yell at me.
Oh my god! I'm coming! Sorry, you said don't yell. I'm coming!
Oh.
The average person is buying 3
When
of
you
these
come in the
dolls.
library.
By October 6th,
Oh, shit.
all 2 million manufacturers were dolls.
I'm coming!
By Thanksgiving, what had been sellouts became the great Cabbage Patch panic. By the end of 1983, approximately 3 million Cabbage Patch Kids dolls were adopted. Demand was so high that $25 Cabbage Patch Kids were sometimes being resold for hundreds and sometimes even thousands of dollars, dude. Unbelievable. By 1984, the dolls
Yo,
and
get the
accessories had
fuck outta
generated
here.
$2 billion, almost half of Coleco's revenue that year, which was 4.5.
We must have did that shit at the same time. I thought for sure I beat you.
After the dust
Nah, I did
we
it
realized
faster.
the Cabbage Patch dolls were so huge that it
Got the
influenced
streamer
toy
reflexes
companies
now, you know.
to follow suit.
Oh,
It
shit.
almost set off a domino effect of like now every year.
I did
Sure,
that
it was
mid
probably a
racks
giant
while walking
shopping
under during
spree of
Enrage.
new toy.
Oh,
But
you're
some of the
so fucking hot.
noticeable ones that you might remember are
Thanks.
1996, the Tickle Me Elmo.
Tickle him again, and hold on. 'cause
It make you leave blood.
That little cocksucker.
Did I knock?
People go
Are we
crazy.
knocked together?
Furby dolls in 1998. Remember those?
Almost
Furbies?
unlocked.
You remember Furbies? Every kid had those. I had 2 of them. I did, literally. Fucking horrifying. There was an artist, I have to find the artist, but she makes the hairless Furbies. And I thought that was just so sick. So, you know. You had the Beanie Babies craze, which the Beanie Babies thing was fucking weird too because it's a children's collectible thing, but really like 6 suburban moms orchestrated that whole thing to make like a bunch of money. That was fucking weird. In the more recent years, you have like fidget spinners. Even today, in a non-doll toy-like world, you still have these things, like these little things that are so everybody's making them. You gotta have them. It's fucking crazy. And it started moving its way. It became such a tradition that it even was satirized, like I said, in Jingle All the Way with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sinbad. All about getting a Turbo Man action figure. Still one of my favorite Christmas movies ever. Probably my favorite Christmas movie ever. And you know what's fucked about that? That movie made me want a Turbo Man action doll. The Cabbage Patch thing, even through the 80s, you can see it had influence with the Good Guy dolls, with Chucky. In that movie, you can see Andy is like watching the commercials, the kids are getting all hyped up, and the kid is like kind of like telling his mom, and she knows that's important to him too. And it was really interesting now, after looking at this document and researching, how directly influenced that movie was, but still, how it still feels like it rings true today of just like kids want something, they beg to their parents. Every child does it, but I can see how in the 80s it would have been much more influential, and also it would have been way more applicable of the times. Which also worth mentioning too, the Garbage Pail Kids got sued by Cabbage Patch Kids. You know, because the Garbage Pail Kids, Cabbage Patch Kids, except they're gross. Personally, Garbage Pail Kids fucking rule, in my opinion. And of course today, in a way, even the way that the Cabbage Patch Kids are like, oh, no 2 doll is alike. It has its own name. It has papers. It's legitimate. It's a child. It feels like a bored yacht ape. Like an NFT before NFTs were even a thing. It's just crazy how these things trickle their way through history and just seem to repeat themselves. Now I'm gonna always go look at NFTs as Cabbage Patch dolls, which is, you know, which is crazy. But there will be more Cabbage Patch Kids moving forward. But I do think that the commercial craze of Black Friday days and people rioting, trying to get deals on something, this like weird rat race of taking the hard-earned money you have and throwing it at very minuscule deals, kind of all started with a really, really ugly doll. But maybe you have a Cabbage Patch doll. For me, my Cabbage Patch doll was Bionicle. Whenever the Bionicles first came out, I like almost cried to my mom, being like, "Please."
All right, I'm gonna mute. It's time for me to eat.
With the red one.
Enjoy your food.
Mom! You wanna know something fucked up? I wrote my mom a letter for the new God of War, and I was like, "If you buy me this is literally what the letter said. If you buy me this, I will never ask for anything ever again." And I'm pretty sure I think I didn't spell promised right, which is embarrassing because I should have been old enough to know how to spell promise. The next morning, my mom was like, "Sure, we'll buy it for you." And I was so ecstatic. I was like, "Oh my God." We went to the game store, and there it was in the GameStop display. Beautiful PS2 copy of the GameStop deal. This big fat bastard at the fucking checkout. My mom was like, "Yeah, we'll take God of War." And the guy said this. He was like, "Is it for him?" And I was like, "What are you doing? What is this? Why is she's grabbing it?" He's like, "Yeah, there's a lot of violence and sexual activities and a lot of nudity in this game." And I was like, "I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna fucking kill you." And he like basically guilt, because how, as a parent, how are you supposed to sit there and be like, "Oh, I mean, I don't care." You know, it's like this uncomfortable position now where she's like, "Oh, okay. Sorry, you probably shouldn't have this. Is there anything you want?" So then I got Dragon Ball Z Sagas. I mean, let me tell you something. Dragon Ball Z Sagas is maybe one of the worst games to ever be released to the public. A religious friend's house, playing it with tears in my eyes because it was so bad and boring, and I had to play through it because it's a new game. And my religious friend, who's like I hung out with, because I don't know, maybe I just didn't have a lot of friends or something, But he's like, that's getting pretty cool. And I was just like, all I know is whatever. It still works on me. And if you ever have kids, they're going to do the exact same shit. So fuck you. Have a good day. Bye.
Welcome back to the Papa Bean channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about Lisa Frank.
Which, for anyone who doesn't remember Lisa Frank, or that little name,
Lisa Frank was more than just a brand. It was a cultural phenomenon that captured the imaginations of millions of youth in America.
which you might remember all the little cutesy folders, pencil cases.
Her art was filled with vibrant, psychedelic colors that featured cute little animals like unicorns frolicking in the forest, or tigers splashing in puddles, seals hiding in kelp, and aliens giving you the bird.
Her art was on everything.
Notebooks, lunchboxes, toys, clothing, posters, stickers. Psychedelic colors that featured cute little animals like unicorns frolicking in the forest, or tigers splashing in puddles, seals hiding in kelp, and aliens giving you the bird.
Her art was on everything.
Notebooks, lunchboxes, toys, clothing, posters, stickers, trapper keepers, you name it, Lisa Frank put a goddamn animal on it.
It was the defining style of the preteen girls everywhere during the 80s and 90s. You know, I'm a 1960s man myself. I'm up there in some years, but I do remember for my first marriage buying my little girl some of this stuff, and she loved it. God rest her soul. Wildfires are just so...
Today's video is sponsored by Upside. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas, groceries, and dining. On average, Americans spend $600 or more during the summer months. And top earners on the app are getting as much as $300 every month on Upside. Oh my God, really? So, it's the perfect time to spend wisely and build up some extra income. There are over 100,000 gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants on Upside. So there are always options to get cash back through the app.
I use Upside when I get gas, and last month I received over $100 back with the app.
And yes, it's real cash back. No confusing rewards, points, or credits, just money to your bank account. Whoa. All you have to do is claim an offer on what you're buying, pay with your credit card or debit card, follow a few steps in the app, and boom, get paid. Make some money this summer with Upside. To find out how much you can earn, click the link in the description or scan the QR code to download the free Upside app to get an extra 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas. Thank you, Upside, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
But behind this sparkly surface lies a story much darker, much more deceptive than what you might expect. A person that makes this kind of art.
So today we're diving deep into the world of Lisa Frank, a name that once symbolized childhood joy
and now carries a weight of controversy. Dun 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 dun. That's sick. God, dude. Look at that fucking seal, dude.
Why are we still here?
And she is a beautiful looking woman, though, huh? Yeah, little pepperoncinis. Rubber tit. Which, to be fair, I really expected the artist to be more of like a Tumblr girl or something. I don't know. Yeah, I can see Lisa Frank being on Tumblr.
Look at my art. Oh, God, it's fabulous.
Lisa Frank is a very, very private person, even doing some of the research here. But a lot of this info is coming from a Jezebel article. This Jezebel, is that like jisms? Lisa Frank was born on April 21st, 1955, in Michigan to a wealthy family. Her dad was in the automotive industry, and his company was the only one producing engine bearings for U.S. tanks in World War II. That's just kind of a fun thought. And from an early age, her parents encouraged her in her artistic endeavors, so she pursued a degree in art.
My dad's rich. Did you know he did the U.S. tanks?
You know your dad killed millions of people, right? All around me are familiar faces. And also her parents said that she colored in the lines. That's a quote. That's the hard-hitting journalism we have here on the Papa Me channel. Lisa studied art at the University of Arizona in the 70s, and during this time, she started her own business where she would buy and resell handmade pottery and jewelry from local Native American communities.
She was basically a drop shipper.
She's drop shipping indigenous pottery. Her business became so profitable that she started to commission the artists for her own original designs. This is a quote.
If I said, make a teddy bear or a unicorn, that was what sold.
By the time she was 20, she created a line of plastic jewelry called Stinky Fingers? No, she didn't.
Sticky, sorry.
It says here, it says Stinky Fingers. You motherfucker. She created a line of jewelry called Sticky Fingers. And over time, she slowly gained commercial rights to characters like Betty Boop, Felix the Cat, and Popeye. She started getting into the cartoon business. Then in 1979, at the age of 24, she renamed her company to Lisa Frank Incorporated. And within a year, she received her first $1 million order from Spencer's Gifts. I don't know the history of Spencer's Gifts. Let me tell you, when I was younger, it was McFarlane toys, dildos, bongs, and titty posters, and Invader Zim merch. And to think at the very back, there's like a Betty Boop, like plastic necklace and Lisa Frank Incorporated on the back. The company initially focused on producing stickers that quickly gained popularity among children. These stickers were unlike anything else on the market at the time. They featured a vibrant mix of colors and whimsical designs, often depicting anthropomorphized animals in surreal settings. I like to imagine back then too. Someone's like, holy shit! I've never seen anything like this before, ever. I have to buy this now. Her art used airbrushing techniques that often took 9 to 36 hours to complete. God damn, Lisa, how much time do you think these kids have on their hands? All right, so this one's 9 hours. This one's gonna take you 3 years. You like that? He's a little chimp. Travis a chimp.
That comes from going to the zoo or art museums, reading magazines from everywhere.
And the sticker design often took, on average, 3 months to be approved. So each sticker that was revolutionary at the time took 3 whole months just to approve to get up on shelves. She's very anal. How did that word come to be for your, I'm anal. As her popularity grew, Frank realized that there was potential to expand her brand beyond just stickers. She began producing a wide range of school supplies, including folders, notebooks, and backpacks, all adorned with her signature, colorful designs. By the mid-'80s, Lisa Frank's product had become a staple in the American school system. My God. Children eagerly collected and traded her stickers, and her school supplies were seen as must-have items. God help you if you were a girl in the mid-'80s to early '90s and you didn't have some of these folders, dude. People would point and laugh. If you were one of the poor kids that had to get the regular one-color folder, don't even show up to school, dude. Jan Sports backpacks are cool now. I used to see kids get bullied for having that shit. You needed to have a fucking Billabong backpack, a Fox backpack, or like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle backpack. Or you better get the out of the way. The success of Lisa Frank Incorporated was not just due to the products themselves, but also the way that they were marketed. Lisa understood the power of branding and worked tirelessly to create a world that her young audience could immerse themselves in. I thought it was just because it's cute. It's big, it's bright, it's colorful. It's like this design that's kind of like, it fires all these neurons in your head, you know what I mean? I don't think I've ever met one person who's just like, what is the backstory of this seal? Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, we got another one.
There's over 400 characters.
Yeah, but they're all animals.
But they're reused, and they have names and lore.
Oh, they all have names and lore? I didn't know that. She did this by introducing original characters such as Panda Painter, Zoomer and Zorbit, and the Dancing Dolphins to help build familiar faces kids could attach to. I thought they were just all animals. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say Zoomer and Zorbit. She even put her own personality into her characters, Priscilla, who was a wealthy, fluffy, white kitten. Oh, she's like, that's me. I'm the head pussy in charge here. Though she apparently hated cats. Then why'd you do it, Lisa?
You're cute.
If you hate cats, though, you probably don't think they're cute, right?
She was just a marketing genius. She realized people like cats.
People that don't like cats, they do some bad shit to them. In addition to the products themselves, the marketing of the Lisa Frank product was incredibly effective. The brand's advertisements were everywhere, on televisions and magazines, and even in fast food restaurants through partnerships with companies like McDonald's, which I do remember that. And it made me kind of sad going to McDonald's when I was a kid, because it made me think I was going back to school. Dude, I want to fucking escape this shit. Don't bring school to me wherever I go. It's cute. It's Zorbit. Lisa Frank products were marketed as something special, something that allowed children to express their creativity and individuality by coloring an image.
I get to choose the color.
I get to choose the colors. Me! And for many children, owning a Lisa Frank item was a status symbol, a way to stand out in a sea of ordinary school supplies. It was like getting a Mercedes-Benz, baby. It's the same reason why people buy like G-Wagons, if that's even a thing anymore, like Teslas and all that shit. No one gives a fuck about the environment. They just want that high-class status, dude. They want to be a top dog.
They paid $10 for a pack of pencils that had art on it.
A $10 pack of pencils that you're also gonna like, you destroy. You know what I mean? You have to sharpen your pencil and it removes all the art off it. And you're like, no, Zorbit, where'd you go? Which is funny because the parallels, history does repeat itself. Little girls are just like the meanest people, I mean creatures, animals to ever exist, dude. Little girls are like ruthless, heartless. Guys, you know, like from what I remember, like guys, they'll be dicks or whatever. I feel like guys make amends pretty easily. Little girls, I mean, like,
oh my god, ew. Where's your Lisa Frank? Like, do you not have this?
And they just tear at you.
Oh my god, did your dad lose his job? Is that why you couldn't get it?
What is wrong with you?
I just think she's gross.
That's where Lisa Frank gets you, all right? But that's parallel to how the Stanley Cup thing happened. I bet kids are like that with the Stanley Cups now. By the 90s, the company was grossing over $60 million a year in sales and had over 500 employees. But behind the scenes, all was not as it seemed. Dun, 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 again. The company had this aura and image of sunshine and rainbows. But inside the facilities, employees complained about harsh working conditions and toxic workplace environments. Former employees related it to an abusive alcoholic home and described a workplace ruled by fear, where even the smallest mistake could lead to severe consequences. God damn, dude. Lisa Frank's just like, for every person who doesn't draw Zorbit the right way, gets 4 fingers broken. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, master. Begin. And all this madness apparently stemmed from when Lisa Frank's husband, James Green, took over as CEO in 1995. And that's when all hell started to just absolutely break loose. At the height of the company, Lisa Frank wanted to step away from management and focus on just the design aspect of the product. She's just like, I've been making in all this money, balling, dude. Look at this empire I built. But I just want to focus on the fucking art. James, can you handle this stuff? Yeah, I got it. This is easy peasy, baby. You go hey, go draw Zorbit all day. By this time, her company has probably been grossed hundreds of millions of dollars. She was also very paranoid of being in the public eye and had just given birth to her first child. I bet Lisa's kind of a rug cutter. Maybe she wants to go out and dance or do some fucking blow. She has to settle down now because she has a kid. So you can't be the fucking CEO of Lisa Frank Incorporated selling fucking pudding pops and pandas to children. I bet you she was doing some like eyes wide shut shit. You know what I'm saying? High class society stuff. She's getting her fucking nipples pinched and she's like slapping people in the face and everything. Where am I? What am I doing? She named her first 2 kids after characters in her illustrations, which was Hunter and Forrest, which I think is a good name. Forrest, I'm like, I don't really know, but Hunter I think is very solid. So Lisa, good on you, albeit somewhat narcissistic. And you know what? Why not? If you've garnered millions and millions and millions of dollars, I'd be like, yeah, Hunter and Forrest, dude. This is what made Mommy. You ever seen Mommy Dearest? Oh, dude. Have you heard of that scene? No more wire hangers! Because I bet you that's what Lisa Frank was doing to her kids, dude. So, Lisa gave that role to her husband, which turned out to be the biggest mistake she would ever make in her entire life. She would work from home and she would only come in to the office once a month just to check on things. Once a month. And for the next 10 years, James pulled all the strings, who allegedly was prone to fits of rage and was described as an abusive, arrogant, and extremely difficult to work with kind of person. A decade, all right? Like Lisa's just like, all right, he's your boss. We'll see ya. No! Shuts those doors. This made the company become notorious as Tucson, Arizona's shittiest employer, and soon donned the name of Technicolor Gulag. That's fucking awesome. Lisa Frank's company ends up being called the Technicolor Gulag. According to former employees, these were some of the things that were to be expected when working inside of Lisa Frank Incorporated. Employees were not able to speak to each other, and that there was to be complete silence in the workplace, not even a game murmur. There was a bi-monthly publication called Frankly Speaking, which told employees how to behave, particularly how to behave around CEO James Green. I think James has some insecurity problems, is what I think. Visitors were prohibited to enter the facility, including family members. Top secrets going on. We're going to be drawing lines today, and we cannot have anybody know our line design. It's like, isn't that the same line we've been drawing since 1983? Back to work! No one speak! God damn it! Female employees were unable to wear heels because, quote, they wouldn't be able to walk as fast as him. Why do I feel like they made Mad Men based around James Green? I want a scotch at 9:30 and no one wear heels because you can't keep up with Papa. Am I right? In reality, he was really short and insecure about his height. So if you were taller than him, he wouldn't feel insecure. I wonder how tall Lisa Frank was. She looks tall in that picture. She looked really tall. Maybe like that though. I'm gonna climb you like a tree. She's like, do whatever you want, Paul Bunyan. Here, Jack of the Beanstalk. Get on up here, Jack. There's a giant to slay. And there was unfair wages, and some people even reported only receiving minimum wage for the entire duration of their employment, no matter the role. Qualified roles, you're getting paid $7.25. Probably even less back then. You're getting paid $4 something. Flip the minimum wage in 1995. Do you want the job or not? It's either us or McDonald's. And if you violated any of these rules, you'd be verbally abused, which included name calling. James would scream in your face. You'd threaten to be fired, or some bizarre punishment James come up with that day. One time, an employee left 10 minutes early, so James instructed the warehouse manager to put chains and padlocks on all the doors so that the staff couldn't escape. They're making tiger pictures and seals in water for children for folders. Hey, I'm just gonna head out early. My daughter's got a baseball game. Yeah, man, no problem. Lock the doors. I have 10 minutes to leave. Goodbye. There was also an extremely high turnover rate within the company's art department, often chewing up and spitting out new hires at unusually high rates, which let me tell you, that's what happens in the studio system anyways. A former employee said that in the 4 years he was employed in the 40-person creative department, the group may have changed over at least 2 or 3 times. One year, almost a third of the entire staff was fired. So not even people quitting, but people also just getting laid off. Another employee said that over 80 people left or were fired between February of 2003 and December of 2004. While most of the turnover rate was due to random firings due to James's temper, many of people quit just because they couldn't handle the oppressive atmosphere in which James created. And when you did leave, the company allegedly failed to give severance packages, fought unemployment benefits, and numerous former employees had to sue for their final paycheck. James is such a petty little piece of shit. God, I hate him. Several employees witnessed James repeatedly throwing chairs and objects at employees for messing up. That's the whiplash method. Not my tempo. Fucking throws the deal at him. He throws a live seal at him. He would never take an employee off to the side, and instead would scream, curse, and belittle them in front of everyone. In case he has little man syndrome. He's a little guy. I bet he had a huge truck. If you crossed him, or if he just didn't like you, he made sure that person's life was miserable from his constant abuse and harassment. James also never learned any of the employees' names and would just give people nicknames. Hey, Fat Ankles, come over here. My name's Tyler. I've worked here for 9 years. You know that. You went to my, you've been to my wedding. Yeah, Cankles. Gonna need a new giraffe logo by the end of the day. If you can tell Tootsie and Fatto McGee to do that, that'd be great. Thank you. He'd probably give you orders for other people's nicknames. So you probably had to learn all of the people's f***ed up nicknames so you could actually communicate with each other. Tell Beak Nose and Giraffe Neck to get in here. Hey, Stacy and John, he wants to see you. One employee said he would refer to one of his employees as that guy due to her not being that attractive. You know, James is the kind of guy to be like, hey, that guy. You see that new movie, American Pie? Oh, it's fucking funny. Oh, it's real funny. John was not alone. He also had his partner in crime, Rhonda Rowlett. Rhonda the Rottweiler. And they contributed to the abuse and neglect within the company. Rhonda was the company's vice president and was John's enforcer. They were also extremely into coke. They were visiting the snowman every day. And Rhonda would allegedly send an employee to a gas station in order to pick up brown paper bags, and they were instructed not to look inside. So Rhonda the Rottweiler even sent people out to pick up her coke. Whatever you do not look in that bag. And then John's like, he's like fucking 3 foot tall. He's like,
yeah, don't look in the bag.
As a turn of events, they became lovers. In September of 2005, Lisa divorced James. You know, James probably said some petty shit too. She was better than you. And you know what? She draws hyenas and fucking goats way better than you, Lisa, you dog. James and Rhonda lashed out against the company, often pitting employees against each other. And they made people pick sides. You're either with James or you're with Lisa. So even after the divorce, he still got to work at the company. Dude, brutal. Come on, Lisa. Fucking get him out of there. James wanted to start his own company and take everyone who sided with him to go run this new company. Are you with Lisa, the girl who could barely draw fucking toes, or are you with me? The guy who, What do you want, that guy? What do you want? In response to the divorce, Lisa wiretapped the company's phones and collected all the employees' emails to sabotage James. Apparently, she found out James had wiretapped the phones years ago, and she also issued a restraining order against James so that he would stop, quote, harassing employees and blocking purchasing orders. It's a coloring book company! Eventually, James resigned and Lisa became CEO once more. They then sued each other for the next 8 years over both company and personal assets. James wanted control of the company and to force her to dissolve Lisa Frank Incorporated. He wanted the company basically and for Lisa just to like lose everything. He also tried to claim that he created all 400 of the original characters. Off, dude. James tried to sue Lisa for $12 million so he could pay off a loan for a private jet he bought. I feel like everything that I'm saying in between each thing, I'm just like, oh! That's James in a nutshell. That whole thing. I hope you enjoyed that little bit. Her ex-employees did not have nice things to say about Lisa as well. You probably think the entire time, oh, Lisa, poor Lisa. Well, this is what some of the ex-employees said about Lisa as well.
She's getting older now. She kept getting, I don't know if it was plastic surgery, but she kept getting these lotions. Talking about youth. Have you met her? She's like 2 pounds.
God damn! That's so petty and mean. Former employees commented and said that her husband wasn't the only reason for the company's downfall and that she played a hand in it as well. Another quote, the current state of affairs is unsurprising to them and it was both a long time coming, thanks to chronic mismanagement from both Frank and Green. I wonder how much that's true though. The wrongdoing was that she gave control to a guy who also probably didn't know what the fuck he was doing either.
She was also afraid of James at home.
She was afraid of James at home? For his abusive outburst? Well, no wonder she got a fucking restraining order against him. That's a pretty big piece of information to know. Good God. One of the most frequent complaints from employees was about Lisa Frank's management style. Frank was known for her perfectionism.
Round out his face a little bit so he looks a little cuter.
And while this has been a key factor in the success of her brand, it also led to an environment of fear and anxiety. To me, I think it's just her turning a blind eye to all of the mismanagement styles of her husband, who she probably was afraid of too. So it was probably this correlation of like her feeling like she didn't want to say anything to him because she didn't want to have to deal with it at home. Employees reported that Frank was extremely hands-on, often micromanaging every aspect of the business. This led to an atmosphere where employees felt constantly scrutinized and pressured to meet her high standards. This is another person. I personally heard Frank scream at sales managers and threaten their lives if they f***ed up a presentation. Every day was so stressful, and hearing Lisa's voice downstairs on a speakerphone made my blood run cold. I had many instances where she abused me verbally. You ever heard about Steve Jobs? Steve Jobs belittled the shit out of people, screamed at him, but guess what? Now we have an iPhone. So maybe take your little snowflake attitude and get the f*** out of here. If you don't want to draw monkeys and seals, then get the f*** out of here. Lisa has admitted that she wasn't a great employer and has apologized for the way she treated her employees within her company. Lisa Frank Incorporated has also notorious for copyright abuse, and they would go after artists who drew anything rainbow colored or cute, which is where, to me as an artist, whatever, that's where I draw the line where I'm like, dude, you don't own animals and rainbow patterns, all right? The company is no longer the giant it was in its heyday, but in the 2010s, the brand experienced a resurgence of sorts, fueled by a wave of 90s nostalgia. In 2012, Lisa worked with Urban Outfitters to try to resuscitate the company by launching new merch, as well as selling some of their vintage stuff from the 1980s and 90s. This revival didn't boost the company to the former glory, and in 2016, it was reported that they reduced their company from 500 employees to just 6, and that they only make $2.6 million in annual revenue. Lisa Frank headquarters, which is 320,000 square foot building in Tucson, Arizona, is now run down shell of its former self. And apparently the 6 remaining staff members worked inside of here.
Oh, there's people.
There was also some controversies that Lisa was rebranding her characters with sex appeal. It wasn't until 2021 when Lisa's 21-year-old son, Forrest Green, took over as director of business development. His first act of business was taking over the company's Instagram account during the pandemic. They quickly gained 700,000 followers and have since partnered with brands like Morph, Pillsbury, and Crocs. But that's where we're at! I have to thank my wife for telling me about about this. I had no idea. This is a fucking insane story. I'm surprised this hasn't been made into like a movie yet. I mean, James Green, I don't know what kind of fucking rock he crawled under, but goddamn. You think he's just like power tripping regular, like everyday stuff? Like he's the guy who's in the grocery store being like, well, could you go to the back and check? I bet you he's still getting his power trip somehow.
He actually has his own company now, and he has similar art.
Oh, so he's just doing a Lisa Frank knockoff, whatever. I wonder how Forrest Green feels about that. Daddy, you draw seals really well. It's like horrible. He's like, thank you, son. Thank you. But that's all I have to talk about today. The Lisa Frank saga continues. Maybe dig up some of those folders and go down memory lane knowing that somebody probably was emotionally manipulated and probably verbally assaulted making it. Until next time, everybody. I'll see you then.
Welcome to Lisa Frank's Bedazzled Deathbed, where you can leave the world just as happy as you entered it. Who wants to be remembered as a pile of sad, lifeless, gray dust? Not me. That's why, at Lisa Frank's Bedazzled Deathbeds, you can add some jazz to your ashes.
We got a Patreon if you want to sign up and help us make tunes to some of the weird sets we make. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about mobile games. Oh God! Yes, the time is here. We already did one of these tournaments before and it was so fun, and I've had so many people send me new mobile game ads, unhinged mobile game ads, that I feel like it had to warrant another mobile game ad creators. I don't know who the hell does the marketing campaign for this, but they should be given an award. You ever want to see a woman just get left behind because she's pregnant? How about like a baby wolf getting punched into a tree by like a kangaroo? Or just a series of onslaughts of uncomfortable things that I'm sure the gameplay doesn't match up, but we don't care about the gameplay. We're all here about trying to find what is the most unhinged mobile game ad. Part 2. If you haven't seen the first video before, check it out. It's a good time. Oh, me and my wife. But without further ado, let's get into our mobile game tournament.
Today's video is sponsored by Aura. Every morning, I sit down and I have Winslow tell me about what's going on in the world. I say, Winslow, what is happening? It's how I found out that over 2.9 billion records were stolen from the National Public Data recently. The MPD offers personal information to employers, private investigators, staffing agencies, and anyone running background checks. So yeah, that's not good. The stolen records include people's full names, their addresses, their birthdays, social security numbers, and even their phone numbers. Essentially everything. These hackers have access to everything about you. To make matters worse, they've reportedly released this info online. Which is why I use Aura. Aura gives me alerts if any of my information shows up on the dark web. They'll let me know fast if anyone tries to access my credit card or bank accounts. And they also provide a bunch of other features to keep you safe online, all inside one app. Stop leaving yourself vulnerable to data breaches. Go to my link, aura.com/PapaMeat to try 14 days for free. That's enough time for Aura to find out if your personal info has been exposed. Thank you so much, Aura, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
First up, we have Wolf Game. I was just called Wolf Game. You're a wolf. That's it. That's all you need to know. Wolf Game, Wild Animal, Mystic Spring Workshop, Mech Domination, Fairyscapes Adventures, Puzzle and Survival, Beast Lord, Mafia City, Last Fortress, Underground, Kiss of War, Rise of Castles, Frozen Honey, ASMR, Evertale, Happy Hospital, Matchington Mansion, and Penny and Flow. Which, let me tell you, there's some of the stuff I see. Fairyscapes Adventures, I see Matchington Mansions. I'm a little well seasoned now when it comes to some of these fucking things. And let me tell you something, the name will almost never match what is actually going to be happening on screen. I'm going to guess that Matchington Mansion, I'm going to shoot from the hip here, is going to have some kind of baby either freezing to death or being thrown into a dumpster. Without further ado, let's get into round one. Wolf Game, Wild Animal. I don't know why that one gets me so good. Wolf Game, Wild Animal versus Mystic Spring Shop. Wolf Game. All right, here we go. Round one. This truly is a wolf game. I feel bad for the little son of a bitch. I just got done rescuing a cat, so I feel even more sympathy for this. The piss feels unnecessary. Hot, steamy piss. They even put the steam in there. Okay. There's no way we could show this. This is so stupid. What the fuck is this? First off, the wolf giving birth like a regular woman, and she's just popping him out. All right, this had some kind of a bit of a story arc.
Well, it's implied. It's like, wait a minute, this one doesn't look like me.
Well, yeah, it's like the whole thing of like the classic early 2000s joke where it's like white woman with white husband and then black baby, and it's just like, what? Why the hell are these gorillas kicking us? Also, they always have these puppies like throwing up blood. Absolutely fucking escape or revenge. I like that. Well, we can at least know that this game is about revenge somehow. About growing up and become a big bad wolf. Also, they copied the wolf design from that PS2 or like what was that early 2000s wolf game? Okami, something like that. It looks just like that.
Wolf Game. Play now.
They got like a Chinese guy to try to do like an Australian accent. Wolf Game. Play now. Okay. All right. Wolf Game coming in. I will say the first one was just, you know, that's off the chain. That's off the hook. Off the chain? What am I thinking? Mystic Workshop. There you go. There she is getting squeezed in there. Uh-oh, there goes her health bar. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of fucking with the sprite animation. The style's kind of cool, if I'm being for real. She's taking back shots the whole time, and it's just like Mystic Workshop. I don't know which one I think is more unhinged. I mean, the wolf one to me feels like a winner. I think you gotta give it to Wolf Game. Next we have Kiss of War versus Evertale. I'm gonna tell you right now that these are gonna be. I just know down on my heart this is not going to be as advertised. Let's see. All right, it says iOS. Is that what this is on, or? What is this? You electrocute her on the ground. I like how they have to continuously have her ass get popped up and show her like camel toe from the back. How was that Kiss of War? See, this is where it pisses me off though, because I hate when the fucking games are just like, yeah, you have big robot bitches with their big camel toes popping out from the back, moose knuckles and all this kind of stuff, jiggling asses, and then at the end it's just like a girl holding like a World War II gun. Like, what the f? That isn't cool. Ah. They really like the faceless robots. This feels legal. Yeah. There's definitely some guy on his phone watching this too, and he was just like, Oh, it's armor. They're wearing armor. Kiss of War. This fucking pisses me off. This one pisses me off, dude. It felt illegal watching that. Is what it felt like. It felt like I didn't like that. But is it unhinged? Compared to Evertail. Oh, cool. Those are cool boots you get to put on her. How are we supposed to show?
I got these straight from YouTube.
I'm guessing it's supposed to tell you that you're supposed to just dress up. What? What the f was that at the end? What is this game? I mean, this is a terrible, terrible round. Kiss of War, you're just frisking people. At least there's like some kind of implement of gameplay, I guess. Evertail, what the f even is that? I'm just gonna go Kiss of War. Evertail, I don't know what the fuck I was even looking at there. How about next up we get the Bag versus Mech Domination.
It's grab bags, it's random things.
Oh, so it's grab bag. It's just a grab bag of random ads that maybe don't fit into, you know, let's see here. Okay. Can we show that? What the Is there any moderation that happens? Or can you just upload any ad you want?
Oh, you can upload any ad.
So they don't have to like, I don't give a if you pay us, we'll throw it up. Let me see here. This next one is Mech Domination. Any ad you want.
Oh, you can upload any ad.
So they don't have to like, I don't give a if you pay us, we'll throw it up. Let me see here. This next one is Mech Domination. Robot gorillas having their way with a robot velociraptor, and then to blur the velociraptor whole, they use a spicy emoji, kind of like, whew, I can't show you, this is too hot. Yo, why do I kind of want to play the weird infection like game? Also, I like how these companies they'll get like 3D models and they'll just reuse the shit out of them. I guess just for cohesion reasons, I'm gonna have to go with Mech Domination. Even though I mean, what the f is this tournament? Okay, next up we have Rise of Castles versus Fairyscapes Adventures. The strategy of just showing something completely unhinged at the beginning of a video is such an interesting market strategy. Grinding a guy's on a cactus and then he slingshots forward and immediately builds a beautiful home. What is that supposed to tell us, Nick?
If you work hard enough, you can.
You have to push through adversity. Fairyscapes Adventures. I know this should be the first thing I need to say, but how do her panties fall off?
While she's running, yeah.
while she's running, she's like, ugh. If a princess drops. This should be the first thing I need to say, but how do Fairyscapes Adventures. I know this should be the first thing I need to say, but how do her panties fall off?
While she's running, yeah.
while she's running, she's like, ugh. If a princess dropped her panties, would you smell them?
Oh, if a princess?
Yeah.
If I liked her.
Pause! There's so much going on. Audio, dude. Oh, dude, him sucking her toes. What the f? He pushed her over and her water broke? What Did she bomb the beautiful forest around her? And her house is made of gold? Or no, is it hay? Pushing her over and then seeing the... I wonder if that was initially supposed to be blood, but they had to blur it. God damn! Snow White being all... Come on, dude. Leave or stay? You leave. Yep, here we go. See, now we're getting back to the classics, dude. Give me a big old girl who is stuck in some snow. That's all I need, dude. This is easy gonna win. There's no way. Yippee! I get to live in this abandoned house and freeze to death. Fairyscape Adventures, and it shows a pregnant Snow White on the cover. Fairyscape Adventures is going to be difficult. I mean, Rise of Castles doesn't even come close. Fairyscape Adventures, that's going to be a difficult one to beat, dude. Next, we have Frozen Honey ASMR versus Happy Hospital. God damn, dude. The art for Happy Hospital is gruesome. It's awesome. Frozen Honey ASMR. Let me see.
My God, what are you doing? This is disgusting. What are you doing? No. You think I'm gonna eat this?
No, that is disgusting. Do you think I'm going to eat this? It just like goes perfectly into her mouth. Do you think it's, once again, it's that thing where it's like a free game, but are they making their profit off of like fishing for information?
Yeah, they probably run ads on it too.
I just wonder how these people stay in business. Like where's this money coming from? Happy Hospital? Let's see here. Ew, what the oh my God. Why is she face down in a puddle of water? Is this a dead woman? Ew! There's a maggot in her open wound. Choose tool. This is a heavy hitter here, Nick. Yeah, I don't know why, but the cleaning videos like this, satisfying. You know what I mean? I can see how people get hooked to this shit. Ooh. Why do the earwax look like a giant piece of shit, dude? That's disgusting. Are these bugs? Are they? What the? He pulling out of his ear. Oh, the sounds. All the pimples are coming out like tendrils, like the pus, dude. Honestly, though, I could see myself definitely playing this. Is that kind of up? Would you play it?
Looks fun. Apparently that's actually what the game is.
You actually get to do it? That's got to be huge points because these games never operate the way they would. This is where I'm kind of at a crossroads. If it's the most unhinged, could I still want to play it or no? Then I would probably go Happy Hospital because even then it was crazy. Also, Frozen Honey ASMR. I feel like if a little more production value, dude. Win me over a little bit more. We're finding our groove here a little bit because Fairyscape's Adventures and Happy Hospital so far are definitely at the top of my list. Those are the fan favorites right now. See, there we go. That's exactly what I want to see. Click it up. Matchington Mansion. It's a single mom with 2 kids in some kind of wind raid terrain versus Puzzle and Survival, a zombie game. Let me see here. Matchington Mansion. God damn, dude. How? Please help them. Not my business. I like how it's a war-torn terrain. Black Hawk Down style. I probably shouldn't get involved. I don't know which side. I'm just not even going to get involved. They sprayed and killed all the rats. Oh, you better not. Don't breathe in that poison, little girl. They put a bomb in the... Hi! God damn! Honestly, it makes you kind of play the game a little bit, though. Just being able to torture a family. Oh, that kind of sounds kind of, doesn't it?
Get out of here!
Ah, what a horrible way, dude. You find out that your husband is some hot maid, and then you trip on the way out. Horrible last impression. I'm not gonna lie, the not my business button is gonna go a long way in this competition. Not my business. I love the idea of a guy just being like, I don't want to get involved. There we go. Yay, mommy! Mommy got a wheelchair! Oh, still cold there. The stove, or do we want a fishbowl? Okay, thank God we got the fire there. Hey, it's warm in here now. Oh, nope, there goes the roof again. The scream. This god hand playing with their lives. Always just kind of like, let me help you. Just kidding! Just collapses and drowns the people in snow. All right, next one is the puzzles. Puzzle and survival. I just don't, that was a heavy hitter. That was a heavy hitter. I despise these games, dude. I hate seeing these ads. There's something about having to watch them, like, it'll like, when they just shoot the thing and it does the countdown, it's like, down to like 10, you're like, oh, just keep shooting it and it'll break, and then they switch over. They're trying to get you, because you're like, well, I could do it. I hate this. I hate this shit. Such an interesting concept where it's just all about literally how can you hook them with sex, right? Like really quick, and then you show like, but this is the actual game. Oh, my got tore up out of that window. I will say at least this one, it's called Puzzles and Survival. At least they're showing puzzles, but it still just doesn't hold up against Matchington Mansion. Next we have Beast Lord versus Mafia City. Okay, Beast Lord. Oh, oh, the ghost flying out of it. This is just so sad. I don't know how I feel about the God Hand stuff, dude. The God Hand stuff scares the shit out of me. That's gotta be the look. He's doing fucking balls right there. It's like a ball shape. It's just a dying hippo. This is just animal cruelty is all this is. Oh no, but see, you're helping the animals. There you go, Beast Lord, the new land. Who the f threw the spear? Simba is haunting looking. Looks more like a rat. This is kind of epic. It's like this has gone on a long time. I feel like they're like, you were supposed to do 3 seconds of stuff. You're gonna start eating it. Yeah, there you go. Eat the bear, and he's, god damn. Hell yeah. Not gonna lie, the last little roars and stuff looks pretty good. Beast Lord's looking pretty good. Can Mafia City hold up? If there's any kind of racist Italian American stuff going on, it might win. I'm just letting you know that right now. Did he just shoot a load onto the floor? Hey, take care of this. Right away, sir. The city bows to your command. Was he drinking like a coffee mug full of creamer?
Mafia City. Download for free.
This is what the mob is all about. It doesn't even hold a candle. It doesn't hold a flame to Beast Lord. And then lastly in the round one, I can't believe we're already through it, is Last Fortress Underground versus Penny and Flo. I have a feeling Penny and Flo is going to be dirty. It's a zombie game? He's pissing on a zombie, and then and a baby pisses the bed, leaves the husband to die, grabs the baby. They have a doomsday hatch in their backyard. There you go, make yourself a nice new bed. Oh, the fat vibe. What will you do? Help him betray him. You already betrayed him once, why wouldn't you betray him again? Help, wife. Like how she's cooking all, cutting that zucchini. All right, sweet, they got the new TV in there. Gotta make sure you get your new TV so you can play Fortnite. Careful, don't drown. Oh, you stupid. The garden. God damn, I feel like that was 4 hours long. Watching that, I was like, is gonna be it? Penny and Flo. Okay, here we go. Already got the single mom probably here picking up stuff. Or it's a cheater, maybe. She's doing the laundry. Please don't tell me she sits on the laundry. Binky, did she put the baby in the trash can thrown away? Did she put the baby in the and she's redecorating? She's like, well, now they don't have a baby room. The storyline is literally that she put her baby in the washer and kept it. Now it's time to see which kind of blinds we want. And Penny and Flo, that's kind of what we're about here. That pissed me off. Watching that stupid baby, god damn it. So the baby's kicking, but he's actually busting a groove. I mean, I would still say Penny and Flo is probably better than Last Fortress Underground. All right, so we're at least in round 2 now. We've separated the weak from the strong, and now we're back to, okay, we're back to Wolf Game, Wild Animal versus Kiss of War. Wolf Game, round 2. Here we go, nice kimono dragon. Thank God Jesus Christ. All right, another wounded wolf. The wolf, oh God! You know, I'm gonna be honest. The cubes of meat though, huh? Kind of nice. I like the cubes of meat. He's got some armor, giant rat. I like how the first two were like realistic animals, and they're like, by the way, giant rat. Wolf Game. There you go. Huh. Kiss of War, it really needs to do something extra here. We need Kiss of War to be something more. Okay, dude. Kiss of War, what I don't like with this technology, the tiny hooker gun right on her. Oh, skim over the panties. So you're telling me I can look at a little panty here? Okay. Hooks her belly. Wait, what the? You Kiss of War. I feel like Wolf Game has to take it again, probably, right? Next, we have Mech Domination versus Fairyscape's Adventure. I'm actually curious to see if Mech Domination can do something here to win us over, but Fairyscape, you know, that was like one of the first ones we fell in love with here. Not gonna lie though, some of the mech designs are actually kind of sick. Can we give it a point for that at least? A little bit of robot dinosaur love making is always appreciated, but Fairyscapes, I just have a feeling it's gonna roll them. I mean, already. Too heavy to carry. Let me try. Oh. Scream. Little Mermaid. What? There's always so much child death. Have you noticed that? It's always like a mom who's like keeping her child barely alive. What the is those people doing to Snow White there? Those little dudes. Yeah, I thought the dwarves were. And there's a little something different there. I don't know. This one has a happy ending. I tell you what though, I gotta detract points away from it. I don't like the God Hand in the edits. I don't like the God Hand edits. It doesn't do anything for me. It always starts off with something crazy, and then these Disney, there's starving dehydrated dwarfs next to a crystal clear lake, and she's crawling over. Yeah, God Hand again. God damn it! I will say Fairyscape's Adventure, it didn't hit as hard as the first round, but there was it's better than Mech Domination. I got to move Fairyscapes up, but I pray for him. You know, we'll see. Happy Hospital versus Matchington Mansion. Matchington Mansion that's a legacy brand. What is okay? Happy Hospital. Oh god damn! Oh the stretch. Oh my god. Okay, here. Oh my god. What is wrong with this beautiful woman's leg, dude? Hey! Hey! Whoa! I was just like, you have a very dirty leg. Let me see what I can do here. Get this little bug out of you. This one's difficult because that is disgusting. This is horrid. I'm at a bit of a crossroads here, Nick. Matchington Mansion. Okay. She faked her pregnancy? She finds a baby in the dumpster. Ignore save. Matchington Mansion is just, it's too good. Anytime a woman with a baby goes to a broken down shack, I don't think that game ads have ever gotten that top tier. The grandma getting crushed. There she is again. Oh, I wish Grandma was here so we didn't have to stay in this broken down home. The spray foam over the window, that's a fix. You did it. You fixed it. Oh, nope, there it goes. Failed. You're dead. I will say Matchington Mansion too. They like having the people die at the end. They like the misery. Matchington Mansion just captures a level of just human despair that I just don't think I've seen in any recent cinema even. I feel bad because Happy Hospital is pretty good, but Matchington Mansion, there's a lot more diversity too. Happy Hospital, we get the same kind of bug over again. It is good. Happy Hospital does deserve points, but Matchington Mansion, I mean, I don't even know how anyone's going to beat Matchington Mansion. The evolution of story. Next up, Beast Lord versus Penny and Flo. Okay, Beast Lord. God. Get out of here. Oh, there goes the ghost again. I do like Beast Lord uses the little spooky, ooh, eat or help. Help. Oh, coward, dude. Eat dying animal. Oh, they're friends. Eats one rabbit, gains 180 pounds. There you go. Eat the zebra, gain of 4 billion pounds. Hell yeah. The animal cruelty ones make me just kind of sad. Nice little Lion King meme here. Keep picturing Rocky being in the situation. It makes me sad. So this is literally Lion King. The animation of this is absolute cursed. Yeah, this is just Lion King. Beast Lord, I don't know. I have a feeling Penny and Flo is just gonna absolutely wreck this shit. She's pregnant. Well, I guess it's time to clean up this house and remodel. My man's left me. It's not even a happy ending. It ends with her crying into her hands. It ends with her crying into her hands. Nick, there you go. Okay, a little armrest here. All right, she wants a family. Oh, are they actually going to do it? Showing a bunch of backstories to lore that we have no idea about. So there was no more turbulence and she's just making out with the guy? She fell in love, I guess. Oh, she did. She got married. Who the hell is this? Just a random girl doing dancing at the end. Okay. I mean, I feel like Penny and Flo has more of an emotional draw in. Also, I don't know what it is about it, but I love the idea that every time it's just her showing up to her house and being like, versus Penny and Flo, I'm tired of seeing the animal abuse. And also after a while, they just literally went Lion King. I feel like I can't give them that many points. It's got to go to Penny and Flo. All right, semifinals. We're coming in. Wolf Game, Wild Animal versus Fairyscapes Adventure. I don't know if Wolf Game can handle it. What is up with people? What is up with these game ads and gorillas? Oh, there you go. The shark bites the wolf's. Continuing by, the gorilla is fishing with the wolf. It becomes okay. Okay, Wolf Game. Wolf Game is pushing the limits here. Fairyscape, what do you have for me? Always the pregnancy test. I'm finding that I really enjoy something that involves basically, oddly enough, pregnancy. Why do I enjoy that, Nick? I don't know. I feel like I'm learning a dark secret about myself. Maybe I want to be pregnant. They're slapping her around. God damn. There goes the deal again. Here's the God hand. We've already seen this. Did you just shank her in like the back? Like she just shanked her in the spine like 3 times. I mean, I gotta go. It's just gotta go to Fairyscapes. Fairyscapes is just gonna win this one. I know it. Oh my God, this is kind of a good one. Matchington Mansion versus Penny and Flo. Okay, now we're starting to get Matchington Mansion. If it holds up to what we've seen so far, then I don't know. Kick my wife's ass. He's already voted. First off, Matchington Mansion starting strong. A guy is doing sand volleyball against his wife with another woman. It's pretty crazy. Why my husband and my friend? They point to laugh at her. Leave me alone. It's too hot. Can I sit? They ever sit on a cheeseburger? And she gets her head hit in coconuts. I like how it sets up the idea that her husband is basically in cahoots with her friend. And then it ends up with her being happy that she found a tree to sit under with shade. I need the toilet now. Get out of here! Leave him with it. There we go. They moved into a freezing house with shit, like a shit flood and a water flood. That won't do. What are you gonna do about the toilet? No. Nice chocolatey river here. And there you go. Now you're drowning to death in shit and water. Wow. What about Penny and Flo here? The Penny and Flo universe is so vast. It's like the Avengers, dude. It's a whole nother episode. I thought you were dead. Penny and Flo, let me tell you, Penny can never catch a break. That's just it. She just runs away at the end. Okay. I mean, Matchington Mansion. It's just got to be Matchington Mansion. It's got to be Matchington Mansion. The finals here we have are Fairyscapes Adventure versus Matchington Mansion. This is rough. I mean, there could be a way that Fairyscapes Adventure comes in, but Matchington Mansion right now, I don't see how that behemoth, that titan of cringe gaming ads can be topped. Fairyscapes Adventure, let's see. Oh my God. That is disgusting. That... Oh my God! What is that ending to? Holy shit! Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that might be the most unhinged one we've seen today. The stretch mark belly, him beating the shit out of the belly. Okay, hold on. Oh my God! Where are these coming from? That was painful. That was actually painful. Oh my God, there's one more. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. I'll be honest. Fairyscapes came absolutely swinging that last time. Wow. Oh my God. I'm like crying. Matchington Mansion. I mean, we'll see. We will see. Tastes like turd. Can you even cook? Divorce indoor. There they go back to the. See the rickety shack. They got to step it up somehow here. The rickety shack is funny. Don't get me wrong. I always love a nice abandoned house, but there's got to be. They got to step up here. She has She took all the babies to the frozen shack. I will say I'm gonna give them points because they use the exact same house every time. Why does my hubby lick my hair? Leave or endure and go back. I'm telling you, they got it. They got one more chance here to step it up. The endure and leave is so good. It's a nice house. Nope, it's not a nice house. It's the frozen shack again. Oh, Matchington Mansion. I've been singing its praise. The last Fairyscapes adventures that we saw were so crazy. I feel like it would truly be a disservice to not have them win. I mean, Fairyscapes Adventures is our champions here, going up next to our previous champion, Emperor Beauties. They go on as the masters of mobile game cringe. I don't think I could ever do this again. I don't know how many more times I can watch a woman walk into a frozen house. I don't know. All I know is, you know, Fairyscapes Adventure, my hat, I tip it to you. What a crazy last round. What a haymaker. I didn't think they were gonna win. Until next time, everyone, don't download these games. I'm pretty sure they're Chinese spyware. One thing that I'm upset about, though, is I'm not seeing any Chinese dynasty kind of, because that was our champion last time. It was mostly like abandoning your daughter and then like they like marry somebody else, or you see your wife or husband cheating on you. It has really nothing to do with China at all. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about alternative medicine. Now see, here's the thing, guys. I have a lot of friends who refuse to go to the doctor. Yeah, I don't blame them. Going to the doctor's office, it's weird, it's sterile. There's usually definitely at least 3 people there that don't want to be in that profession at all. And you're like, you're supposed to be my guardian angel here, and I don't know, I feel weird about it. But it's opened up my mind to the idea of maybe diving into some alternative medicines. Maybe medicine, not necessarily scientifically proven to do anything, but holistically, spiritually, it might do wonders for me as well. And today, I wanted to dive deep down the online rabbit hole of alternative medicines. Ooh. Well, is that okay? But you're probably wondering, Hunter, what exactly is alternative health? Well, let me tell you. Alternative medicine is a term used to describe treatments or cures that have no scientific backing, like traditional medicine, but rely on testimonials, anecdotes, spirituality, religion, superstition, or supernatural energies to promote their effectiveness for their healing powers. Which is also known as like pseudoscience or new age medicine. You've probably seen it thrown around, or maybe you have hippie mom or crazy mom. I don't know, however you want to describe her, who maybe throws these terms around. I don't know. Don't shoot the messenger. A lot of alternative medicines are traditional or cultural, but there are new alternative health products and tips popping up every day, most of which have no proof they work and are just plain dangerous advice that is thrown around online, which makes it kind of funny and also makes a lot of the proponents of these people just kind of little goobers. Little silly goobers out there, right? And let me tell you, I am not the pinnacle of health. No, Nick. Look at me. Dad's sick.
What are you sick with, Dad?
I wish I could crown command so bad. I really wish I could.
Try yawning.
People say yawning, or what's the thing? The tongue thing? Put your tongue in the roof of your mouth. Isn't that what Natalie Portman does or whatever? I thought I was gonna just say, wait, we want to thank today's sponsor, which is Gamer Subs, one of our favorite sponsors. And I got a beautiful thing to say. My flavor, raw meat, is back in stock, baby. Ooh, it tingles the senses. It makes you a better man, a better woman, dare I say. The best thing about Gamer Subs is, one, you help little old me, but also it's sugar-free. It's keto-friendly. You know, they have non-caffeine options. Maybe you don't want to be all jazzed up in the night. Maybe you just want some nice taste brewing around your mouth. Well, Gamer Subs is here to help. And like I said, my flavor, raw meat, is available right now. So go try it out and let me know what you think below. I appreciate you Gamer Subs so much for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. Which, because alternative medicine is a new way of thinking, people are also very susceptible to getting in information because they don't trust big government hospitals where people spend a lot of money, like the biggest scam on earth, which is health insurance. The deductible I have on my health insurance makes me want to jump off a bridge. And then I would be in even more trouble from the damage I did from jumping off the bridge. I'd be paying even more out of pocket, Nick! So now you have people like alternative medicine gurus and other people selling kinds of products and practices on online courses or weird medicines. Would you put Liver King a bit in alternative health?
He's on the list.
Oh, he's on the list. Oh, I'm excited.
Spoiler.
Yeah, a little spoiler. But it just leads people, you get like people like the Andy Elliots, you know. Is Shannon Blake back on this list?
Well, she probably believes in alternate.
Yeah. You're damn right she does. She's going to pop back up on the list sometime. Alternative medicine gurus prey on the fears people have of modern medicine and doctors by providing them with an alternative to having go to the doctor. So people who don't want to go to the hospital, people who don't like doing these kinds of things, they get their health advice on Instagram.
Because they know better than the doctor.
Because they do know better than doctors, because maybe a guy has a cool tribal tattoo. Maybe he's a skinny old guy and you're like, he's really old and I'm really fat and look how skinny and healthy he is. He's got to know something right. And I don't want to say that all of these people are bad. Probably the majority of them are just giving like healthier lifestyle tips, right? I don't think everyone who believes in alternative medicine is a fucking monster or anything. We will be going into some people who are a little doobie, but we're also going to be talking about some people who are just doing better practices, but maybe they're just kind of funny. I think that's fair. But worst of all, peddling alternative medicine can lead people to delaying treatments for diseases and illnesses that are very easily curable. So it's just like maybe believing in some of this stuff could be a very simple fix with where modern medical practices are at, or even like medical technology, but because you maybe believe in something. Isn't that what happened with fucking Steve Jobs or something? Even Steve Jobs, the co-founder of Apple, died due to not receiving treatment for a very treatable form of pancreatic cancer and instead tried alternative medicines that did not work until it was far too late. For 9 months, he refused to undergo surgery for his pancreatic cancer, a decision he later regretted as his health declined. Instead, he tried a vegan diet, acupuncture, herbal remedies, and other treatments he found online before finally having surgery in July of 2004. But it was too late, which, you know what, that's fucking admirable. Steve Jobs being a billionaire and being at the hub of technological civilization is just kind of funny.
On his deathbed, he was crying. Please.
On Steve Jobs' deathbed, that motherfucker was like shaking, he had like apple in his hand, he's like... Now, Tim Cook, whatever you do.
Oh, this is so good.
God damn it, that's good. He says, don't make another color of the iPhone. And I loved how that was like a huge practice with his forever. And as soon as that bitch died, Tim Cook's just like, we're going to do the whole goddamn rainbow. Because he's gay.
Is he?
Now that we know what alternative medicine is and health gurus and all that kind of stuff, we can actually start diving into them, which I want to dive into my favorite one first. Perineum sun exposure, or more commonly known as butthole sunning, which is fun. I'm not flexible enough. This is why I'm in hot yoga right now, dude. I see people doing this kind of stuff with their back, you know, just also that rock would be hot. I bet you that person's back is scorched right now. Can you imagine that? There are several versions of this, including Yanni, your vagina, and ball sack sunning, but they all follow the same basic principle. You lay on the ground, on your back, like a baby with your legs in the air, and you spread your asshole so it can be sunburned. Like a banana chip. Every time I see banana chips, I always want to eat one of them, but then I look at it, it looks like an asshole, and I'm like, do a little scratch and stuff. And I'm like, They claim that because your asshole doesn't get as much sun as the rest of your body, spreading it towards the sun for only 30 seconds is like the equivalent of giving yourself 8 hours worth of sun exposure and vitamin D. Put your legs up, have your asshole wink at the sun for 30 seconds is the same as being outside for 8 hours. We have a guy here who's going to tell us a little bit about it right now.
Okay, here we are, guys. You guys ask about the butthole sunning all the time. And this is another one of my practices.
Which I do like the idea of like a guy talking in this way and his asshole is just completely spread open. Do you think if you fart while you're butthole sunning, do you think it smells worse or better?
Oh, that thing's gonna be cooking.
Like a hot fart?
Yeah, it's gonna be a hot fart. It's bacon in there.
And your asshole spread is like, it's just like, it does one of those. Shoot it like a gun at somebody.
Ancient Taoists practiced perineum sunning because they believed the root chakra is the gateway between spiritual life and death.
I do love the video here of the guy who's spreading his ass and his wife. At first it looks like she's like blocking her, like blocking the view, like she's like, good God. And the guy has no emotion on his face either. He's just like... People claim that it helps with things like your circadian rhythm and sleep, increased libido, a significant spike in vitamin D levels, and mood boosting, cleansing your genitals or bad energy, and somehow, quote, attracting success and positivity. You know what the attracting success and positivity is having the gall, the gumption to get on your back and be like, look at me, God, is what it is. It's almost like, I don't know why, but my mind is like looking at God, but doing one of those like old-timey cowboy spits into one of those cans. Yeah, that's what you're doing to him. Hey, God. Hits his eye. This is what it feels like. Unfortunately, once again, doctors have said that all the beneficial claims that perineum sunning does are false, and that any health effects are just related to you being in the sun and getting some vitamin D exposure. So I think he's basically saying the scientists are like, you're just outside. You're gonna get it anyways. Here's the thing too, and I might have to try it sometimes. If I lay in the sun, do you think your asshole just feels better cooked? If it's in between some cheeks, it's always kind of warm, right? But if you cook it and you put it up, is it almost like having a hot potato and then wrapping it in aluminum foil and saving it for later?
You got a little sweaty.
That's what I wouldn't like. If I went out and I had sweaty soul, I would have like a handkerchief and I would dab it. I take off my underwear later and it looks like just like a starfish was just sucking on the little bits of my underwear, my Hanes underwear. There's also a risk of exposing a very vulnerable part of your body that never sees sun to direct sunlight for an extended period of time, which can actually increase the risk of HPV-related cancers. Josh Brolin, Thanos, tried it and said it burnt his pucker hole and ruined his plans to go shopping with his family because he had to ice his asshole for several days. Oh, Josh, you silly. You're such a silly fuck.
Jeez.
I know, that was aggressive. But on a similar note, we also have yoni steaming, which is the practice of sitting over steam with herbs in it to clean out or cleanse the yoni, or AKA your your vagina. Your pussy, your whispering eye. Yoni steaming helps with menstrual relief, postpartum recovery, and increased circulation. Dude, I tell you what, if I was a girl, I would fucking steam. Postpartum, I just shit out a baby. I'd want a little steam. Also, I tell you what too, whenever I see like those air humidifiers putting up the stuff in the air, I always put my face over it. So if I was a girl, I'd be like, I want my pussy in that. I want that in me. I want that in me now, is what I'd say. Get that in my guts!
What's up, ladies? I'm Tiara, and today I'm going to teach you how to yoni steam.
I really don't like when people say kitty tip. Just say pussy. Kitty tip, steam before your cycle to reduce menstrual cramping and lighten flow. What if I want heavy flow all the time?
Then you are the minority.
Hey, ladies who like a heavy flow like they mans, rise up.
There are a variety of ways to yoni steam, but today I'm going to use my seat that's on my website, prettykittyllc.com.
All right, I gotta tell you, the VHS filter they have on this video, and then it's just like on a rug. This looks like a torture. This is definitely either a BDSM thing or a torture chair. Just a toilet seat chair on carpet is just foul. On carpet is just wrong, dude. Gonna have a couple hound dogs over there sniffing around. Better not bring the basset hounds over. Woo.
After you bring your water to a boil, you can go ahead and pour your herbs in and let your herbs simmer a bit and come to a boil.
You're making kimchi? Doesn't it look like kimchi a little bit? A little kimchi steam in your pussy? Why not? Just the amount of carpet in this video is I'm just like, this is just gotta be the smelliest house. Just steam all in the carpet, dude. I mean, just baked in. The guys from Febreze come over and they're like, I don't think the 99.9% of odor is getting destroyed in this house, dude. Looks like bone broth. A little bone broth in your pussy.
And it doesn't need to be too hot. You want to make sure that it's tolerable enough for you and your kitty.
I want to see people who are like, the steam, I'm putting it in me. They take a little baster, a little turkey baster, that'd be me. If you did this to your asshole, would that be any different? Because you have chronic diarrhea all the time. I don't know, when's the last time you've had a solid poop?
6 months.
Actually? Literally half a year? You serious?
Yeah.
Why don't you eat some fiber? Right? Won't that doesn't that get your shit a bit thicker?
Fiber loosens it.
Oh, loosens it.
I don't know. Fact check.
Yeah.
We don't have internet.
Yeah, no wonder you're issue. But there's also the yoni egg. Another yoni treatment being peddled is the use of something called a yoni egg. Is it yoni or yanni? I kind of like yanni.
I think it's
Laurel.
I like yanni though. We're gonna say yanni, which is just a rock you shove up your cooter. I also like cooter. I prefer cooter over kitty. If I'm being honest, I just don't like kitty. They are believed to enhance sensuality, strength, and healing. They are made of various crystals like clear quartz, rose quartz, and jade. Each crystal has its own specific use. They are used to strengthen the pelvic floor muscle, increase natural lubrication, and increase sensation during intercourse. Natural lubrication, you know what that means?
No.
I don't either. But some of the cons of the yoni eggs is that sometimes you can have risk of infection and painful sex.
Also, they say if you're pregnant, do not use a yoni egg.
I say if you're pregnant, you gotta use a yoni egg. Use a yoni egg as soon as you can, all times, every time. You're supposed to walk around with a yoni egg in you?
No, you're like supposed to lay down and like, there's a video of a girl saying your body needs to accept it. Don't force it in.
What videos did you watch for this video, dude?
I think it's the 4 basic yoni egg.
I'm not. You downloaded it for this video to watch?
Yeah, she does it on TikTok. Also, she like puts it in through her pants.
It kind of looks like a butt plug.
I think my dad had some of these.
My dad had a bunch of yoni eggs, but they're strung together, and they were just in his sock drawer. I don't know why. Maybe my dad probably has something. It's not. Yeah.
Once it's in, you can start with some pelvic rocks. Inhale to lift your egg and rock your pubic bone up.
Dude, man, sometimes I wish I had just a cooter, dude. Well, if I had my yoni egg, would be like a dinosaur egg. I'd be like, and all my gutty work's falling out with it too.
Jesus.
I don't feel particularly good. We could cut that out of here. Which, if you are wanting designer yoni eggs, luckily Gwyneth Paltrow with her company Goop sells yoni eggs for $66.
Which I found a better deal. You can get a 3-pack for $77.
You can get 3-pack for $77 from where? What if we just plugged our store? The most natural integration. But Gwyneth Paltrow's company was fined $145,000 for false claims that it was good for you and that it did anything. In court, they said it didn't. So I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. I still advocate the yoni eggs though. Gynecologists and doctors tell people not to use them because they can be dangerous and can actually damage pelvic muscles, which is the opposite of what they're claiming to strengthen. They're saying, oh, put some eggs up your yoni. Hey, put some eggs up in your kitty. Meow.
I also read somewhere that like if you have vagina-itis, don't use a yoni egg.
What the fuck is vagina-itis?
Laurel.
Really?
Yeah, I dated someone with that.
We don't have to include that. You actually didn't even need to say that right now. My God.
Very painful for her.
Which Gwyneth Paltrow's company Goop has sold some of the most interesting products, including a candle called "This Smells Like My Vagina" and a $15,000 gold vibrator. I'm not gonna lie though, the sensation of some gold, huh? Something my mans can't give me. Got a gold dick? Well, unless you're a gold member. Not bad. But if maybe shoving plastic eggs that break down your pussy muscle isn't for you, then maybe you can drink some piss tea. We're going into piss therapy. Yay! My God. Nice hangout today with my new friend, Redacted, deleted from this earth, and her amazing stash of aged urine. We welcome all initiates to aged urine here. It's the most powerful free medicine you'll ever use. This has to be a troll. I'll tell you what, though, they have... If there was a fucking spectrum of fucking piss colors here, I mean, do they have every one? I feel like they do.
They have light yellow. There's even some clear one.
I wish my piss was so dehydrated that it was almost black.
Ever heard of maple syrup urine?
Maple syrup urine? No.
That's a disease people have where they'll pee out maple syrup thickness and color.
Well, I don't think it'd be pleasant. As much as I'd want it to be pleasant, though. Especially, like, imagine you know it's coming. You're like, oh my God, wait, no. I have the maple syrup pee.
Could you imagine aging that, though?
Oh, dude. The divine butter, as they call it. Oh, dude. Give me some of that. The claim is that you are reabsorbing all the vitamins and minerals lost when you pee them out. But research shows that those vitamins and minerals are just so minimal that just taking a vitamin would be healthier. Who would have thought? Instead of drinking your piss, just take maybe a Flintstones gummy. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you, dude. I got guys just like, well, just think about all of the gold we're wasting here. There's a guy who would eat his diarrhea and drink his piss on YouTube. Online. I don't know if it was on YouTube, but it was disgusting. Matt showed me it one time. Rat Watson. Yeah, Matt, game theory. Can you get more vitamins by drinking your pee? It's just a theory. Also to know, urine is a waste that the body just filters out. So you're already getting all the good. This is literal waste. Anybody who's get you in to drink pee for health benefits,
maybe your body like missed the good stuff though.
Yeah. Well, what's fucked up is I'm thinking of the show Gold Rush, and it's like whenever their machine breaks, they let all the gold get off top of it. So it's like, how do you know your body is optimally absorbing the vitamins, Nick?
It's like double filtration.
You pissed it out your tiny pee hole. And here are some of the proposed benefits of drinking urine. Detoxification? What does that mean? What the hell does that even mean? Are you a mutant? Are you going up to fucking Chernobyl victims and giving them urine? What the hell are you talking about, Nick? What is detoxification?
That's just like, if you drink like plum juice.
No! What are you talking about? If you drink plum juice, what is toxified, dude? I want to know.
It's releasing the toxins.
Releasing the toxins in your bodies.
Yeah.
That does not seem right. I don't know if I agree. All right, immune system booster? Maybe. Well, probably because it's like you're drinking something so horrible for you, your body's working overtime, and they're like, we need more men. We need more men. And healing properties. On the list, it just says healing properties. They're like, wait, there are some healing properties. We're not going to tell you which ones, but there are... But there are ways to heal yourself from drinking piss, so just let you know. Skin health. Dude, drinking urine's gonna make your fucking skin brighter. You're gonna glow from drinking it? No.
You're gonna glow like urine.
You're gonna glow yellow. It's like jaundice. Maybe it speeds up the process of jaundice. You get all yellowy, huh? Why this guy practices urine therapy. Even the way he drank at the beginning does not make me think that it's... If a guy is advocating for it, by now you should be used to the taste of piss. Also, that has to be Gold Peak sweet tea. That is rancid. That is brown. Look at his face. He's like... He's like, you actually lose your sight. Drinking 3 ounces of aged urine is like eating 6 pennies.
Today, we are talking about the ancient art of shivambu, aka urine therapy.
If you're in good enough shape and you're kind of older, people will listen to whatever the hell you have to say, don't they? Because they're just like, what is his secret? And so the idea is like, he probably just didn't eat bread. You know what I mean? Motherfucker was probably like, I think I'm gonna skip soda.
Now, this therapy is not right for everyone. It's very esoteric, and it takes a Jedi mind trick to get over your conditioning, your industrial age school system.
Get over your conditioning, dude. He was like choking back tears drinking it for the first time. It's not for everybody, and it's probably because everything tastes like piss and smells like piss. How much of this do you think it's also people just doing something odd and then being able to like relay that to someone? Like they don't actually have any benefits. They're just like, yeah, I'm drinking piss right now because it makes me feel pretty good.
So they're just doing it for attention?
Or just like individualism.
Oh, probably.
You know? But again, doctors advise against doing this because it can be harmful to your blood and kidneys and could reintroduce bacteria and toxins into your body that your kidney already filtered out, which the detoxification is intoxication. And there's also a thing called urine injection therapy. Urine injection therapy. This is where you eat a small amount of something you're allergic to and then pee it out. Then you inject that pee into your muscle.
I literally thought this was a troll. I was like, no way, this is real.
Apparently this is very real. And in 2009, a Bolivian woman died trying this. That's like if we gave Harry some shrimp and had him piss it out and put it to his fucking bicep. Why would you do that? My God. Jesus Christ. 1 second, sorry. Next up, we also have coffee enemas, which I've heard of coffee enemas. You shoot coffee up your butthole, it gets to your bloodstream faster. Why not, dude? I will say, though, people make weird parties out of it. I don't like coffee enemas. It's like, do it by yourself. Which coffee enemas are promoted as a way to heal toxicity in your colon and help with chronic gut issues. I thought it was just to get you zapped up in the morning. Apparently, there's some good stuff here. The process involves brewing a pot of coffee, mixing it with water, and blasting it in your asshole. That last part, you can do it however you want. There's really no right or wrong way to blast it. Well, you need to make sure it goes in the hole and gets up in your gutty works. There's absolutely no evidence this helps you. And some of the common side effects of at-home colon cleanses, especially with coffee, include rectal burns. Well, yeah. It's a piping hot pot today. God damn! Nausea, vomiting, cramping, bloating, dehydration, bowel perforation, infection caused by improperly sterilized equipment. You're sharing turkey basters. You don't want somebody's poo-poo germs getting on your poo-poo germs, all right? They don't like that. People have reportedly died from these coffee enemas as well. A breast cancer patient began frequent self-administration of coffee enemas. Later, this patient experienced liver failure and died thereafter. The most likely cause of death was the electrolyte imbalance. That's sad. Which at the same time, dude, if I had cancer, why wouldn't you just try anything? You know what I mean? Why not?
What was stage 1?
I'd still say it's cancer. I don't think there's any form of cancer where I wouldn't be scared. I like how you're like, what if it's stage 1? Oh, you're stage 1, so you don't have to have the charity then, right? I don't have to give you a check, right? Because you have stage 1. Is that what you're like, Nick? You're a monster.
I'm just saying.
You better hope that you don't ever get stage 1 because you were getting a rude letter in the mail. Next up, we also have eating basically raw products, meat, water, unprocessed waters, and milks, and all kinds of stuff. And we wouldn't be doing this video if we didn't bring up our good champion, Liver King. Brian Johnson, aka Liver King, became popular on Instagram and social media by promoting a lifestyle where he claims to eat raw meat on a carnivore diet, which is nothing but meat. Crazy abs, he's a very in-shape man. I think he's 4'7".
He looks horrible.
Oh, he looks horrible, Nick? Well, take off your shirt. No, go ahead. Take off your shirt. If he looks so horrible, take off your shirt.
His skin looks so bad.
Oh, okay. Well,
I know he's old, but...
Oh, okay, man. Stage one. Stage one, Nick. He constantly denied rumors that he took steroids and attained his physique due to his diet and exercise regimen, but finally admitted that he was taking $11,000 worth of pharmaceutical enhancements, including steroids and testosterone, every month. It's a lot of guac, a lot of bread. You actually did too non-meat related, because it was supposed to be spiteful. Yeah, more like... Which he was doing this all to sell a brand of supplements and health products, and the marketing of these campaigns were very French on the first song. 10 out of 10 lions eat the whole feast. Primal protein shake, that's delicious as the whole feast. Very excited about that. The whole feast!
Is this thing on?
The lion does look like, get me out of here. I'm sad. It's the lion from Chronicles of Narnia. I'm supposed to know Jesus. Okay, don't put that in. Bad joke. Which I know we're beating a dead horse here, but doctors claim that you need to be very careful when consuming raw meat, as you can get food poisoning and a number of foodborne pathogens by eating raw meat. All right, this is just me saying, as a buddy, letting you know what I found online. I would never know that. I know it's bad to eat raw meat, but I didn't know what it actually did to you.
Did you hear about the girl who ate uncooked pork?
What happened to the girl who ate uncooked pork?
They did an X-ray of her entire circulatory.
You not talking again?
Worms.
You said that in a way that makes it feel like a lie. Even the way you said worms could not have come across as more of a lie. All right, well, that's cool. Worm woman? What do people like worms?
She died. She had, I think, 3 kids and a husband.
God, that's tragic.
You can still read what's a
Something
prep.
that's becoming more popular recently is drinking like raw milk, which is just milk that hasn't been pasteurized. Claims that skipping the pasteurization process will allow you to consume the natural pathogens in the milk, and you can get antimicrobial and immune boosting properties. But you can, once again, get very sick from these pathogens because you're not a cow.
Also, the cows walking shit, and the shit gets all in the udders and...
The cow's walking, shit gets up on the udders. There's even a trend of drinking raw water, which is drinking water from a natural source that isn't treated or filtered, which of course is dumb because unfiltered water has bacteria and pathogens that will get you sick. I don't know if we've told you this, but pathogens will get you sick. Don't do that. Just drink filtered water. We have whole systems that make the water clean. People and piss in waters. There's dead in the water. Don't drink the water. Imagine going to a lake and drinking lake water. Oh my God. No, thank you, sir, is what I'd say.
That's why you go to your secret spring water up in the mountains where nobody goes.
Yeah, well, you got to be like Sammy Welljack, or where the guy's name was from Holes. You got to find those stuff, that water up there, because no one goes up there.
The onion water?
Yeah, the onion water. Which, let's say you want to try drinking the natural water anyways, fellas, ladies. Well, luckily there's a company called Live Water where you can get 2.5 gallons of live water for $36.99. That's a lot. They don't even do anything to it. They just go up to a lake probably and they're like, put it in there. $40. Wow. Next up, we have human glue facials. You know what I'm talking about. The stinky stuff that comes out your wah-wah. Probably skip this one. Which human glue facials are exactly what they sound like. Where's this going, dude? Which is rubbing human glue on your face as a natural facial remedy that can apparently moisturize and build collagen production. Women getting a facial using salmon cum. Salmon cum?
Doesn't have to be human, baby.
It could be, you people are putting animal glue on.
It's easier to get the animal stuff.
I was gonna say horse glue, but that's just glue. Unfortunate. There's no evidence that it does any of that. And the worst part is that you can actually have allergic reactions, give yourself acne, or even get an STD on your face. From glue? No.
I buy black market glue.
Why?
I don't know anybody.
You're a guy, though. Why wouldn't you just use your own glue?
Well, that's gross. I don't want to glue myself.
I don't think you glue yourself. I think you just probably... Which maybe we want to get out of the physical realm of weird health practices, right? Why don't we go to the brain? Mental health. Didn't think I would be so bold, did you? Well, I'm an advocate for mental health. All right. Better help ad right here. You could do things called rage retreats if you have a lot of inner anger, right? Maybe a lot of different things going on. You can go to a rage retreat and spend $4,000 yelling with other women. Sounds like my wife's book club. This is a ceremony in which participants scream and beat large sticks on the ground in the woods. Participants are encouraged to think of people and experiences that have wronged them and to scream and swing the sticks for at least 20 minutes or until their arms get out, which for me would be a lot shorter. Give me a 3 minutes. 3 good minutes of screaming and whacking something, I'd be toast. You kidding me? My fat ass, I'd be winded immediately. My screams too after a while, I'd be like, Hey, you know, there's nothing wrong with going in these retreats and doing this kind of thing. I just think it's kind of funny. Going on top of a mountain and slamming sticks around like a fucking caveman and screaming out into the void, you know? But sometimes, yeah, if it's good for you, then I say do it. If you got $4,000 lying around, that's what you want to spend it on, I don't give a do what you want. All I'm saying is I would buy a sick race car bed. Why don't they sell adult race car beds, Nick?
They do. I have one.
That's a revelation. You have a race car bed?
Yeah, I upgraded my bed for my twin to a queen race car.
So at first we did have a single cab car. Now we got a driver and a passenger seat in the bed there. Pretty excited. But you know, this helps to release anger and just to get out some pent up emotions. But you could also just work out or go to a boxing class or something like that. But you know, if you want to spend the money and go up to a mountain and scream, do that too, dude. I don't go to a gym. I will be soon when I do my body transformation video. And by the end of this year, you'll be like, ooh, you look so good. And you know, I'm gonna say I did. I went on top of a mountain. I screamed. I took $4 grand. I lit on fire and I like, I threw it out like that.
Have you seen the one throwing ice in the tub?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the ice tub was good too. Yeah, dude, some people want to throw ice in the bath. No problem, Nick. You know, you've really shown who you are through this video. You know that? You really opened up Pandora's box to people. I hope you know that. There's a whole wave of hate coming for you, dude. You better watch your back. But there's also spiritual energy camps as well. Spiritual energy camps are another way to release emotions that promise to help heal your ailments through spiritual ways rather than conventional medicine. Sometimes you gotta ask God. I do. I talk to him sometimes. I say, hey God, put that bean down on my ass. Yoga Prana Vidya offers a 2-week energy healing camp that claims to cure various cancers, diabetes, relationship issues, and hearing loss. The most tragic of them all.
What was kind of funny is YouTube had to put a warning saying AIDS can't be cured.
YouTube AI, whatever, is just like, there is no cure for AIDS at this time. And yeah, fucking Yoga Prana Vidya is just like, God damn AI. The camp teaches you how to heal various factors of your life through the use of energy without touching the body. They also claimed a patient went in with a wheelchair, but by the end of the camp, they were able to walk on their own. Dude, religious people have been doing that forever, and I believe every single one of them. And you know, we have testimonies from these guys, right?
This is heaven, and this is the only one place in the universe. I was living in a myth, and this is reality. Your healing started the moment you registered.
Definitely not paid actors or delusional or alcoholics. I don't know which one. Which I want to say meditation and breathing exercises. I used to meditate. Used to sit in the shower and just kind of sit there. Well, I never did this. I know that people always think about this, but I just would sit and think after a while. And then my demons were too loud and they scared me, so I stopped. I just like the idea of some guy just being like, there's some bad people were talking back to me, so I cut that out. Which maybe you don't want to deal with the weird fucking piss stuff or spiritual stuff, so that we get into biohacking and technology. Biohacking is a loose term that involves optimizing your lifestyle and diet with the little changes that can make you a healthier person. Sounds right. Sounds good. Remember the vampire we talked about? He was cool.
He is definitely biohacking.
He's definitely biohacking, and he has his olive oil, snake oil. I want to get a bottle of it and cook me some sweet potatoes with it. So I can stop doing that, dude. If I had snake oil, my burps wouldn't sound like that. Is alternative medicine Tums?
Urine Tums?
Yeah, my urine Tums that I have a bucket of Tums that I piss on and I eat them. It helps my heartburn and it gets rid of all the gutty work acid that I have. I'll only run you through a morning routine of one of these biohackers. TikToker Primal Health Guy seems kind of normal at first, and then he says he'll sit outside and ice his balls.
Then I'll sit outside or at the kitchen table while I ice my balls and do a face cold plunge.
Already off to a good start. If any of my friends started telling me I've been regularly waking up early and icing my balls, I would just have so much respect. That's insane. That's like an ice bath. When people tell me they do ice baths now, I'm just like, way to follow the trend, dude. Why don't you ice your balls? Just your balls, too. Look real weird. Then he says he uses a bidet and squatty potty before sitting in an infrared sauna suit, which I will be an advocate till my dying breath. The bidet should be in every house in America. If I was president, that'd be rule number 1.
Practice what you preach. Where's our bidet?
We have a bidet. We just haven't hooked up. Hey, don't push me on this again, okay? We're gonna get it in when we get it in. Don't I know? I go in your bathroom after you. Let me tell you, I can tell that ass is dirty. Good God. Don't want the water bill going up so high because I feel like you let that bidet ride, dude. There are also grinders. And I'm not talking about the homosexual dating app where you can elicit sex in public places with random men. If I was gay, I'd be on it. I just flashed my user for money. These grinders are people who enhance their bodies with do-it-yourself cybernetic devices or by introducing biochemicals. Like one guy here is getting night vision eyes. The grinder injected chlorophyll-like substance called Chlorn E6 into his eyeballs. Following the procedure, the grinder's eyesight improved at night, but the very next day, his eyesight returned to normal. That picture is crazy. Also, does that not look like Jesse Plemons?
Oh yeah, it does.
That looks just like Jesse Plemons.
I was more focused on them.
Yeah, the guy getting the syringe, I was actually like, I don't want to look at that. Makes you think of like some Clockwork Orange shit. Which then next up, you could also human glue retention. Am I right, boys? AKA no-fap, which also no-fapping is a form of biohacking, boys. Okay, I know we've already went over looks maxing. We have a bunch of edging, gooning, munting, and all kinds of stuff, but still. There are some very clear benefits when it comes to human glue retention, like clear skin, increased testosterone, weight loss. I bet my ass is beating my dick every day. Increased muscle mass, physical rejuvenation, and a deeper voice. The joke. Okay. But because one might develop erectile dysfunction, premature ejaculation, or retrograde ejaculation, which is when human glue travels back into the bladder. Oof, I don't know if I like that, dude. That's like the forbidden Cinnabon factory right there or something. I don't like that. Biohacking, people usually end up with some kind of gimmicky thing or trying to, you know, like we've done with the human vampire, make themselves not necessarily immortal, but live way longer than what humans should. But you do have to give them props for trying, right? I'd say that with everybody here. Unless you're a scammer type, anybody just being like, I'm just going to try holistic, dude. The doctors.
A lot of them are actually kind of like wholesome. Like there's one called the earthing, where it's just we go out into the dirt barefoot and just stand.
Yeah, I think not all of this is bad. I mean, like if you're earthing, you're just walking around without shoes on and stuff, being more connected to the earth. How the fuck is that ever a negative? That's like some 1960s old man shit. Put on some goddamn shoes, you fucking hippie. Biohacking also includes red light therapy, ice bath plunges, and meditation. Meditation's just in all of these, dude. I will say I want one of these masks. Imagine like walking up to your spouse in the middle of the night, looking out, they probably think that they're getting fucking abducted. And there's also Neuralink. Elon Musk, the founder of Tesla and new owner of Twitter, is a big supporter of biohacking and created a microchip for your brain called the Neuralink. The idea behind it is that you would be able to use your brain to perform actions and connect wirelessly to technology, so you can just think about things and they would happen. Kind of like cyberpunk technology, but definitely not gonna work. No way it's gonna work. Very, very doubtful. It would also be used medically to restore vision to blind people or help paralyzed people walk again. Not gonna work. Snake oil salesman. I would rather just go to the yoga thing. Did you see the testimonials, Nick? Play the testimonial again.
I'm okay now. There's no dizziness.
Pretty hard to argue with that. They ran tests using monkeys, but all the monkeys ended up dying. Elon Musk claimed that none of the deaths were due to the Neuralink, and they used monkeys that had terminal illness, stage 1 monkeys. But reports came out, and former employees revealed this was a lie. Many of the monkeys that had died were healthy prior to the surgery. One monkey, in fact, had a piece of Neuralink break off in its brain, and they needed to euthanize it, while another just started shoving its head into the floor for no reason, and her health deteriorated so rapidly that they had to euthanize her as well. Despite the failed test, they implanted the chip into a 29-year-old quadriplegic man named Nolan Arbaugh. He said he cannot feel the chip, and that the first night he had it installed, he spent all night playing Civilization 6. There are also videos showing how he can move a mouse and click just with his thoughts, which is actually pretty interesting and sweet that a guy can just play 6 if this is actually real. Move around, do it, whatever, and play the game with just using his mind is pretty sweet, but I feel like we haven't had it in a human's brain long enough to really know what the side effects are going to be.
Have you seen the procedure where it's done? Elon Musk doesn't want to have a human do it. It's a robot that drills a quarter size of your skull out of your brain, picks it up, injects the Neuralink, and then they super glue your skull back. So you just
super glue it.
You have these quarter size holes. Are you saying like you can get 6 of them?
My God. Quarter size hole, and then also they're sponsored by Gorilla Glue whenever they're done. The robot like wakes you up. You're like, and they're just like, we just want you to know that we're using Gorilla Glue to put your skull back together. Okay, back to sleep. And they like hit you with a Looney Tunes hammer. Conk! Which, you know, this is the conclusion of the video, is do your own research. Do things that you're comfortable with. Be sure to just look into things. Don't just take one person's advice. Ask some professionals, too. Doesn't mean everybody knows the right answers and shit, but if you're going to do some alternative medicines, do something that's good for you and not going to just put you in a bunch of danger, all right? Okay. All I gotta say is thank you so much for watching the video today. If you're an alternative health guru, please hit me up and get me in one of your programs immediately. I'll talk to you next time. Bye-bye.
He's stuck on you. This green one's stuck. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I thought they were all on you. What the fuck?
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about chiropractors. Back pain. Something I would say almost every American experiences. I know my fat ass does all the time. That's why I'm in this nice, extremely cheap, extremely affordable, extremely welcoming Herman Miller ergonomic chair for my good posture. Show an image of my back.
Jesus Christ.
Don't. Now, here's the thing, is that there are a lot of controversies surrounding chiropractors, I know. You wouldn't expect it with some of these videos that we have online. This looks very comfortable. I feel myself getting healed already. Which I just want to put this out there, because this is going to be something we talk about a lot about today, is that first off, chiropractors are not medical doctors. Yes, they do spend 7 to 8 years getting a doctorate, but that doesn't make them licensed professional medical care. No hate against chiropractors, but in terms of science, medical science, a lot of people would say they're not doctors. Let me put that out there.
They have a doctorate.
They have a doctorate.
They're not doctor.
Not doctor. It's kind of confusing. See, that's how they get you, though. They make it a doctorate so you can be doctor whatever, but you're not really a medical professional. That is kind of a crazy scam, though, isn't it? There's a lot of claims chiropractors make that are just not supported by enough facts, by enough actual proof. And lastly, some of the shit they do
if you have
just
ZGS,
looks
he has
painful.
porn, so you can freeze a little meter with it.
Popping your bones. All right, guy, he's hitting you with something. He's twisting this. The chiropractors treat the body like a goddamn bop it. Exactly what it is. How do we know that the inventor of the bop it was not a chiropractor?
I don't think he's one.
It's time for another sponsor!
Do you have debt? Well, PDS Debt is here to help you.
That's right. Whether it's credit card debt, medical bills, collections, or personal loans, doesn't matter your credit score. If you got $10,000 or more debt, PDS can help. PDS Debt rolls all that junk into one low monthly payment now, saving you thousands in fees.
Did he horn or did he just get lucky? He had rage gear.
It's a top-rated company on Google, and has an A+ rating on BBB. PDS cares about getting you out of your tumultuous debt. Nah. PDS Debt is offering a free debt analysis, and it only takes 30 dang old seconds. Head over to PDSDebt.com/Papa Neat to get your free debt assessment today. Thank you, PDS Debt, and back to the video.
So let's take a deep dive down, dirty look into the world of chiropractors. I don't know what kind of transition that was. We're going to talk about chiropractors. F you. What exactly is chiropractic care? Chiropractic care is a form of alternative medicine focused on treating muscular disorders, primarily those related to the spine, without the use of drugs. That can't be true. Well, it's homeopathic, but let me tell you, I fucking destroyed my back powerlifting in college, and I was like, I think I need adjustment. He was like, here's a prescription for hydrocodone. And I was like, no wonder people choke and die on these all the time, because it was delightful. I spent, I think, 2 weeks on hydrocodone, and it was one of the best experiences of my life.
I agree. I stole some from
brother. He just had his wisdom teeth pulled out.
You stole hydrocodone from your brother with missing teeth? Wisdom teeth removed, and you're just like, you don't need these. I think I watched Breaking Bad, and I was like really enjoying it, but I'm pretty sure my entire face was just like I was just completely zooted out. It was amazing. Chiropractors emphasize the manual adjustment and manipulations of the spine to alleviate pain, improve function, and promote overall health, which I'm sure there's some truth to that. I'm not going to research this, but I'm almost positive. I'm pretty sure that they release gas, like when they pop your joints and stuff, the relief you feel is from gas or like nitrogen, which in return, if you have a buildup, you can feel stiff, you can do whatever. So when they pop it, it's relieved. You're like, ah. Is there a way to actually move someoon's spine, like rotate? They're like, we need to align this. What does that even mean? It's all fooey.
Holy shit, I just took like 80 damage.
Just like, these include the high velocity, low amplitude thrust, or more gentler mobilization techniques, a little softer, a little more tender care, right? Some people go really hard, some people go really soft. Just depends on which way you like to do the little La Vida Loca. They also focus on soft tissue therapies, which include massages and stretching to relieve muscle tension and improve circulation, much like my diabetic socks. We're going to mainly focus on the heavy impacts because that's where the funny stuff happens, okay? If we wanted to watch some old bitch gently get her neck twisted around, why are we here? I want to see the old bitch get her fucking head spun off like a goddamn Christmas ornament or something like that. You know what I mean? I want to see some damage, and that's what we're doing today. We're looking at damage. God damn! It's like a fucking drive-by. As soon as I saw this image right here, I was like, this is some live leak shit. Say goodnight.
7? Almost 7?
I just said.
You're 7 months pregnant? I thought you were just really
I went
fat.
on the right side.
There we go.
It's whenever they put the neck in an angle and they just do that. The very quick ones, you can't do that. Why don't we start from the beginning with Hunter's nice little history of chiropractors, of chiropracticity, of history of chiropractors.
It's one of these ones I see.
The practice of chiropractors was
I'm already
founded in
almost down 2 brews.
1895 by a man named Daniel David Palmer. And Palmer was a self-proclaimed magnetic healer. I'm pausing for emphasis because what have we done? Which is a type of healer who practiced medicine based on the concepts of an invisible force that resides in all living beings. Just pausing again, just so you can really digest that. Palmer, magnetic healing, energy inside us. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. AKA midi-chlorians, which is the Scientology thing. Midi-chlorians are? Oh, same thing. Scientology, fake stuff. Palmer sought to combine magnetic, scientific, and vitalistic viewpoints as a drugless healer. Which I want to say this before I get too far into it. If you're from 1895, I fully believe this man was probably like, I think that this is real, right? It's the 1800s. Who the f knows, right? A camera's barely been out. People are able to take what they're calling pictures. I don't know. It's insane, right? It's a weird time in the wild, wild west. And the first chiropractic procedure was performed on a janitor named Harvey Lillard, who claimed to have regained his hearing after the adjustment. This is where we're getting into the, do we know if this is real or is this whatever people are just trying to legitimize what we're doing here? This feels a lot like Joseph Smith and the Golden Plates.
I wasn't there.
I wasn't there. Honestly, you know the thing too, if I wasn't there, how do I know what happened? The story goes, upon the punchline of Lillard's joke, Palmer slapped Lillard on the back so hard that his vertebrae realigned itself. That must have been a good fucking joke. Especially 1895, what kind of joke? He's like, it was a frog! Bam! I mean, right to his fucking back. A few days later, Lillard claimed his hearing loss of 17 years was healed. Ooh. To this day, doctors cannot reproduce these results, but Palmer claimed he used a precise technique that can't be duplicated. AKA, he found golden tablets in the middle of the woods and he spoke with a white Cherokee ghost. Just trust me, that's what it is. I gotta hear the joke. He even tell people the joke. What if the joke was really, really funny? People were like, I could believe that. I could believe that it was so funny that you slapped somebody out of a hearing loss. You know what I mean? Which also, just as he's going, as well as a trickle in information, since this is a video about chiropractors, let's just put one video up of someone getting something adjusted. Okay. This incident inspired Palmer to pursue the art of spinal treatment as a way to heal diseases. And Palmer theorized that many diseases were caused by misalignment of the spine that interfered with the flow of the body's innate intelligence or vital energy. Ooh. I know what I'm gonna say, and it still sounds sexy. That's how you know that you're bought in, dude. Which he dubbed this vertebral subluxation. I have a bone marrow disorder and I can't pronounce certain things. It hurts me. He believed that spinal adjustments could correct these misalignments and restores one health to its original state. Align your chakras, right? Align your chi, as they say. Your ki. Is it gi or is it chi? Chi.
Indian butter.
Before coining the term chiropractic, he claimed his hands were magnetic and that they could heal any disease 10 times quicker than any one man with medicine. I know, dude. I like it. He's like, also meet my giant blue ox. Are you Paul? Are you like a Buddhist magnetic guy, or are you Paul Bunyan? Just look at him. He's huge. I'm gonna go back to eating these giant flapjacks, which chiropractic translates to done by hand. I like that, dude. Yo, I just finished my bitch off chiropractic style because my dick game weak. Then in 1897, Palmer founded the first school of chiropractic care. As more and more people began practicing chiropractors, medical professionals started to take notice. Yeah, now people are like, I'm a chiropractor. And the doctor's like, what the f are you even talking about? He's like, my hands are magnets. Like, okay, we need to look into this right now. They began to criticize Palmer's technique and considered him a fraud. One doctor commented by saying, a crank on magnetism has a crazy notion that he can cure the sick and crippled with his magnetic hands. His victims are the weak-minded, ignorant, and superstitious. Those foolish people who have been sick for years and have become tired of the regular physician and want help by shortcut method. He has certainly profited by the ignorance of his victims. Which I want to say, they should have gotten a less fucking crab apple. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, hey, everyone who does that's fucking dumb. You guys should just pay more for doctor care. They're like, you know what? How many go fuck yourself? I want to go talk to the guy with magnetic hands and the giant blue ox and the pancakes. He's definitely jealous. He's like, all right, I can give them Tylenol, but instead they want to go talk to the magnet man.
Cocaine has been heavily prescribed at this point,
which makes doctors kind of cool as well. Throughout the following years, Palmer and many of his followers faced legal challenges for practicing medicine without a license. This eventually earned him and hundreds of other chiropractors jail time for practicing medicine illegally. It's kind of illegal. Can you imagine some guy just like slapping the shit out of somebody? Is your hearing gone? They're like, what? And they're just slapping the shit out of them. At the peak of the controversy, over 450 chiropractors were jailed in a single year. Many of which treated the inmates as well as patients who came to visit them in jail. Like, well, hey, just because you shot a woman in the face doesn't mean that I can't treat your spine, dude. He's like, thanks, I got a lot of weird anger issues. Because of this, Palmer considered turning chiropractic care into a religion to skirt legal scrutiny, which unfortunately didn't pan out for him. Can you imagine today the Church of Chiropractors, just a building where people go in and they're just like, you want to see God? Yeah. Right to some girl's head. Tragically, Palmer died when his son, BJ, ran him over with a car during a homecoming parade. Classic BJ. Him and his drinking. Which, if you look at it, is kind of funny, too. The father's name was David Palmer, which is DP, and his son was BJ. Just gonna leave that out there so people can do what they want with that one. Reports say that him and BJ were disputing over the direction to take the school, so it's theorized that BJ intentionally ran Palmer over in spite to get Daddy's company. Any true crime whores out there want to contemplate on that? Girls love their true crime stories. BJ claims that his father beat 3 of his children with straps and was goddamn left turn and was so much involved in chiropractic that he hardly knew he had age. I wonder if BJ's a bit resentful towards old DP. This did not stop Palmer nor his followers, as the art of chiropractic care still lives on to this day.
Fucking
as
serious?
Of 1930, it is the largest alternative healing profession in the United States of America. Rock, flag, and eagle. Chiropractors have been around for over 100 years now, with millions of patients looking for an alternative way to treat pain and discomfort. But to this day, there's still a lot of controversy surrounding what exactly chiropractors even do for you. Their health claims. Chiropractic care does help with issues like neck and back pain. This is because when you pop a joint, your nerve endings in the joints release endorphins that help ease pain temporarily. Little endorphin shots here and there, dude. With a little crack. You ever crack your hands? You're like, That's also why 5 minutes later you're like, my hands feel stiff. I feel like my hands are made of glass. However, cracking joints can also increase pain, cause headaches, pinch nerves, or disrupt blood supply. You'll die. It's not funny, Nick.
Oh, sorry.
I heard you laugh. That's not fucking funny.
I thought this is a comedy.
Those pop noises that are made are built up nitrogen gases that are releasing. Which is kind of interesting, because I always thought it was bones doing like... Nope, it's just... And I'm dead. Chiropractors also claim that these techniques help with immune system boosting, chronic pain, asthma, allergies, gastrointestinal issues. And some even claim that you can prevent diseases through spinal adjustments. Oh. You don't want to get this disease? Let me twist your back. You have ADHD? How I can readjust your back? You'll be fine. You'll be stiff as a board. You got a little teaspoon of cancer? Hey, let's lay down. Let's see what that
4+.
spine's doing. What the f is that bridge that Goku runs down at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z? Snake Way. I used to go to school with a guy that had a back just like that. I mean, he looked like a Japanese snake dragon is what he looked like. One of those. I wonder how he's doing. I haven't heard from him in a long time. But none of these claims have been scientifically proven, and a lot of healthcare professionals believe the practice to be pseudoscience. And it's not just the health claims that are controversial. It's also the techniques the chiropractors use, which is high velocity, low amplitude spinal manipulations, especially the neck, carry risks including vertebral artery dissection, which can lead to a stroke. Although such complications are rare, they are serious and have led to concerns about the safety of these procedures. People always have to be barking up these goddamn trees. Let me pop my back if I want to, dude. This is America after all. Some patients even experience temporary discomfort or pain following chiropractor adjustments. There have also been reports of more severe adverse effects, such as nerve damage and fractures, particularly in patients with underlying health conditions like osteoporosis, which is just a fun word to say. I think my grandma has osteoporosis. What is osteoporosis?
Bone shit?
Oh, yeah, she has that. And this is the whole reason for this video. It's absurd, crazy technique chiropractors use.
Yeah, if I get more money, I'm going to try for Radiant.
When you go online, it's almost like watching a fat person roll down a hill. Watching people on an adjustment table at a chiropractor clinic has the same thing as any of these weird videos that just suck you in. You just wonder how...
I'm gonna talk a little bit again.
On earth did we get here? How did we do it? We want to talk about certain techniques, right? Whenever you see some of these videos, these are all techniques by professional chiropractors, such as the activator method chiropractic technique. This is a method where chiropractors use a mallet and chisel-like instrument to deliver spinal adjustments. I actually do want to see this. I love these. The best part of these videos, too, are just the people laying and taking it. And the chiropractors always have no emotion on their face. The chiropractors who use the mallet or twist people's necks, they're either as surprised as you are, or it's like watching an alien experience human emotion for the first time. What is this? This is supposed to be done gently, but my God, there are some people who bring that shit down like fucking Thor himself right down on the human body. Such as a man treating his scoliosis. We gotta love this. It's weird too that these always look like they're going on in Russian gymnasiums. I don't know how. I feel like they have like cubicles set aside for these guys.
These are specifically Russian videos.
I do it. I could just tell by looking at their strong, prominent brow. Or how about tailbone adjustments? There's also a way to get your tailbone adjusted, which involves a guy sticking his finger up your bum. What kind of machine is this? This is what exactly I would look like if I was on my stomach. What kind of weird fucking Predator technology do they have? This looks like something that the Predator would have that like before he's getting ready to fucking shoot somebody with a plasma cannon. He's like, so I need this to know where his asshole is. I do have this down. It'd be so funny if whenever he came back out, it was just like stained horribly. How do they talk the guy into doing this? Hey, do you mind if I record this for my social media? Yeah. Doc, what are you doing? But, you know, you can also use a mallet for this technique as well if you're a true champion like my Russian brothers. Or craniosacral therapy. This is a therapy technique that focuses on manipulating the bones of the skull, the triangle bone at the base of the spine, and the membrane that protects your brain. Let's with that. The membrane that's protecting your brain. We should sign that with a mallet or twist it or
what is he doing?
Pop it. Imagine getting this from this guy. Oh my God, wait, what is he doing?
Open, relax the neck, big breath.
Oh my God. Hold on.
This feels like a skit from Saw. This therapy is based on the belief that there is subtle, rhythmic movement of the cranial bones, and the flow of the cerebral spinal fluid can be felt and adjusted, like a gusher. This rhythm is thought to be essential for overall health and well-being. So maybe sometimes you need to get a little doctor, put his hands in your mouth, mess with your invisible membrane, your little gutty works, your little gusher in your mouth, and then you feel better. The fundamental premise that the cranial bones can be moved and that such movements significantly affect health is highly contested. Cranial bones are fused and immobile in adults, so it's widely believed that it does nothing. That's what medical professionals say, but don't take it from me, take it from them, medical professionals, doctors. Con men, the towel adjustment, the ring dinger, and the Y strap. These all feel either sexual or feel like attacks in Street Fighter. I don't really know which one it is. This is a technique where you can wrap a towel and strap it around the neck and pull with all your little might. You might have seen it. People wrap their towel around their head and they fucking yank back like no one's business, dude. This technique is extremely dangerous and is not practical. I always like how it starts off too, and it either looks like the patient is in a coma, or you can tell they're like, I might die here. This is where I die. That fucking towel is wrapped tight around his neck too. Can you breathe? The guy's like, bro woke up and saw it goes,
Make your belly into jelly.
what if they pull and there's not also a pop too? I'm always just like, oh god. I want to see them like 30 minutes after their session. Oh fuck! Put the nitrogen back in. Or the nasal specific technique. The nasal specific technique, NST, is an unconventional chiropractical method that involves inserting a small balloon into the nasal passage and inflating them. This technique aims to adjust the cranial bones and improve conditions like sinus problems, migraines, and even some respiratory issues as well. But there is little to no research to support these claims, and it has the potential risk of nasal bleedings, sinus infections, and damage to your nasal passage. This is horrifying, dude. I mean, it's always the panic too. People be like, for a second.
Can you breathe?
Yeah, I can breathe really good.
This guy looks like every stereotypical devil I've ever seen in any daytime show. Pop the balloon! And also, he's using a wooden toothpick. How is this legit, dude? Motherfuckers.
Probably tell him how much to make again.
He just fought some demons. He just saw hell. He went to hell and back right there. But we want to move on to infant chiropractic, which is my favorite. Little babies. Popping baby bones, dude. People always say baby bones are soft. I think you can throw them hard enough, they'll break. Although not illegal, chiropractic techniques on infants remains highly controversial. Just like everything on this list is highly controversial. Some chiropractors claim that it can help cure chronic crying. Is your baby crying too much? Snap its neck. It won't cry. I can tell you, I promise you it won't cry anymore after that. Improve sleep, enhance immune functions, prevent ADHD, and it gives the baby relief from being born.
Brother, you don't want to PK me doing that.
Have like PTSD.
I had PTSD coming on my mom, dude. It was so easy coming out, but it was too much to bear. Whitehall practically skipped out. They're just like, do you even have to push? He looks like he's just walking through. One of these practitioners is Ace, the chiropractor. In multiple videos, he is seen repeatedly cracking the neck of premature babies with a misshapen head.
God damn,
the fluid is from being premature. Let me just take a look at this.
Where's mommy? Where's mommy?
Woo! He was begging for that.
Get that child out of there! The baby's like crying. He's like, your baby's beautiful. It's cute baby. Cutest little baby I've seen. There you go, baby. There you go. He has a funny minion shirt on.
Wait, what? How did that one get on me?
In another video, he is seen squeezing the child's skull, trying to reform the child's skull.
Close enough for it to aggro you.
Infants have soft, malleable heads, and over time, the skull plates fuse together. It's very funny. Every child is born like Gumby.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna go out. Both of them can't be aggroed at once, or else this is gonna be scuff.
And not harming him. It's not bad. I'm telling you, it's good. So let's just drop it, okay? God. He also defends the skull squeezing by saying that children's skulls are malleable until 18 months. And all he's trying to do is reshape the skull.
I need you to chill out.
You know, all I'm trying to do is just reshape the skull. I don't know why you guys are bickering so much. God, it's like the flattest back of his head. I pushed it.
Just don't go in.
I don't know. He claims this is similar to those helmets infants wear with mace-shaped heads, which if I ever have a kid, I'm never putting him in that. I'd rather have my head have a goddamn coffee bean head than make him wear that goddamn helmet. There's also Andrew Arnold, who experienced extreme backlash after video footage surfaced of him performing controversial treatments on a 2-week-old baby. The baby has been on the earth for 14 days. He has a chiropractor session. The video showcased Arnold manipulating the baby's necks, hips, and collarbones, using a spring-loaded device on the baby's neck and spine, and at one point, lifted the baby upside down by its legs. Yeah, dude, just give a little Pope dunk. Praise the Lord. Right down. In response to the controversy, Dr. Arnold was placed under an undertaking which barred him from treating children under the age of 12. He's like, how old are you? He's like, 12 and 2 months. He's like, perfect. Come on in. We have to go into, and I cannot believe this is saying, I am still surprised, is animal chiropractics. And if you don't have a real baby, then you can always schedule your fur baby for a session. That's right, animal chiropractors are a thing, and some techniques that are used on humans are also used on animals. Does your dog have a stiff neck? Maybe your cat's arthritis is flaring up. Do you need to give your horse an enhancement boost before the big race? Well, Bones Hand Animal has got you covered. Founded by German chiropractor Murik Kolak, Bones Hands Animal specializes in both the human body as well as our furry friends. He's like dog and human. One and the same. Interesting enough, Kolak started his animal chiropractor journey after his dog Bones became ill, and every vet told him to end his suffering by putting him down. I can't put down Bones. He's so special to me. Is that right, Bones? The dog's blind and he doesn't want to eat. He's also 19. Desperate to save his friend, Kolak used all his years of experience on humans and transfer that knowledge into treating animals. Thank God, Kolak. Thank you. Now Bones is living a comfortable life. He's happy and free of any pain. So Kolak wants to make other animals live better as well. But fair warning, Kolak doesn't claim he can solve all of your pet's problems. In fact, he advocates that you should absolutely go to the vet first before trying his alternate treatments. You know, which at least he's being responsible. Which to me, actually, I think he's saying, go to all your vet thing, and then as the absolute last resort, I'll do this because I bet I'm gonna snap your dog's fucking neck and kill him. Well, I mean, he was on his way out anyway. So pay Kolak. Put your $3,000 into Bones' doggy bowl. Recently, Kolak came under the fire due to his viral video of him performing neck manipulations on 2 dogs and spine manipulations on a meerkat. The animals look like they're in a lot of pain. And of course, I've mentioned it before, but chiropractic care has not been proven to give any benefits to humans. And the same
Nothing. My cat is just being
our
annoying.
Our little fur babies. We want to boot their snoots. My little Peppers, my doggo. How about we talk about some death or injuries from chiropractors? While generally considered safe when performed by licensed and experienced practitioners, the world of chiropractic care is filled with many documented instances that have resulted in serious injuries or even death. The biggest contributors of these injuries are caused by neck and spine manipulations. Manipulation's a good way. We're manipulating your back. You're a puppet. It is estimated that 1 in 20,000 spinal manipulations result in vertebral artery aneurysms and dissections.
Can you drop that overload for me?
Lead to herniated disc, epidural hematoma, blood clot formations, stroke.
I'm done with the part of prep that I do.
How about we talk about Katie May? Katie May was a well-known model and social media personality, often referred to as the Queen of Snapchat. In January of 2016, May suffered a fall during a photo shoot, which led to neck pain. Thinking the pain was
I mean, who preps fine? You just over
sought out
preps.
treatment from a chiropractor. During one of her treatments, she underwent neck manipulation. Shortly after, she was rushed to the hospital because of severe headaches and dizziness. Doctors discovered a tear in one of her major arteries in her neck, which led to her having a stroke. She was placed on life support, but she was declared brain dead on February 4th, 2016. She died at the age of 34. That is crazy. Or how about Caitlin Jensen? Caitlin Jensen was a 28-year-old recent college graduate who just completed her studies in biology and chemistry. And in June of 2022, she visited her chiropractor, Dr. T.J. Harthman, for a routine neck adjustment. During the session, she ruptured 4 arteries in her neck, resulting in a stroke, cardiac arrest, and loss of pulse for 10 minutes. 4 arteries. What in God's name was he doing? It probably was the fucking Y-strap, dude. And the whole thing, too, is that while these instances are rare, it's something that can still happen. Which, you know, is kind of everything, but still. Whenever it's something that's not medically proven or scientifically proven, that's when you're like, you're just playing with fire by this point, right? In conclusion to this video, chiropractor videos are extremely funny. I laughed a good bit during this. Right, there was also some sad moments. I cried a little bit. I say that for the end, so you can feel bad about yourself later. Maybe go to get physical therapy. Maybe talk to an actual doctor who has science behind him. And if you're a chiropractor and you swear that all this is true, that's good and fine, but please don't come near my fat back or my fat head. I appreciate you all so much for watching the video today. And stay crack-a-lackin'.
Holy. Being so...
Because it's a chiropractor video. Okay. Go fuck yourself. I don't need your guys' approval. Fuck you.
Whatever. Call and make an appointment today. Gentle, comfortable, professional.
I'm dropping that one dose. Almighty. Back again, huh? I hear you. I hear you, girl. I know. I understand that you want attention. Sorry, I can't give it to you right now. Oh, God. This is not how you get it.
From my fucking stem. God damn it.
I don't know what your agility level is, but I have never needed a stand for Vasa. Ever since. Oh.
No, won't be for a while. Cause fuck that skill. Hope he gets the overload. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about a very embarrassing way to die. Now, if you were to die somewhere, where would you think would be the most embarrassing place you could die? Your room? We've seen that.
Hi, Jimmy.
Good. What about the grocery store? People buying some produce and then you pop over dead? I don't know. Probably the most embarrassing place you could die is on the toilet. You know what I mean? Everyone associates dying on the toilet with Elvis Presley, who infamously died with, like, I don't know, 6,000 pounds of in his stomach or whatever. People always talk about it, but it was an interesting thing that was brought to my attention that there are a lot of people of notoriety who have died on the toilet. And today I just wanted to talk about people who've died on the toilet. It doesn't really go any deeper. Don't look into it. I don't have a toilet fetish. I don't have a stinky doo-doo fetish at all. I just want to talk about people who have died on the toilet. So let's, without further ado, let's do that. And Elvis isn't the only person just die of a big fat heart attack or drug overdose on a toilet. A lot of famous people do a lot of drugs and then they have to take a shit and then they die while they're taking a shit. Much like Judy Garland, or Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, who was found dead on the toilet with blood streaming from her mouth after an overdose on pills. Follow the yellow brick road. Toto, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. Am I right? Also, English novelist Evelyn Waugh died after having a heart attack and then drowning in his toilet.
How does that happen? Did he get...
And then fell on his knees.
Damn.
Oh.
Right, one of those kind of things. And apparently,
I felt the vibration
of
that
cardiac arrest happened.
I'm so proud of myself.
Sitting on the toilet. I'm not gonna lie, that frightens me. Every time I take a shit, now I'm gonna be like, is this it? Is this the time I pass on into the next life? Because it might be. But this is because you're straining yourself while trying to poop, and it can stress your heart out, and people are like, they do that. And let me tell you, I take some rancid shit. So I
see a cone shot.
I can tell you that right now. But today's video is sponsored by PDS. It's so easy to get into debt. Ooh, Lord, I know. But getting out of it is a different story.
So
many of us are
Burning
credit
Claw?
card debt, personal loan, collections, or medical bills. And the system is set up to keep you there. Look, I went to school, took on a bunch of debt. I wish PDS Debt was around to help me out. If you're currently struggling with
What did I
debt,
just walk?
PDS Debt
What did I do
may be
again?
able to help. Maybe it will help. PDS Debt provides a service to match you with debt solutions tailored to your financial situation. Everyone
You
with
look like a cone
$10,000 or
shot,
more in
IRL.
eligible debt qualifies. And the best part is, there's no minimum credit score required. Save more while paying off your debt in just a fraction of the time. Stop waiting.
I did it again.
Get a free debt
Look at
analysis
this
right
melee,
now.
bro.
PDSdebt.com/PapaMeat. It only takes 30 seconds. That's PDSdebt.com/PapaMeat. PDSdebt.com.
You want to try it again?
PapaMeat. Thank you, PDS Debt, for sponsoring
I think it's
this
the
video.
tile before I have marked. So I'm probably gonna change what I
Let's
have
take a
marked.
look at some of the weirder, more obscure ways people have died on toilets because we've only scratched.
Oh yeah, I'll do it again.
the iceberg. Let's go. First off, I want to talk about Duke.
You went on this one, right?
That sounds like I'm being racist, but it's
Which
his
one?
name.
What?
He was the ruler of the state of Jin, one of the
I
most
think you ran on
powerful
this
states of
line,
ancient
I think.
China, and he reigned
Yeah,
from
that's
599
where I have
BC
marked.
to 581
Yeah, I'm marking
BC.
that
During
shit.
his 19th year of ruling, the Duke mysteriously
Okay.
fell ill and died a few months later. According to the commentary of Zuo, which is ancient
forgot my
Chinese
root pouch
documents,
anyways.
you fucking losers. Before his death, the Duke dreamed of a great demon with disheveled hair
hold on.
that reached to the
I
ground.
know how to do it.
It's not gonna instantly trigger it. You have. It's weird. You gotta like.
Beating his breast.
I missed
with
it.
his
Oh,
man
well.
I don't avenge.
I understand now.
The demon blamed the Duke for the death of his descendants and asked God to have him pay the consequences. When the Duke awoke, he
It's
called
like
the witch to
Tecton. It's
explain the
on a
street.
timer
it's
based on
like
its
Tecton,
distance.
But you have to go on the tick for this one.
Soon
Or you
after,
miss
the
it.
Duke fell extremely ill
Yeah.
and requested the
You gotta like.
assistance of a
It
physician.
has a
Was arrived-
interesting
You gotta
timer.
play with it, bro.
It's an interesting timer, like Tecton. The timer is based on the amount of tiles away you are, and the timer doesn't instantly reset as soon as you go out of distance.
Oh, click the
Even the
side.
best physician wouldn't be able to hurt them, as one was hiding in his heart and the other hiding
I don't have the
below his
ring
throat.
we're on.
He basically had microplastics in his bloodstream and he died. When the physician arrived, he informed the Duke that there was nothing that could be done for him. Yeah, like how they're like, I don't know. It's 581 BC. What do you expect of me? Is I gonna go in for an appointment? Like there is
lame.
no
Only got the
place to
annoying
go.
ones
I
left.
come to you. That's what here it is. A few months later, the new wheat harvest season arrived, and the Duke was still alive.
Lying witch.
I just go back up to that fucking witch and slap her in the face. He ordered his servants to use some of the wheat to make bread for the Duke to eat. While it was being prepared, they dragged the witch to the baker, showed her the bread, and then executed her on the spot. God damn! Just as the
500
Duke
win,
was
bro.
getting ready to taste the wheat, he felt
Free
bloated, so
GM
he went to the
task.
loo. I like how he's like,
Very
guys, before I
free.
eat this bread, I have to shit. But unfortunately, he slipped and drowned.
Yeah, apparently he fell into like a pit of shit.
But unfortunately, he slipped in and drowned into a pit of shit. So was he just like hovering over a giant hole in the ground? He was like,
I imagine right as he walked in, he like slipped on a turd.
fell back in. But the story doesn't
Easily
end there.
peasily.
Apparently, the slave who pulled the Duke's body out of the toilet also had a dream that morning about carrying the Duke to heaven. I wonder in the dream if he was covered in shit too.
That's what I wonder.
Yeah, he's just like the Duke, and he was so stinky. He was covered in some kind of stinky mud. Consequently, the slave was buried alive with the Duke to serve him in the afterlife. God damn, dude. Do you think the servant, do you think he was stoked about that? Or do you think he was kind of pissed? I mean, he's dreaming about the Duke.
I was gonna say, I think what it was is like they said, like, why didn't you tell anybody you had this dream? 'Cause then they
That one's on me, my bad.
Well, we saw what happened to the witch. I think I'd just keep it to myself. Next up, we have Arius. Arius was a Christian priest from Alexandria, Egypt in 256 to 336 AD, and is one of the most controversial figures in early Christian history. Windigoon's like, what? Arius argued that Jesus, while divine, was not co-eternal with God, the Father, but instead was a created being.
This apparently caused chaos.
Arius said, "Fucking what?" People are like by the Sphinx, like, what did he say? This view condemned Arius as a heretic within the Christian community, so he was excommunicated and exiled in 325 AD. But by 336 AD, the Roman Emperor Constantine had ordered Arius to be reinstated into the church. Thank you, Constantine.
He was like persuaded by his followers. He's like, fine, I'll do it.
God damn, fine, I'll do it. Jeez. A lot cooler here in Rome before Christianity. On the day of his reinstatement, Arius was walking proudly through the streets of Constantinople when he felt a sudden urge to relieve himself. Oh my god. Oh my god, I have to shit. So he rushed to the nearest latrine. Go ahead and put up a picture of a latrine.
Maybe horn this time.
So he rushed to the nearest latrine and fainted after violent relaxation.
He horn for a little meter
After he violently shit himself. According to Socrates Scholasticus, a bitter enemy of Arius, his bowels and spleen
no, we're gonna probably just save spot it.
Causing him to die almost instantly.
There you go.
Is this where you your guts out came from? It is, isn't it? Oh, God! And all this gutty works just fell out of him. Modern scholars attribute Arius' death may have been a result of poisoning by his opponents. What opponents? What the But too many at the time, the fact that Arius died in such a sudden and horrific manner, just before he was to be reinstated, was interpreted by many as an act of divine retribution. I like how they're like, Jesus was pissed. To them, this was proof that Arius' views were indeed heretical, and that God had stepped in to prevent his reintegration into the church. I would think that if God was going to do something like that, it would be more like, much more grandiose.
Your guts out.
I mean, your guts out, don't get me wrong.
I guess to be fair, let me grab that. Oh my God, yes, thanks.
If you shit your guts out and somebody finds you with your out and you're like, your entire gutty works are just like hanging there with your tiny little red. You're just like, then yeah, I guess you would. People would be like, oh, dude, Arius sucks. Look at Arius, dude, just shit his guts out. Look how tiny his dick is, and you're just like, flies and going around you, farting, and his like intestines are like slapping. It's like, he's just like, oh
my God, why?
Why, God, why? I guess when I think of God doing something like that, I think of just a guy exploding. Right? You're like, holy shit. Next up,
She
you have
sounds so
JW,
tiny.
AKA the balloon.
Oh, she is still really tiny.
Ever since birth,
I know you
JW
want attention,
suffered
girl.
from
I'm sorry.
gastrointestinal issues, just like Mr.
Why are
Krabs.
you
At the
talking
age of
like
2,
that?
he often suffered from irregular
Oh my
bowel
God.
movements, constipation, and unusually bloated belly. Yeah, he just looks like he's like fully pregnant. We were like, JW's pregnant again. He's like,
You can't be up
Got,
there.
like, perfect
You know
pregnant. Be
that.
like, stop
Come
it,
on.
guys. You know what's disgusting?
Come on, T. You're giving me a hard
Is
time.
when their belly.
My God.
You know what? God bless all the women who have children.
Unbothered.
But you know what I don't like? Is
Oh my God, T. Seriously, I do not want to yell at you. You get startled so easily as well.
Splitting at the
Yeah, you're scaring me too, man.
Jesus, man. Fuck.
That's what I used to think
All
as a
right.
kid. I was like, I don't think it's gonna
Oh, let's go.
Kitty, come here, Kitty.
Oh, never mind.
Over the years, the severity of these
Oh my
symptoms
God.
worsened, causing his stomach to swell up and become
T, I love you so much. I'm gonna take a.
I love you too.
matter.
No, I'm not a break. I'm done after this one. Maybe. Not maybe. I'm just gonna say I'm done.
JW could go up to 1 month without any bowel.
Probably go again later tonight. I'm gonna take a second, have a little play date with my cats, and do some IRL stuff.
It's a chocolate river. We don't even want to go into it.
But my cat is in obvious need of a play date right now. Holy shit, dude. God fucking damn. She is being like highly fucking annoying.
What even is this? What year is it? Oh, the 1800s. Instead, at the age of 20, JW joined a freak show in Philadelphia and was dubbed the Balloon Man.
Christ almighty. Don't worry, I'm gonna come play with you soon.
Protruding belly and
I'll see you over there doing your thing.
God, if I start seeing people
I know that's the
calling
toy
me
you
the
want.
Balloon Man or Windbag, I am going to be fucking. I can't escape.
Yeah, she keeps jumping on my lap, annoying the fuck out of me, and then running to the cat wand toy she wants to play with.
1892, less than a
I'm sorry, T. I'll play with you right after this kill.
His final moments were spent attempting to relieve a bowel movement.
I know, T. I know.
+1. Jimmy, let's go. Chambers.
T. I understand. I know you want to. I'm coming. All right. Just give me a second. Like literally, I just need to finish this kill, G. Give me like 5 more minutes. Legit. 10.
He's got the goddamn anaconda from that Ice Cube movie in the 90s.
I know. I
Anaconda
know.
wrapped up inside of him.
Anaconda.
I know.
Anaconda.
He's like, guys, no, seriously, my stomach hurts. They're like, balloon man, balloon man.
I'm getting rimmed by
Oh,
those.
and then they're going up and slapping his belly like a bald guy's head. You know what I mean? Oh, I bet it was brutal. He's probably just sitting there the whole time like,
Oh my God, she's in my lap purring so extremely hard, it's actually shaking my pelvis.
His 8-foot Megacolon is now on display
Holy
in
shit.
Philadelphia at the Mutter Museum.
Imagine purring this hard, but I didn't even give you any attention.
We gotta go. If you're in Philadelphia, you gotta tell me, is the Mutter Museum worth it?
Don't worry, girl. I'll.
Is that Rex?
If you're talking about who jessed me out, it had to be Rex for sure.
Thing that you can go up
Yeah,
and press it.
Rex.
That's what they should have done with it. You
I
see the
see.
Megacolon, you're like, that's
Now
what it
they're
looks like,
both
and then they have, like, a
wanting
fake,
a
like,
play
silicone
session.
thing,
Oh
you can,
man.
like, press your face
And Rex
against
has been
it.
sitting by the door,
It was
so
hard.
I mean she is looking for attention too. Oh, Rex attention seeks a lot more. Now that T does it all the time.
Now broken glass, hard chunks of like that, like
It's annoying because T immediately understood how to attention seek in a way that annoyed me and forced me to have to interact with her. Now Rex does the same shit. It's actually really annoying.
Right? So if you're getting stretched up that much, you're stretching. Do you think he was always just crowning on a little burnt baby's head just right there at the top? He's in there scooping it out with his hands. This is fucking disgusting. At the time, Jade Baby's condition was a medical mystery, but now it is believed that he suffered from
Yes, I see you two waiting patiently.
Hirschberg's disease. Hirschberg's.
I see you both waiting
disease.
patiently. I got you.
Why can't they just be like, it's fucking the stiff colon disease? You know what I mean? Why don't you just call it stiff colon?
I got you. I see you, Rex.
Please give me a kiss, bro.
I can't read.
I'm almost due for three.
I'm gonna be
or
mute
three
for
total. I should have
This is a
around three
condition where the
total.
nerve fibers fail to develop in your colon, making the colon unable to move waste to the intestines, and it's brutal, dude.
You think he's, yeah, like reaching up and
Fuck off, really?
He was crowning from his asshole, which he definitely was. A 28, I mean, that's insane. Think about how much it was stretched towards the end. His asshole was definitely burst. He had that red cauliflower always sticking out. If it was me and that, if I was like, I won't come out, I would dig. You'd be calling my ass Shia LaBeouf in holes, dude, for real. I'd be digging up a hole, for real. Moving on. Good God. Mirza Ghulam Ahmed. Ahmed? I'm American. What the hell is that? What is that name? They were the founder of the Islamic religious movement in India. And Ghulam claimed he could hear revelations from God and claimed that he was
Yeah, I'll take
Mahdi,
the disco even if it's an
the
arcane.
reincarnation of the Prophet Muhammad, and also Jesus Christ and the Hindu god Krishna. He was just all of them. That's a lot. So you would just be like, I'm Muhammad. You'd be like, oh my God. You're like, I'm also Krishna. You're like, what? What? And I'm Jesus Christ. Huh? What? And in 1907, he apparently received several
You guys need to
revelations
stop
from angels
spazzing
informing
out.
him of his imminent death.
I can't help it. It's ADHD.
Burn each other.
Looking in. Oh, Mirza, is that you?
Stay on your
Then in
damn
1908,
tile.
Mirza died from a series of severe.
I can't help it, man. I got ants in my
Mirza
pants.
died from a series of severe diarrhea. What does that? What does
Got
that
cockroaches
mean?
in my
A
butt.
series of severe
Damn.
diarrhea.
Lucky cockroaches, dude.
so much, he became so weak, he couldn't get up.
Oh, can you imagine like you're so much that you're like the fucking little alien in Men in Black in that little seat on your toilet? Also, was he eating while he was shitting? Is that how he kept like? Because
Fuck
like
off.
if you, let me tell you, I've had some sloppy Joe shit before where you're just like I have nothing left to give. But to shit yourself so much to where you couldn't even get up, what happened? There's no way it was just due to the diarrhea. By the time of his death, he had gathered over 400,000 followers.
It's blasphemy to say that he died on
It's blasphemy to say he died on the toilet?
That's why I didn't put it in.
Wait, so are people saying... Oh, now we said it here. Okay. Well, good. Well, now at least you got me to say a fucking blasphemous act, dude. Thanks. So he had actually... People were just like, you are Jesus Christ. Wow.
In India. He was huge.
He was huge in India.
He was the person who brought Islam to India.
Damn. I just want to know, has there been any speculation of, did he have a disease of some kind?
Well, that's also blasphemy to say he did.
So we can't have a conversation without it being blasphemy. So I can't say you had a disease, that's blasphemy, but I can say you shit yourself to death.
He was so weak from his shits.
He was so weak from his shits that what?
He died.
So he shit himself to death. I like how it's like a fucking Pokemon like HP counter. He's so weak he fainted and he just never awoke again.
Well, I think it's because it's just like people are arguing that it's humiliating to die on the toilet, but it's fine. It's a natural way to die.
Post me right now or I'm burning you.
Okay.
I read like 3 websites that were awesome.
Hey, man, it was an effective threat, man.
I'm moving on.
Nice.
I'm moving on from this son of a bitch. Next up, we have
threaten people with burns.
What are these characters you're telling me about?
Follow the stream where I burn mega
Are you gonna go to
right
a side
now.
or run mid? Oh shit.
From 1069 until his death in 1076.
Never mind, I don't know why I'm asking. You always go to a side. Oh my fuck. Oh my fuck, I need to eat. Please do not. Oh, thank you so much.
Oh, you run into the bomb?
Nah, he fucking jatted me.
Skip.
Even back then, that's gotta be a fucking. There's no way people.
I don't know. Skip to my dude.
That's gotta be an insult, right? You're like a freak.
So the funny thing is, every time they like reference him, they're saying like, "Oh, Godfrey, he was a great guy, great leader. He was a freak with his hunched back. He was weak."
He was such a nice guy. Unbelievable. He was a freak. Didn't like looking at him. He smelt bad. Wouldn't go near him. But goddamn was he nice. He's like, "Thank you." Despite his small stature and hunchback, Godfrey was a respected leader with a great mind and gained several military victories. One of these accomplishments was driving out Count Dirk V out of Muis
short.
Estuary. Muis Estuary in 1070. You guys remember that one, right? Godfrey the Hunchback. He
Oh, for fuck's sake. T, I'm sorry, I got you hit. T, please.
Look what you did,
I'm legit about to play with you. Can you relax for 2 seconds? Oh my.
T, look what you did, T.
Oh, you're getting poisoned, Jesus. Dude, she's... Oh man, she is persistent today, dude. I've already threw her off my desk onto the bed like 7 times already, dude. Oh my god.
Persistence is key.
Like, bro, oh my god.
They hit people illustrated. Is that him like farting? You know, actually, I don't know why more people don't get assassinated on the toilet. That's the perfect place to get assassinated, I would think. Pants around your ankles. One other time someone's like, "Oh, they're most vulnerable when you're taking a shit."
Fuck. Alright. Okay, T-Rex. Come on. Time for a play date. Holy shit.
T-Rex. T-Rex. T-Rex.
Holy moly. Alright. Thanks everybody for tuning in to my stream. I appreciate the company. And I am gonna get out of here.
You kind of catch yourself in that loop, so you go back to
Alright.
like a Chinese.
Good night.